FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
Coming to and
great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah! Let's do it!
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us.
Yay!
Hope you're having a great day so far.
Woo!
We are with you till 10 a.m.
Yeah,
I'm Sean Pendergast.
See,
that bundle of energy across the table from me is Seth C. Payne. Hi.
Hi, I'm committed to not being as abysmal as I was yesterday at 6 a.m. I'm back on track. Fell asleep. I fell asleep shortly after Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s home run last night. So
I fell asleep before it.
Did you?
Yeah, I fell asleep early last night. Yeah.
7 p.m.?
I fell asleep. Amy and I went out to dinner. I came back, sat down in my chair, and I just closed my eyes for a little bit. And next thing I knew, I was very unsettled because I woke up at my phone said 9:05 on it or something like that. I'm like, wait a second, and I didn't look at AM or PM. I'm like,
a.m.
and I'm looking, but it's dark outside. Yeah. Okay, I fell asleep here. Now what's going on? I look up. Okay, I fell asleep during the World Series.
You know what my brother used to do when I was growing up? Kids, don't do this. It's messed up. Your sibling will hate you forever if you do, for a long time at least. When I would fall asleep, if my mom was working at night or she took night classes, she was putting herself through school.
Yeah.
And my brother would change my alarm clock so that at 10 p.m.
Dude.
He would set it to be for my alarm to go off, and I'd think it was
school.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
And I'd get up and take a shower.
That's mean.
And get ready for school.
Yeah. Dude, that's diabolical.
I know.
Holy
I
crap.
know. He was a piece of crap, man. He really was. I don't live with him. If I lived with him, he'd probably still do the same thing. Yeah. It was, I think it goes like that with a lot of siblings. Is once you get older, all of a sudden you realize, I don't know why we fought all the time.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and live with each other for 6 months and see how it goes.
And then you'll realize, this is what used to happen. That is evil.
I know.
Because that plunders your whole day. You can't go back to sleep after that because you're angry.
You're angry. You can't go back to sleep. You eventually do at 3 a.m., but you keep waking up thinking and wondering what actual time
and
is.
Did he mess with me again?
Wristwatch?
Yeah.
It was 11.
Yeah. Swatch watch back in the day. Man, that is evil. And I'm thinking you just gave everybody a bunch of ideas.
We got to a point where my mom, I can't remember how old we were because we live in this tiny little ranch house. And there are three of us, my sister, my brother, and I, 3 bedrooms. My sister had her own room, my mom, and then my brother and I shared one. And it got to a point where my mom just said, all right, this is enough. And she moved out into the living room and split us up.
Oh, yeah. Really? Oh, yeah. So that you guys would all have your own room.
Yeah, okay. I know by the book, the parenting guide wouldn't tell you to do that or whatever, but she was she was working, going to college at night, just trying to get by. And she was like, I can't deal with this anymore.
That a triage situation right there.
Yeah.
That's a triage situation. Hey, real quick off the top, I don't know if the same texter is listening that texted yesterday insisting that the Browns were going to trade. I was wrong for saying they wouldn't trade Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm. But he didn't really give you any reasons why you were wrong.
No, well, he said they're going to trade him to the Chiefs, and they're on the way in today, all they're talking about in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Trading Myles Garrett.
Yeah, good luck with that, Cleveland. This is the problem. That's what Sean, what have we learned from D'Amico Ryans in the last few days? He will not listen to the outside noise when it comes to
outside noise.
This is what you need to understand about the situation in Cleveland. They, as Myles Garrett during the Super Bowl week was making all kinds of claims about how he was going to go elsewhere, wanted to win a Super Bowl, this, that, the other. They lured him back in and didn't just money whip him. They gave him a pep talk about where the organization was going.
Yeah.
And then they drafted 2 mid-round quarterbacks, and this is very much about their plan for the long term was to reload over these next couple years, have basically a reset of some sort, but that Myles Garrett would be along for the ride during the reset. So and I'm not even talking about they can't trade him, because of a sunk cost fallacy or anything like that. It's just that I think that they planned on him being around even if there was adversity. And I like Myles Garrett getting angry in a football game because they're losing isn't the same as Myles Garrett needing to go elsewhere.
Yeah, the guys on Cleveland were talking about it more from the standpoint of, boy, what could we get for him?
Yeah.
You know, like all those draft picks you could get for him. It'd be like, be a huge cap hit.
They could have gotten all those draft picks for him in the offseason without having to carry a bunch of dead money on the cap. It's not a matter of just acknowledging sunk costs or anything. This is part of their plan, I think. And I know everybody gives an eye roll when it comes to Cleveland and long-term planning or what have you.
Yeah.
But I think for this court, it's not even being afraid to admit a mistake or anything. I think this is part of what they were thinking when they brought him back in, that he might have to be here for a little bit of adversity, but they plan on getting back in the saddle with him as part of the plan.
Okay, so just tell me this. Do I need to apologize to that guy?
No. You should if he gave you any actual kind of reasons. Sean, you would be apologizing to that guy on the basis of what people in sports radio are saying in Cleveland.
I think they got gaslit by Albert Breer yesterday a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Because Breer goes on their station, and Breer had a trade deadline column.
Yeah.
Which I think I put it in the rundown here to get to later. Yeah.
And everything, as Breer's making an argument for why they would trade Myles Garrett, the whole time I'm thinking, no, they've already could have received all this compensation.
Yeah.
They could have done this and not had to eat any dead money, or not nearly this much dead money.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did Breer... I didn't get to finish out. Did Breer say that there's actually a source saying that this is a possibility?
No, I think he's just proposing it, and he had the actual like spot rack numbers for it and stuff like that. And so they'd essentially be buying a bunch of draft. I just don't know if they're going to. He was talking about like 2 firsts, a second, and a third for Myles Garrett, and I'm like, he's awesome, but he's expensive and he's 32. You know, like that's not going to age very well.
I think that you would be apologizing to somebody on the basis of what guys in sports radio were saying up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All of us are on the outside looking in, and we can all have whichever opinions we have. And maybe that guy ends up being right ultimately.
Maybe.
It says that Myles Garrett's going to get traded.
All right.
Now, he did say traded to the Chiefs, and that's definitely not happening.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
I don't know if it's mathematically possible.
Right.
Unless the Browns were to pay a huge chunk.
To pay
salary.
like a big chunk of the salary. Which, and again, on that side, that's probably not going to happen. All right. I rescind my semi-talk radio apology to that texter right here.
Oh, you know what we have to do before we move on? I have to acknowledge one of our listeners, DeMarcus.
Oh, good. Can I finally take this off the rundown?
Yes, he's an employee.
Been staring me in the face for 2 days.
At BWI.
Yeah.
Baltimore Washington International Airport. That an airport where you and I had previously established there's at least one worker there at one of the airlines that is really bad at her job.
Right.
When I had to help out that old and confused lady.
Yes.
A couple weeks
ago. The airport, the employee of the said airline just walked away.
Yeah. So DeMarcus is the exact opposite. I'm on the moving walkway there. Usually I like to get my steps in, but I was in a hurry.
Sure.
And somebody's coming up, passing me on the other side of the moving walkway, and he's coming towards me.
Gotcha.
Closing speed and whatnot. But he's got a vest on. He's an employee there of some sort. And he kind of looked up at me, and he kind of looked like he recognized me. And usually when that happens outside of Houston, I think, okay, this guy either thinks I'm the guy from The Office or I'm John Rocker. Every now and then I get a Brian Cushing or something. But and his eyes kind of recognize me. Then he lights up, and he goes, "Seth, you and Sean are my favorite."
Really?
Yeah. And then it was like a romantic comedy where I start backpedaling a little bit, trying to chat with him, and he's backpedaling. And I was like, "What are you doing listening up here?" He's like,
we
"Man, this is
need
where I
that
live."
scene in an actual romantic comedy.
But then people started coming up behind me, and I didn't want to be an obstacle or injure anybody.
Clog the walkway there.
Yeah, so we had a moment, and then we parted ways.
Were you able to get any information as to why he loves the show so much? Or
He's from Houston, but he lives in Baltimore now. But he listens via the Odyssey
app. On the free Odyssey app. Okay. Well, DeMarcus,
that's what he said. I listen on the Odyssey app. You can download it and listen to Payne and Pendergast from anywhere in the world.
The rewind feature, yes. That's awesome. Well, DeMarcus, if you're listening right now, thank you very much for the kind words on the walkway while passing Seth C. Payne. I bet that came out of nowhere. Was it confusing at first?
It was really weird.
Yeah.
It was.
Funny.
I don't. Frankly, a little uncomfortable with it. I like my smidgen of notoriety and celebrity, like very local. B or C class celebrity it's the sweet spot.
Yeah.
I get favors and advantages here and there. I get doors open for me or anything, but it's only by people generally who are actual fans of our show or like hard like dyed in the wool Texans fans who know the history and everything.
Yes.
So it's nice. I don't have to deal with I don't get hassled by anybody.
Right.
I get approached by people who genuinely are like, that's a celebrity and I want to get close to him.
Right. You're in that is a sweet spot
nice,
right there.
yeah.
That is good. Boy, that Baltimore airport is nice too. I like that. We were just there a few weeks ago during the bye week. I like that Baltimore airport.
It's a good place. I always have long layovers there and I enjoy it.
Do you go to the lounge, the Baltimore lounge?
No.
Okay. It's $50.
Yeah.
And are you a big airport drinker?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's open bar.
Remember when I used to drink while flying, and I had multiple instances of me walking into the women's bathroom accidentally?
I do.
Yeah. I noticed. One thing I realized in my deep dive research into it was that it only happened when I was drinking.
Okay, that's good research.
Usually I would notice and pivot away right away.
Yeah.
There was one time, and this was I had a long delay, and I'd been drinking at the airport bar, and I made it all the way back to the stalls in the back of the bathroom. And I was like,
wow.
where are the urinals?
Wow.
Where are the urinals? Oh, no.
Well, I'm just going to pee on the wall where a urinal would be, all right?
So they have a lounge. It's not like a United club or anything. It's just for anybody.
They don't. That's the thing. They don't have a United club in Baltimore. So Amy and I are like, okay, well, where should we go? Just because we're going to be there for like 3 hours. And we checked, and they're like, well, we have the Baltimore Club.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, what is it? And they said, well, it's a lot like the United Club, except you don't have to pay for your drinks, and it's only $50, not $59 for a day pass. So we went there. So that's a good cheat code. If any of you are listening right now, good life hack. Open bar in the Baltimore lounge.
This is what I've tried to do for about the last year when I'm traveling. I've tried to treat the airport like it's the actual real world, and mindful, conscientious of my spending over the last couple of years. But in the airport, I realized, okay, I'm doing a lot of stuff that I would never, ever do.
Oh, yeah.
Unless I was actually on an airplane or in an
Spend
airport.
$22 on a hamburger.
Yeah. or simply, hey, let's go to that bar. Okay, there's a $50 cover charge. No, you get, it's unlimited drinks. It's
unlimited drinks. It was open bar.
That's not a bad deal.
It was open bar. Yeah. For me, it's not a bad deal at all.
Yeah.
No, the ROI was very easy for me.
Even when I do I try to shy away from. I don't fly as much as I used to, so I don't get like those United Club.
The freebies.
The freebies into the club, but I always end up eating way too much because
the food is free in there.
Food,
the food is free. I tell you, if you're in the airport, because we're not United Club members either. We just paid to go there on that. Yeah, I don't travel. We hardly travel at all anymore except for vacations. But the 50, if you're going to be in the airport for more than a few hours, which I like to get there really early and just make sure. For like $50 to have the solitude of the United Club and the Wi-Fi and the food and everything else, and not just the hassle and the hustle of the airport. It's not. I mean, if you got the means, it's not bad.
I'll tell you what. A little life hack for you guys out there who, if you don't want to spring for a club when you're at Bush, go to the international terminal, and those gates when they are empty, it's like you've got a luxurious penthouse apartment all to yourself.
It's like Superman's fortress of solitude over there.
My hard thing for me at airports is if I need to do a live stream, when I'm whispering, it's still loud. My voice carries, so I get very self-conscious about all right, where am I going to do this? So I'll walk a long way in the distance corner to try to find an empty gate somewhere.
All right, someone said,
and I still have people. I can still tell people 200 yards away are kind of like, what the hell's this guy up to?
Someone said, slow sports day, huh? No, Seth and I are just chopping right now.
Yeah.
It actually is kind of a slow sports day. I said to you right before the show, I'm like, kind of a skeleton rundown today because no Texans practice. World Series is going on. Mm-hmm. So Toronto, if you missed that, if you woke up like I did at 9:00 p.m. last night in a chair. Toronto,
plus, by the way, save your slow sports days texts for somebody else. Yeah. All right? It's just, we're going to talk about what we're going to talk about. All right? You don't have to make little passive-aggressive jabs about stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Toronto wins last night. 6-1.
It was awesome.
Score.
Yeah, and it's not a slow sports day in terms of just me being a lifelong ever since a couple days ago, Blue Jays fan.
Yeah.
I am 100% in on the Blue Jays defeating the Dodgers. The Blue Jays being the team that was just tougher, scrappier, wanted it more. Any old stupid cliche you want to throw at it. But most of all, it's Shane Bieber versus Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Ohtani, by the time he was finally put down at the plate, had reached base 11 straight times in the World Series.
Right.
Shane Bieber ends up striking him out twice last night.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Vlad Guerrero Jr. Tags Ohtani
Blammo!
to take the lead, and it was a glorious sight.
It was a glorious sight. Last night,
It's not like he melted down or anything. It's just people expect such heroics.
Right, well, it was 6 innings, 4 earned runs. It wasn't great. It wasn't horrific or anything like that. But what I will not stand for, and what I saw some people on social media and heard people saying is, well, he's probably fatigued from being on base 9 times the night before. And I'm like, okay, he didn't run a marathon or something like that. Everybody in that game was up until 2 a.m. last night.
I said that jokingly.
Nobody got good sleep.
I said that jokingly, but did people have that actual
There were people talking about like how he was probably a bit fatigued from the night before.
Yeah, everybody was.
Right.
But especially him because he was on base 9 times.
I guess. I mean, well, and he's the one whose performance wasn't so hot yesterday. He was and he's Shohei. Anytime he's not great, I guess there's got to be an excuse for it.
It really is, honestly. The way it was framed in some of the articles this morning, because I fell asleep somewhere about midway through, I would have thought that he had allowed 8 runs or something. I mean, it's like after being for everybody, and Ohtani's a guy who likes his sleep. So he couldn't get his 12 hours or whatever he typically gets before starts, obviously.
If I had to guess why the tone you were seeing was that he melted down, it was because the last time he was on the mound, he had maybe the greatest overall game in the history of the postseason.
Yeah.
He threw 6 innings, shutout. I think this was his last outing. 6 shutout innings, 10 strikeouts. Oh, and he hit 3 home runs in that game.
Yeah.
So that's probably why, if I had to guess, it just suffers by comparison. But
it was
stop it with the he was on base 9 times the night before.
This is
He's standing on first base half the time.
I think from the other pitcher, this would sound like such BS, but I believe it with Ohtani, given that he's unlike any other pitcher. Mm-hmm. When the 7th inning began, I believe I got this in The Athletic, Ohtani had thrown 90 pitches. Heading into the frame, Dodgers pitching coach Mark Pryor asked Ohtani how much longer he could go. He said he had 3 more innings.
Yeah, you can't listen. You guys are probably hyper-competitive.
When he was at 90 pitches. So,
I wonder if he knew he'd thrown 90 pitches.
Yeah,
I mean, he obviously knew it was the 7th inning. I wonder if he just – I mean, pitchers – some probably keep track of it meticulously.
Yeah.
Some are probably just like meathead. I'm just going to go out there. And Shohei strikes me as kind of a quiet meathead.
I don't feel like it was false bravado or anything like that.
I mean, he did get swindled out of millions of dollars by his interpreter. Does that strike you as somebody who's keeping track of the number of pitches he's throwing?
Sounds like a guy who doesn't take track,
right.
keep track of things. Yeah.
Yes.
It's Blake Snell tonight.
Okay.
He got knocked around in game 1.
Good.
But he was really, really good before
that. Go
that.
Jays, man.
Yeah.
Go Jays.
I've hated Blake Snell ever since Verlander lost the Cy Young to him.
I did too.
In a season in which Blake Snell pitched like 155 innings.
Right. Averaged like 5 1/3 innings in every outing. All right. Well, we're off and running on a Wednesday here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Enough sports for you there in the open there, Texter. All right. Hey, coming up next, this is the wildest line move that I can remember on a Texans game in a long, long time, from what the betting line opened at to what it sits at today. What are the reasons why? We will tell you what the move has been, and we'll come up with some reasons why. First, hey, let's get you out.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so the Texans, this is the strangest betting line move that I've seen with a Texans game that I can remember in a long, long time.
And it hopefully means good things.
Yeah. Well, it at the very least, it probably means a lot of people are backing the Texans in this game.
Well, look, I mean, going back to last week, I think the most common question we got was, hey, how the hell are the Texans favored in this game?
Against the Niners.
Yeah, this was from Texans fans asking us, how are the Texans favored in this game?
Coming off of that Seahawks game where they looked terrible.
Yeah, so again, they're favored by about the same amount.
But here's the weird part about it. Sunday night, the Texans opened as a home to Denver. I don't think that's weird at all.
They're
Denver
1.5 in some places,
and it moved to 1.5. Yeah, it moved to 1.5. Denver, and then it moved slowly through the 0, and now it's Texans minus 1.5. So at its peak on the Denver side, it peaked thus far at Denver minus 1.5, Texans plus 1.5, and now the Texans are favored. That's a 3-point swing, which even if it just stays on the same side of the 0 of who's winning, 3 is a massive move.
It's a big number, and usually it's not. Usually the only position player that would affect that is a quarterback.
Yes,
right.
Yes, 100%.
So the one big chunk of news that's happened between the end of Sunday's games and now is that Pat Surtain, the cornerback, is definitely going to be out for this game.
That's the biggest news in this game, injury-wise.
So this is the question I had, Sean, my gambling expert friend. I know that position players don't usually move the needle all that much, but the Broncos, the real strength of their team is their defense, and every now and then Bo Nix. They're rushing. I would say their defense, their rushing attack, and every now and then Bo Nix.
Yep.
And when it is Bo Nix, it's really, really good.
For sure.
But one of the reasons the defense is so good is they blitz a lot, and they can blitz because Pat Surtain will follow the number one receiver and lock him down, and it allows them to be more aggressive everywhere else. So could that factor be enough to account for the swing that, okay, the defense is the strength of that team, and they play a certain style of defense, and they probably won't be able to play that style of defense?
I think it's a great reason. I just, for it to move 3 points, and not just 3 points, but when it moves 3 points and you're changing who's actually winning the football game.
Right.
Denver was winning in the first scenario, and now they have the Texans winning the football game.
And the whole thing is, when the line was 1.5, most of the public money was on the Broncos still. So if anything, that would suggest that the line and normally would have moved even more heavily in favor of Denver.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's just it's an overall weird thing.
This is what I like to think. I think the Sharps have moved it. I think the Sharps are like, okay, listen, people are underselling the Texans, and because they have a losing record, because of the ugly loss to Seattle, that people are underestimating how good the Texans are.
Yeah, the Texans, they line up, like statistically, if you look at them, if you were a Sharp and you were looking at them, you go, okay, this is better than a 3-4 football team.
Yeah.
Sharps look at yards per play. They look at point differential. They look at, the defense is elite. There is nothing... There's nothing about the Texans' defense statistically that is kooky or weird. Like last year, by a lot of metrics, the Texans had one of the top 5 defenses in the league, and yet scoring-wise, it wasn't a great defense because they gave up a lot of huge chunk plays.
Yeah.
They're not doing that this year. If anything, they had issues the first 3 or 4 games in generating turnovers, and then they finally started generating them in that Ravens game, and they've been pretty good. I don't know where they are in the league. I think there's still room for them to grow in that area. They're not sacking the quarterback as much as they were last year. But on the main things that matter, it's like points allowed.
Yeah.
They're first, but they're also first in yardage allowed, which means there's no bend but don't break going on with them.
Yeah.
Like they are great between the 20s. They are great in the red zone. They are great once they walk out of that tunnel.
One of the stats that I don't know why it's not a very popular stat and people don't talk about it a lot, but I like to, when comparing defenses from team to team, I like to look at points per drive. Mm-hmm. Because if you look at the just because of turnovers and offensive style and everything, sometimes some defenses are just on the field a lot more.
Yeah.
So the Broncos have been on the field for about, I want to say 15 or 20 more drives than the Texans. And you wonder, like, oh, okay, does that account for the difference in scoring? No. The Texans are number 1 in the league in fewest points allowed per drive.
Per drive, yeah.
Yeah, so they've just been the red zone doesn't concern me as much, just in it. Part of it is that the teams haven't gotten to the red zone as often.
That's true. That's one way to prevent red zone scoring. Don't let them in the red zone.
So the percentage doesn't matter as much. It's more that, okay, they haven't been to the red zone as often as most teams. When they've, in that a couple scores swings that stat wildly. The red zone percentage.
Yes. I'm trying. So as we're trying to think of reasons why this game's gone from Denver -1.5 to Texans -1.5, and it's not even. They haven't even practiced yet this week.
Yeah.
We haven't even seen an injury report yet. That's key to point out, too, is that, do the Sharps have inside information on Nico Collins' concussion situation right now?
Aaron Wilson had reported that a source said that it's some of the verge, but basically an optimistic
Okay, I
outlook
didn't
for
see
him
that
playing.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So we had a little something on Nico yesterday. Okay, that's good.
It's
I like
tough
that.
with Aaron because Aaron tweets so much.
Yeah.
So for whatever it's worth, I can't remember the verbiage, but it was that they're optimistic or something like that about him playing.
I turn my pushes back on for Aaron. It's Aaron with push notifications because he's got good Texan stuff sometimes, but I think Aaron likes to fancy himself a league-wide guy, and he'll hit with a barrage of tweets about guys trying out for the Minnesota Vikings on Tuesday and stuff like that, like all the different tryouts that are going on Tuesday. I'm like, okay, sorry, Aaron, I got to turn off my pushes for you right now. I don't care about these tryouts. All right, that's a good reminder.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of noise about Nico.
Yeah,
this week.
Marvin Mims has a concussion, but that's certainly not anything that would totally move the line.
That wouldn't move the line, but he's their return guy. He's a really good return guy, Marvin Mims.
On the special teams side of
things. Yeah.
He's the third leading receiver right now.
Yeah, he's played well for them. He's done a good job. Other reasons, I think, maybe the initial line was an overreaction to how well the Broncos played against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like them scoring 44 against the Cowboys.
At home. Against one of the worst defenses in the league.
A bad defense that's kind of banged up. They were one of those defenses that was bad before they were banged up, and now they're banged up.
Yeah. And if you think about the last 2 weeks for the Broncos, really the last 5 quarters, it's been a really impressive display by Bo Nix in the offense.
77 points in 5 quarters.
They scored all their points in the fourth quarter of the game the week before against the Giants.
Yeah.
And you remember Giants, yes. But it was the Giants, and then you go on into the Cowboys.
Well, here's what I would think. Like, okay, if I was going to say Bo Nix, Jackson Dart. Like if Jackson Dart doesn't throw that interception when the Giants are up 10, the Giants win that game. You know, and then we're thinking differently of the Broncos. And the Broncos made that play, and they're 6-2, and they went on to blow out the Cowboys the following week. But it's so razor thin right now for a lot of these teams between 6-2 and 4-4. You know, that kind of thing. So I think overreaction to the Cowboys. I think maybe the home field advantage, people internalizing the home field advantage for the Texans. And I know that it's not Arrowhead or something like that. But good quarterbacks better than Bo Nix have come in and melted in that environment in the last year.
They get off to Will Anderson and Neil Hunter just get such a great jump on the snap count. Sometimes a little too jumpy in the case of Will Anderson. It does make sense. I mean, still, as a 1.5-point favorite, they're still saying that the Broncos are the better overall team on a neutral field.
Neutral field, yeah, that's right.
But I think the home field advantage definitely helps a lot.
Yep.
And it's when I talk about the Giants defense, people talk a lot about the Giants' defensive line, which is great, but they're not a good defense.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. What's your Wednesday feel on this game right now?
I feel good about it. I think the defense is primed to almost have a chip on their shoulder about this game, and really want to. And then you've got the Sean Payton versus D'Amico Ryans dynamic. Listen, purely from a fan standpoint, in that it sounded like. Listen, we know this. We know that Sean Payton would feed Colin Cowherd all kinds of information.
Yes.
They were buds. And Colin Cowherd had some really choice criticism of the Texans organization about Sean Payton's interview with the Texans. And it sounded like Sean Payton.
Zoom calls.
Yeah, they did it on a Zoom call.
Yeah.
Colin never mentioned, by the way, that, the reason it had to be on Zoom was because that's what the rules dictated.
Right.
Like, Sean Payton found apparently some way to be offended by the Texans wanting to interview him as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. They did it by a Zoom call.
Zoom calls.
Right. So it's, they had to do it by Zoom at that point. And look, I know Sean Payton has very little regard for the rules of the NFL, but that's a pretty big one right there.
Yeah,
you
kind of
can't fly Sean Payton in on the private jet when you're not allowed to be interviewing in person at that point.
Well, the interesting thing to me about that dynamic is that the reports were that D'Amico Ryans was the first choice of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
You know, and so I wonder now, I'm guessing in Denver they're cool with how everything played out. Obviously, Sean Payton, I was kind of wrong on that one. It felt like a cash grab to me by Sean Payton, and he's done a really good job there. They've had to work around some major cap issues, too, with Russell Wilson.
He had to work around some serious interpersonal stuff with Russell Wilson, too.
Still is, apparently.
And now by interpersonal, what I mean is kind of nuanced here. I'm pretty sure Sean Payton hated Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I can't blame him for that.
So, no, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah.
I feel like Russell Wilson's agent was like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Let's try to figure out a way.
Russell Wilson's family, probably we understand. All right. Payne and Pendergast. Yeah. Sean Payton texting with Future about Russell Wilson. Those are the texts.
Future was a Broncos fan instead of a Falcons fan.
Oh, my God. All right, hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next, but first I want to get you guys, you landowners out there, you tractor drivers out there, you guys that need your tractors, gators, mowers, you know who I'm telling you about right now, and that
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. Thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic. Let's get to the Texans, who are back at practice today. The big thing we'll be keeping an eye on, the health of Nico Collins. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Monday when he was asked about Nico Collins in concussion protocol.
Yeah, we'll see how he progresses throughout the week with the concussion protocol.
All right.
Here we go.
So that's where we are.
Yeah, it's like you don't expect to hear anything different, especially when it comes to concussions.
No, yeah.
Coaches know.
Hands are kind of tied.
DeMeco's not going to get up there and be like, well, we just got to hope he fakes his way through the concussion protocol. I want to put that soup brain out there ASAP.
Do Do you want to hear an update on Joe Mixon?
Give it to me.
Okay,
Do we have time?
Here was the update. Let me look. Yeah, we got time.
Okay.
Here was the update on Monday. Joe Mixon, who was reportedly in the stadium for Sunday's win over the Niners.
A few weeks ago, Nick Caserio said that you all would have a better idea on Joe Mixon. Do you have an update? I know he was at the game yesterday. Do you have an update on where he is?
I do not.
Okay.
There you go. No updates.
The update is there is no update. Yeah. So that's where we are health-wise with the squad right now. It's a pretty healthy squad overall, actually. Like, you look at some of the injury reports for their opponents the last few weeks, and it's a mile long.
The injuries that have done the most damage to the Texans have been stuff that happened before the season began.
Yeah.
And I try to remind myself of that. Joe Mixon, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan. I'm not saying that all of a sudden this would be a top 5 offense or anything, but they'd be better than they have been. Joe Mixon especially. And then just by virtue of not having, you only have one tight end you feel good about on the roster. Like that's a lot different. That's a big gap from having 3 guys that you like and want to play. I don't think Brevin Jordan or Cade Stover are going to be all pro this year or anything. It's not like missing George Kittle. But when you lose 2/3 of a position group on a team that I think really, as much as they talked about playing physical and establishing run and everything, that's a big deal. And it's one of the reasons now that it looks like, man, playing 6 offensive linemen seems to be the solution for some of that.
Yeah, it worked.
It took them a while to get to it, but I'm here for it. Let me tell you one more thing, Sean.
Yeah, tell me.
There's not that many headlines today.
No, there's not.
If there's one trend, just from talking to guys around the league this offseason, and Pat Kerwin and I had a long discussion about this during training camp, like, defenses have gotten so geared towards stopping the pass that half the linebackers you look at these days look like more like safeties than they look like linebackers. Like, they look like old school safeties.
It's funny you say that. I was watching last night. I was watching Azeez Al-Shaair's Mic'd Up. They did a Mic'd Up with him this week. About 11 minutes long. It's really good. It's a good Mic'd Up. And in watching him, it had every play he was involved in that Niners game, and a lot that he wasn't involved in. I'm like, he's not a big dude.
Yeah,
Azeez Al-Shaair. He's not a big dude for a middle linebacker.
Right, but I don't think people look at him as a small guy. And it makes sense. That's the right way because the passing game is more lethal. But I think there's a lot of opportunities in the NFL right now, and this is why the run game has swung back a little bit in importance. Is that you can go onto these narrow-waisted hoes out there playing linebacker these days. You can physically impose your will.
Did you just call the linebackers in the NFL narrow-waisted hoes?
Some of them.
Some of them are. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Not Azeez Al-Shaair. Hell no.
Well, that's like D'Amico kind of jokingly referred to himself as an old pudgy middle linebacker.
Definitely not. He's neither narrow-waisted nor a hoe.
Right. And there used to be more of those guys that were just thicker dudes at linebacker. And you just
That's true.
The ability of, because like linebackers coming out of college these days, they can't stack and shed and do take on blocks from offensive linemen the way they used to because they're not asked to do it.
It would be so nice if the Texans could take advantage of that narrow-waisted hoe trend.
Yeah,
and run the ball.
Run the ball. But if you put 6 offensive linemen in and
maybe you do.
And deal with some of run the ball more, even if they know it's coming, even if they know that Blake Fisher is only a threat on some kind of a trick play. Which hopefully, fingers crossed, you're going to see at some point.
We're rooting hard for that,
Blake Fisher red
A
zone.
little leak out. He's eligible.
So what D'Amico has to say, listen, you guys can't score in the red zone? All right, fine. Until you can, we're going to let the offensive linemen have all the touches in the red zone.
That's exactly right. Blake Fisher, let's show off those hands. All right, so Texans back at practice today, and keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long because I'm sure that the guys in the afternoon will have an injury update of some sort. D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud meet with the media this afternoon as well. Shifting gears night, the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers. They beat Shohei Ohtani up pretty decent. 6 innings, 4 earned runs. Ohtani, the starting pitcher for the Dodgers last night. The big knock, Vladimir Guerrero. That's right.
That's right.
A little Canadian, a little French Canadian.
You
flavor.
and I, between the two of us, I think we took a combined 8 years of high school French.
Yeah.
How many of the words in that did you recognize?
Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Gauche.
Gauche was what got it for me. I had to listen to it a second time because at first I thought when I realized it wasn't Spanish. It must have been right around the time I heard Ohtani or something.
Yeah.
I thought, wait, is this Japanese? And that is clearly not Japanese. I went back and listened to it, and I heard the gauche. And then I remembered, oh, yeah, Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know for sure that Vladimir Guerrero is French for Vladimir Guerrero.
Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu.
There's a sacre bleu in there at some point.
There must have been.
So
that was a two-run homer off of Shohei Ohtani by Vladimir Guerrero.
I think, is it safe to say... Can we just set aside any stuff that you've been saying on social media or anything for the last couple months? Can we say that for at least these next 2 to 3 games that we are all...
I feel confident in speaking for the city of Houston.
Yeah.
That we are all Canadians for the next several days.
Or at the very least, just if you have to isolate it to Toronto.
Torontons.
Set aside any of your beliefs about tariffs or anything else like that, and let's just focus on the sports side of things.
Yeah. Torontonians, Torontons, whatever they're called. That's what we are for the next few days. Here's the thing.
Torontontos.
Vladimir Guerrero has 7 home runs this postseason.
Yeah.
If this core of Toronto turns into one of these cores, I'm not saying like the Astros where they made 7 straight ALCSs. That's ridiculous. But if they're in the postseason more often than not over the next several years, Vlad is going to start creeping up on all of our favorites on those all-time lists.
Oh, yeah.
Springer's already there. Springer is, I believe, 3rd behind Manny Ramirez and Jose Altuve in all-time postseason home runs.
And for those of you who didn't watch the game, and you may have mentioned this already, George Springer not playing last night.
Yeah, he didn't play.
And Springer's been a hero in the playoffs, obviously.
Yep.
But they did all that against the mighty Ohtani, who, if you read articles about this morning, they frame it as if, the verbiage is almost like Ohtani had a horrible, horrible outing. And it wasn't. It was just that he wasn't Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, by his standards,
it wasn't the legendary
good.
Shohei Ohtani.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's just...
You let up 4 earned runs in 7 innings, or 6 in however many innings. It's
6, not, 6 innings.
It's not like he had a meltdown or anything.
No. 6 strikeouts, which, for most guys, 6 strikeouts, 6 innings, that's pretty good. Shohei, you expect 10 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Now, I don't even have to be a Toronto Toian to want the Blue Jays to win tonight because the hated Blake Snell is up for the Dodgers.
Yeah. You just hate his face.
Yeah.
His rat face.
No, I hate still that Verlander got second in the Cy Young to a guy that
jobbed, man.
How many innings did he pitch that year? It was 170, Verlander? I think. No.
Snell?
Verlander pitched the standard 220 or so that he usually does.
Yeah, Snell
pitched like 170 innings.
It was like
that
$150 to $170 somewhere, and it was way less than Verlander.
He was basically he might as well have been a middle reliever getting a long reliever.
He was like an opener on steroids, is what he was. Possibly literally on steroids. All right. If there was one
disclaimer, that's a complete.
Possibly.
I know. Disclaimer: there's never been a single steroid
possibly
allegation about Blake Snell.
You don't have to worry about it.
You don't get up to 163.
We're fine.
At a height of 5'9" but naturally, I'll know that much.
All right. If you could bring one stat with you from the Niners game to the Broncos game this weekend, one thing the Texans did really, really well, just one, what would it be? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Hey, if you could do one thing before you pop.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick, just to put a bow on Blake Snell talk from headlines. You're right, there were very few headlines today. That was kind of nice. Leave around in the HOV lane for a little bit, you know what I mean?
Not even as I was hoping for like a gambling scandal revelation once per day, and that's even slowed down.
Blake Snell in 2018, when he won the Cy Young over Justin Verlander, he did have a 1.89 ERA to lead the league. That's pretty good. More innings than I thought.
180.
180 and 2/3.
I know, but this is the problem. You look at every other Cy Young Award winner, and they're almost always up in the 180s or so.
When he was,
excuse me, in the 200s.
Yeah,
in the 200s.
Yeah. That's I'm with you. I remember being upset that Verlander didn't win it that year
until as of late, and it's in 2022. Verlander won it with 175 innings pitched.
Oh, we're just gonna brush by that. Hey, he was coming off of Tommy John.
But no, it's notable. It is really notable. You talk about load management and everything. Before Blake Snell kind of did that with 180 pitches, I'm scrolling down through, and almost every single person had well over 200 innings pitched when they won a Cy Young. The only one, Clayton Kershaw in 2014 had 198 innings pitched, but almost all of them are up in the 230s. It used to be, part of it was, you got to be a relative, at least, you've got to be a heavy usage guy to win a Cy Young.
Verlander only started 28 games that year, too, in 2022. Right. He missed some time with injuries.
Right, but year. Still, it's still, I don't know if, honestly,
you did a 1.75.
When you scroll down, it's really, really rare to find anybody that had fewer than 200 innings pitched.
Yeah.
And usually most of them up in the 220s and above.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to change over time. Teams are just going to be more and more cautious. I think it's even going to dial back even more.
No, in the last four from the last two seasons, only Garrett Cole had over 200 innings pitched in the last two seasons of the four guys who won.
You'll be able to count on one hand how many guys are getting to 200 across Major League Baseball in a given season.
I'm turning into a grumpy old man. In the last four seasons,
rub some dirt on
the
it.
8 Cy Young Award winners, only 2 of them have pitched over 200 innings.
Yeah, you start on average, guy like top of the line rotation guys start probably 31 or 32 games a year. 6 innings is what you're getting out of those guys now. That's
But it's crazy how dramatic it's been just from 2018 was almost the acknowledgement of it all, because before 2018. It was that really this entire century before 2018, the only guy that did it with less than 200 had 198 innings pitched.
Yep. All right, the question I asked heading into the break was if you could take one stat from the 49ers game, from the Texans win over the 49ers.
225 innings pitched.
And you get to bring that stat with you to the game against the Broncos. What would it be? Let me acknowledge all the Weisenheimers on the text page that are saying
the win,
final score,
the W.
Yeah, the point differential. Okay, me too. I would take an 11-point win over the Broncos. You a-holes know what I mean, okay? Mm-hmm. Which box score stat, either team stat or I would even say individual stat, completing 77% of his passes, whatever it is. What would it be? What would yours be, Seth? If you could bring one thing, if you could put it in your satchel and bring it to Week 9 with you.
I'd say 157 yards rushing.
Okay.
Not that that's a gaudy amount or anything, but a lot of the stuff that they did that I was really excited about, including the Woody Marks 50-yard reception, was set up with play action. Like the old cliche, establishing the run. But you watch that play, every linebacker that got sucked up right up to the line of scrimmage, and it was one of the things that helped give all that extra space to run. Yeah. So I think they're using 6 offensive linemen like they did as frequently as they did. I think there's an element to that. That if you're going to predicate your offense on having a certain element of physicality up front, then you can't always get it done with the 5 offensive linemen. Then just add more body mass out there.
That's a good one. 157 yards rushing is a good one, because that's an amount of rushing yards that sometimes passing yards can be phony, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes
it's like one or two big hits or something. It doesn't always tell the whole story.
Well, sometimes getting a bunch of passing yards means that you were playing from behind the entire game. Like Justin Herbert had 420 yards passing in that game against the Colts a couple weeks ago. They were behind by 3 touchdowns the whole time because you're just throwing. My point is, there's very, very rarely is there anything phony about 150-plus yards rushing.
And right now, they're 17th in the league in rushing yards per game at 113.4. So, like, that's, like, the middle of the road is that much. Yeah, 157 that's really your
I would, if we were to divide it out, like, what's their average in their 3 wins and what's the average in the 4 losses, it's probably, like, a major gap. That's a good one. Mine would be 0 sacks allowed. CJ not getting sacked. CJ getting time. I'm not the only one saying it, but I've been saying, and many have been saying it for years and years, he's a guy who, if he gets time to throw, he's usually pretty damn good, and he had time to throw. And even under pressure on Sunday against the Niners, he was really, really, unlike the Seahawks game, where when he under pressure in that game, he was like 4 for 14 for 50-something yards. He had really good numbers against the blitz really good numbers in every scenario on Sunday.
I mean, and this isn't just a CJ Stroud thing. This is any quarterback at all, really, including Pat Mahomes. Obviously, is that there's a breaking point almost where when the pressure becomes too frequent in a game, it's almost impossible for the quarterback to have a really good feel for when to hold on to the ball, when to take a chance, when to get rid of it quickly. It disrupts everything. Yeah. So that CJ did a really good job when there was pressure of navigating the pocket, of stepping up into it. The whole flow of the game, because they had a lead, because they were controlling time of possession. I don't think there's not a incentive or a feeling that you have to start pressing, and it doesn't affect the quarterback's decision making. So all of that a lot of it starts with the run game, but then also, protecting the passer well enough. Doesn't have to be perfect or pristine, but to the quarterback has some sense of confidence that the timing can stay intact.
Yeah, really good against the pass rush against the Niners in a game where they had 6 offensive linemen out there for a third of the time. Here was D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show this week talking about the value of Blake Fisher as the 6th offensive lineman.
Yeah, the value of adding Blake as our extra offensive lineman really gives us a stronger, stouter body at the end of the line of scrimmage, right, where we got to go against some of these really good edge players, right, who are physical, do a great job knocking guys back. So we find a good balance of allowing him to block some of those bigger defensive ends as opposed to always putting our tight ends in those positions who are kind of, sometimes they get physically outmatched, which rightfully so. Those guys are bigger, but our tight ends, when they're asked to do it, they are straining, they are trying to finish. But Blake has done a good job, and I think Kaylee's done a good job of just mixing it up, right? From a strategy perspective, when an extra offensive lineman comes on the field, you got, game plan wise, what are you doing? Or is it all run? Are they mixing in passes? You kind of keep play callers on their toes, so to speak, when you don't know really what's coming at you. So us being able to throw out of the jumbo package, and also just being able to, when we want to run the ball, we can get big, strong, physical, run the ball, and really control the line of scrimmage.
So on that Woody Marks throw, again, to go back to that one, because I love that play because it has a lot of the elements of what the Texans have been trying to work on. On that play, they run what looks like a duo run. There's a play that the Texans run a lot in their actual run game. But because you've got Blake Fisher at the tight end on the left side of the ball, the left guard in the center can double team the deep. Dalton Schultz or a tight end on the defensive end. You've got Blake Fisher on him, and Blake Fisher did a good job on that play. The problem and the question still becomes, even with Blake Fisher in there, at some point, all right, this week it would be Benito.
Nick Benito.
Yeah, it's going to be
10 sacks.
Last week it wasn't Nick Chubb. It wasn't. They were really out there.
Nick Bosa, you mean?
Yeah. Or it also technically
it wasn't Nick Chubb either. No, you're right.
Don't actually me on something that was factually correct.
That's true.
It wasn't Nick Bosa.
My bad.
Yeah. So it's still, you still got concerns, but it's as D'Amico said, it's a better matchup. As long as, and on that play it happened, as long as on that play, look, they showed, teams are anticipating run. The linebackers all got sucked up to the line of scrimmage, but it was a pass. We're not bringing Blake Fisher just in just so we can run the ball.
I'll be honest with you. I liked the Fisher stuff in the last game for a couple of reasons. One, it was a distinct adjustment made by this coaching staff. Like, it was a chess move that they made. It was something they hadn't shown really frequently at all throughout the season. Then they said, you know what we need to do? They watched the Seattle film and said, we need to protect better, and we need to do so. That was good. This is something tactical that the coaching staff did that we can point to and say, good job, coaching staff. Number two, it's finding a role for Blake Fisher. Like, you're getting something out of this second-round pick that you made a year and a half ago. And I don't know, are you going to make your bones in the NFL as a second-round tackle being the sixth guy on an offensive line? Long-term, probably not. Long-term, it would be great if Blake Fisher developed into a starting nursery Fisher for the next 10 years. I don't know that that's the case right now, but at least he's not inactive like he was once earlier this year or languishing on the bench. You're finding a role for a guy that you've got a fairly substantial investment in right now.
One of the stats I might prefer to see more of, as much as we hate the advanced stats sometimes when it comes to grading things, Ariante Ursary graded out the best he has in his NFL career in this season. He's a rookie, so
like him having another game like that.
If he did it consistently.
If he did it against Nick Bonito this week.
Yes.
That's a good one, actually.
Yeah,
it's kind of part and parcel with 0 sacks, I suppose.
And I'm kind of looking at that because, if he did that, then all of a sudden you've got your long-term left tackle.
What are we saying on Monday if Ariante Ursary has
locks down Bonito?
Nick Bonito. Oh wow. Yeah, that'd be huge.
That goes all the way back to when I was in college. I remember SportsCenter making a huge deal out of Tony Baselli in the playoffs versus Bruce Smith. Remember he locked down Bruce Smith.
Yeah.
That was kind of Tony Baselli's real introduction on a national stage.
That's cool. So we're getting a lot of people weighing in on this. Third down is getting a lot of attention on the text page. That's the one I had listed. Mine is 0. If I were to power rank them, my big 3 would be 0 sacks allowed. And again, if you're just getting in your car, the question we're posing is if you could bring one stat, aside from the final score, wise asses, if you could bring one stat from the win over San Francisco, to this Sunday's game against Denver, what would it be? Set at 157 yards rushing, which is a good one. My big 3 would be 0 sacks allowed, 9 of 16 on third down. I feel like the correlation of over 50% third down conversion and winning a game is probably very, very high. And then
part of that was, too, they got the manageable third and downs. There was an average of 3rd and 6 in that game compared to earlier in the season when there were some games where the average third down was 3rd and 11 or 3rd and 12.
Yeah.
Wasn't there one that was like 3rd and 18 or something?
In the game on Sunday?
No. One of the games this year.
Oh.
One of the Texans games early on this season.
Probably. Okay. Probably. And then 41 points in time of possession would be my third one.
The time of possession... 41 points? Is that
41 minutes.
Oh, okay.
41 minutes.
That's what you had written down, and I thought maybe there was some way of looking at that.
I meant 41 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, that was the vodka talking.
41 Nick Chubb. Yep. 41 minutes in time of possession. That was the one, when I looked at the choices you had offered up, that's the one I would have chosen of those 3.
The only thing about that one is that 41 minutes is extreme. The only thing about that one is that there are teams... That time of possession is not as correlated to winning as you think because a big play is like a 30-second possession.
The other thing, too, is that if you have a big lead, too, then you just start playing conservative defense, and the other team you're going to concede the runs and the short passes and everything.
Yep.
So the big one for me, honestly, would have been the first half time of possession.
Because jeez.
Correlation, smorelation, when you've got it for 24 and a half minutes out of 30, you're beating the snot out of somebody.
This is what I loved. Like the Niners ran 10 plays in the first half of that game, didn't convert a first down, ran typically 3 outs. If they had just taken a knee on all 10 plays and let the play clock burn, they would have had more time of possession than they actually had in the first half of that game.
You know what I didn't like about that whole scenario was that I wasted time. I couldn't watch the complete Texas Southern Marching Band performance because you were explaining to me how they had 3 and outs but had run 10 plays. And
that face mask play.
What's going on? Wait, but it's not a play if there's a penalty. Okay,
it's box score wizardry. It just counts as a play.
I don't like that. The box score does not follow standard financial accounting. Like the balance sheet doesn't match up with the box score.
In that moment, I could feel you starting to get upset. I thought you were getting upset with me, and I'm like, man, I don't write the rules. You're just wondering why there's 10
I was
plays.
getting upset with, like, I want the box score to be able to reflect, because they do the same thing with, sacks and passing yards and everything. College, it's all messed up.
College sacks are counted as rushing
yards.
It's so dumb.
Yeah. I don't like it, but at least that makes some more sense in the way it balances out on the stats at the end.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, there's a.
No, you're right. You're exactly right, though. It doesn't make any. No, it still doesn't make any sense because you can't count the sacks as a rushing attempt.
That's not a rushing.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah,
the quarterback is intentionally running backwards.
Yeah,
on a passing
to
play.
throw the ball. Yeah. The 41 minutes in time of possession is remarkable. And the long opening drive, I thought, kind of set the tone on that one on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's the first halftime of possession. That's
24
really
and a half minutes to 5.5 minutes.
First time in the NFL that a team has done that since 2009.
24 and a half minutes of time of possession. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the long opening drive, 9-minute and 39-second opening drive that actually ended in a field goal, not a touchdown.
That's the main thing we wanted to show. Of course, you want to finish with a touchdown there, but to really show that you have command and control of the game by being able to run the ball, had a couple of nice throws in there as well, just to methodically drive down the field. Nobody panic. Everybody, we were taking our time and just executing. Kaylee, get to your best play call that you feel is best in this situation, not really pressing to go tempo or hurry up. We just wanted to take our time, put ourselves in the best position to be in position to go score.
The big thing about the way the Texans were able to move the ball between the 20s, at least, is Robert Saleh said, all right, we're going to see if C.J. Stroud is the type of quarterback who can sustain a 12-play drive consistently. Because it's harder to do. And I know I saw one jackass from the 49ers saying, like, any quarterback looks good in 7-on-7.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's actually, it's really hard to execute versus bend but don't break defense. If it's a good, solid defense, which I think the 49ers, they were banged up, but they're a solid defense.
Yeah.
It's hard to execute all of the little simple stuff well for 12 plays or 13 plays or 14 plays. And the Texans did that. C.J. Stroud did that very well. I worry about the red zone stuff because that's the classic, okay, you're getting it done with, chicanery and good passing and all of that stuff between the 20s, but when you get down into the red zone, there's got to be a real element of physicality to be and that's where are they just fighting up a weight class right now in terms of physicality?
That guy you're talking about, that Niner guy?
Yeah.
He's got like 129. His last name is Lombardi. I forget his first name.
David Lombardi.
Is it David Lombardi?
I believe,
okay.
Yeah.
He's got like 129,000 followers. The worst part was not that he said any quarterback can do this in 7-on-7. He said any quarterback, even C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell are you talking? Even C.J. Stroud, like he's Will Levis or something.
As soon as I saw that, I knew not to. I stepped away from the thread because okay, this guy's clearly just.
I just retweeted
trolling
it.
people. Yeah.
I just retweeted and said, "You seem bitter."
Yeah,
that's all I said. You seem bitter.
He seems like a calculating troll, is what he seems like.
Yeah.
He's not bitter at all.
Yeah, no, he's not. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of people saying third down conversion would be the stat they'd bring. QB pressure rate, time of possession. It seems to boil down to a lot of that. British Brooks blocks.
Oh, hey, I get to, for my Believe podcast, I'm talking to Moose Johnston today. Because he did the game last week and he did the game this week, but I can't wait to ask him about that British Brooks wham.
Are you going to be? Is there technology on your podcast with him where you can play it and we can see him?
We're not allowed to because they show it on television, so
okay.
I can't show the plays.
Gotcha.
So he broadcast the game. He saw it. Yeah.
No, I know, but I just want to I like seeing the guy's face when he sees it.
Yeah. No, but I'll have him describe it for me and everything. And, as a former fullback, I'm sure he'd relish that moment.
Yeah.
I'll go back and watch the TV copy and hear what he said about it.
If you, do that. Do that. If you basically steered a guy to the ground, it was something else, man.
Cecil Shorts isn't going to be able to do my Believe podcast anymore.
Anymore?
No.
How come?
He's got too many commitments.
I think he's got too many kids.
It wasn't going to work out. He didn't. It wasn't. I cried a tear. I really
Cecil's
enjoy.
Good, man.
I really enjoy talking to him twice a week.
Cecil's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, shifting gears for a minute. What did you make in the aftermath of the NBA betting scandal being revealed, the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday, I think it was. I don't know if it was Friday.
They revised the practice status of
it was
Lamar
Saturday.
Jackson's Friday.
It was Saturday. For those who missed it, they had Lamar Jackson as a full participant on Friday at practice. So you go, okay, full participant means he's playing in the game. The line gets affected by that. The betting line was Ravens. They were playing the Bears at home. The betting line was like -7.5 Ravens. And then, on Saturday, all of a sudden, the report for the game, the injury report for the game was, oh, we messed up. He was limited, and actually he's not playing now.
Yeah.
And people went nuts about that, and I think a lot of that had to do with just the coincidence that this is happening. This is materially affecting betting lines 48 hours after the NBA is dealing with a betting scandal.
Yeah.
Did you do any correlation like that at all? Like, did you?
I did. The only thing I thought is that if there was anything that
I thought it was an honest mistake.
I thought, well, because the rule is it's tricky 100%. But if you're out there and you're only doing scout team type stuff,
You're limited.
You're limited.
Yes.
So I guess the confusion was that he was physically, they felt like he could go out and practice, but they were only going to have him do scout team stuff.
He only did scout team stuff. Yeah.
Right. So that I don't know if. Did they say that they didn't realize that was the rule and they made a mistake, or did they say that they didn't? They made that decision during practice.
They said they made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said yeah.
So if anything, I feel like this is the kind of thing that maybe because of the scrutiny and the scandal, the Ravens were maybe more transparent about it. Like they don't want to get it. Like if anything, I would interpret it as, well, this might be evidence that, all right, policing all of this and everything has people on alert that they got to be really meticulous about exactly how you report things.
Okay. Mike Florio, as you can imagine.
Oh, he is always going to definitely have the opposite.
Like this is.
Yeah.
This is.
And I'm a schmuck for thinking otherwise.
This is the bottom is ready to fall out of the NFL because of this Ravens thing. Here is Mike Florio. I mean, the NFL's in big trouble, according to Florio. This is Florio on the Sunday night, the NBC broadcast on Sunday night about all this.
And here we are in this age of legalized, normalized, and heavily monetized gambling. And we've read the commissioner's words earlier in the show from 2012. Normal incidents of the game in an era of widespread legalized betting will lead to suspicion, mistrust, and allegations of point shaving and game fixing, and that's exactly where we are. What they feared and ignored has come to fruition. Now they have a problem with their injury report policy. The Ravens knew damn well what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they were trying to make the Bears think that Lamar Jackson was going to play on Sunday when he wasn't. What is the penalty going to be? What will the injury report look like in the future? What can the NFL do to restore faith in the game and to get people to believe that there is integrity, that the sport is important, and that maybe the money isn't the thing that should be driving the bus, because the bus may be driving right off the cliff.
Off a cliff. Oh, you can see it coming at the end.
The hike his garters up after that one.
Thelma and Louise.
That was the whole thing. As far as I feel like where he went way a little too far was in suggesting that the faith in the game has been destroyed completely already. They're very valid concerns. He plays everything on 11. When it comes to the hand-wringing over every little possible thing that might destroy the integrity of the game. And I don't think the NFL is caught by surprise necessarily that, there's going to be a lot of heightened suspicion about all of this stuff. It's 100%. Maybe it ends up being even higher than they thought, but it was going to be heightened scrutiny as soon as they started
got
holding
into bed
hands with gambling.
Yes, yeah.
So it will be. I just don't think. I feel like he was almost doing a postmortem on the faith in the NFL.
Yeah,
and I don't know if we're there yet.
He's always like 10 steps ahead of where you feel like the tenor should be on a story.
This is where I get annoyed by Florio lately. Is just it feels like he's constantly telling me something that I need to care about. Something I don't care about at all.
Well, what was the one that he was like?
It was the NFLPA collusion.
Collusion, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Like him and Pablo Torre were so annoying because they would say, we found evidence that the NFL was colluding to keep player pay down.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, wow, what's the evidence? This report by an independent arbitrator who said there was no collusion.
To determine there was no collusion.
And then I'm like, all right. And then they're like, and here's what it says. So I listened to what they said it said. And then and I'm probably in like the 0.1% of sports radio hosts who actually did this. I went back and read the entire judgment.
You're
I'm like,
you're definitely in the 0.1% on this show.
This is not the way you framed it. No, the NFLPA had a crappy case for the NFL having colluded against them, including the fact that player pay didn't actually go down after all of this supposed collusion.
That was the best.
It was so like I know I read the actual report, and if anything, now I'm more upset that you were misrepresenting a lot of it.
That was bad. Like this one, I'm somewhat with Florio on this. Like, the NFL needs to get this straightened out. Like the collusion thing.
But no, and then Florio's acting like there's never. Teams get fined and penalized for messing up the injury report all the time. They always have.
Well, and Florio's thing is like he's got an audience. Like, know what your audience does not care about collusion with tens of million dollar salaries. They don't.
Yeah,
they just don't care about that. They care about this stuff because a lot of them gamble.
The audience barely cared about the baseball steroid scandal.
Yeah.
Sports media.
That would have been great.
Sports media was forcing it every day.
Florio had pro baseball talk back in the early 2000s. How would he?
And it was the same thing. The media was so angry and uppity about the fact that fans didn't seem to care all that much.
Yeah.
They were so disgusted by everybody who wasn't an annoying baseball writer.
Hey, have you? Speaking of the gambling scandal, did you happen to look at any of like the paperwork on that, the indictment or the announcement or anything? The list of the defendants, the 30-something defendants.
All the crime families and everything. I just enjoyed the name. Like I told you before, I love seeing these names back in our lives.
Yeah,
on anything other than a Netflix documentary.
And not just the government names, but the best part about any indictment involving the mob is they put their mob names in there too.
Yeah.
Like Nelson Alvarez, also known as Spanish G.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now Luis Apicella, also known as Lou App.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's kind of boring. Now, I like this one. Anwar Awade, also known as Flapper Poker and Flappy.
Flappy's better than Flapper.
I like Flappy,
Pokey.
I like Flappy. Flappy's pretty good. Matthew Didino is
Flappy,
also...
I liked if it was associated with some kind of crime.
Yeah.
That guy's jaw was just flapping after he was done with him.
There's always a reason for it.
Yeah.
Matthew Dadino, known as The Wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Juice. Juice is a good mob name. Thomas Delardo is known as Juice. Tony Goodson, also known as Black Tony.
Yeah, there's a couple.
I'm guessing there's a few white Tonys.
There's a couple other in there that I just don't know without knowing the race of the person. I don't know. Is that the
Eric Ernest.
I don't.
Guessing that's something you're allowed to say in the back of Satrials, but probably not on Payne and Pendergast.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the origin of it is.
Shane Hennon.
They could be slurs. They might not be.
Shane Hennon is known as Sugar, and I feel like if you're in the mob or in boxing and your first name is Shane, your nickname is going to be Sugar Shane. Yeah, you're going to be Sugar Shane. Osman Hoti is Albanian Bruce or Big Bruce.
Some of these are dumb.
Yeah.
Like Julius Ziliani, known as Jay. Hey, all right. Really way to... You're 54 years old and you haven't done anything to earn a better nickname than your first initial?
We got a female representation. Sophia Way, also known as Pookie.
Oh, that's a good one there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen these websites?
Oh.
Do you want a mob name? Have you seen these websites where you can generate?
I've seen them, yeah. I've done this before, but not in a long time. This one's way more detailed.
Yeah, this is from the Mob Museum in Las Vegas. They have this. And if I may, real quick, the Mob Museum, if you're into this stuff, 5 stars. Amy and I went to it when we went to Vegas a few years ago.
I like this because they're trying to be as inclusive as possible. So they have you choose whether male, female, or gender neutral.
Right.
I like the idea of an actual mafioso guy, like the one that I almost said ballsy enough to be gender neutral.
Gender neutral mobster.
You got to be a real badass to come into the mob meeting and be like,
dude,
hey, from now on.
if the Sopranos were still around, there'd be a gender neutral mobster. Male. I'm gonna fill this out here. Male. Pick a. Oh, you're gonna do yours?
Texas for. We'll do it alongside each other.
Okay.
Pick a region.
Pick a region. I'm picking Texas. What side are you on? The choices are right side of the law. Try to be on the right side, or never done nothing good for me. I'm a wise guy through and through.
If I'm going to go, you know what, though? If I'm going to go full mobster, it'd be I'd still have to acknowledge that I've tried to be on the right side, but we all have our weaknesses. So
you're going with that. I'm gonna go. Law's never done nothing good for me.
All right.
What racket are you involved? I'm not gonna read the whole list.
Oh, smuggling, 100%. Which would be bootlegging here.
Bootlegging. Okay, I'm probably a casino skimmer, I would say.
Ew.
The other stuff
from the actual people,
dude.
there.
I could money laundering. There's too much tracking that goes on. I could
casino skimming. You're not stealing from the customer. You're stealing from your bosses.
I'm skimming off the top. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I'm skimming off the top. Probably an illegal casino above a hardware store, and I'm skimming off the top.
I like bootlegging because it's got a certain romance to it from the Prohibition era. A certain excitement. I'd maybe have a big boat.
Yeah.
Always wanted a cigarette boat since Miami Vice days.
What's your role in all this? What do you see as your? What are you?
As a smuggler, I'd like to be kind of an independent contractor, but there's not really a
soldier. Is probably the closest.
No, because I'd still be working for myself. So I'll say boss. I'd have a couple guys working for me.
Okay, so you're a boss. I'm gonna go capo. I feel like I could run a crew.
Okay.
I'm gonna go capo.
Yeah, I don't want to have a boss.
I don't want to be the boss. I've been at that level in a company before. I'm not very good at it. I'm a good capo though.
I don't want to. I'm like, when I say boss, it's because we are lean. I've got a bunch of former special ops guys from the military.
Okay.
We're a very egalitarian feel to my crew, but I'm the boss.
Keep in mind, we're doing this exercise just so we can merely come up with our nicknames.
Yeah.
That's this process. All right, last one. Pick your favorite era of mob activity.
I just said it, Prohibition.
Prohibition is you. I'm a Rat Pack guy. I like the Rat Pack. All right, so now we put in our first and last names, and we hit generate nickname. All right, what's your nickname, Seth?
Oh, this is stupid. Oh, no, I actually like it. Seth Iceman Payne.
Oh, yeah! Iceman. Hell yeah.
What did they even do? Iceman. Yeah, I like that, especially as a smuggler. I have a reputation of like, oh, nope, got 3 helicopters above me at 2 a.m. trying to go through a strait of somewhere, and I made it through with 300 kilos of something.
And you smuggler, but you had to put in bootlegger as the choice, so there's alcohol involved. So Iceman, kind of like,
No, with me it's either heroin or cocaine.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I told you I had to say bootlegger.
Yeah. All right, here I go, generating mine.
So ice would be what? I don't know which. Ben, you're the drug expert here. What's that?
Ice is speed, I think.
Speed? Okay,
speed?
I'm some kind of a meth.
Thanks,
well, we do that domestically. All right. But
no, it's a good nickname, though. Seth,
and I would never deal in heroin,
Seth
okay?
Iceman. Hey, by the way, if you guys are out there and you're at your desk, you want to Google this and text in your mob names that the website generates, we'll read a few of them on the air. Are you ready? Generating mine. Now, keep in mind, I'm a capo from the Rat Pack era that likes to skim off the top of the casinos. Did I put in a region? Yeah, I put in Texas. Okay, here we go. Generate nickname. My nickname is Sean the Shiv Pendergast.
Oh.
That's okay. Not the website heard me, but I feel like the Shiv, I would be a murderer.
Yeah.
Murder is the last one I could do. I could never kill anybody.
Plus, I don't think these have any that got. Why'd they even bother asking us our region?
I know. It says I'm a boss. I said I didn't want to be a
a
boss.
Yeah, neither of these have anything to do with a region.
Sean the Shiv Pendergast. I'm the boss.
Yeah, the boss doesn't get involved with it. Of course, you get your nickname on your way up.
Yeah.
You are very opportunistic. Kind of a climber.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
at some point, you would shiv somebody because you had to.
Figuratively, at least, yeah, if not literally.
And it would have been in a minimum security prison. Yeah, you would have been in there for some kind of white collar crime on your way up through the organization because you're part of the new age where they realize, like, you know what, all these hardcore thugs, it's a hard. We don't operate as well in this new environment, so we need a guy like Pendergast.
Right.
And but he's got to prove himself.
I got to prove myself.
He's got to shiv an accountant in white-collar jail.
Well, and it would have been somebody, and if I were to shiv somebody, I promise you this, it would have been somebody where everybody would have said, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't shiv somebody who didn't deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been somebody who deserved it. Yeah, but it says I'm the boss. My idol is Lucky Luciano. Racket. You name it, I've probably done it. It says that it describes me. Okay, does this describe Sean T. Pendergast? I'm sorry, Sean the Shiv Pendergast. You're a dangerous man with a business to run. You know who will follow you until the end, and you know who to cut loose when they no longer serve a purpose for you. You're tough and respected in the business. I'm basically Tony Soprano. That's who they just described.
You know who
right
you
there.
basically are? Seth Iceman Payne.
I am.
It's the exact same description.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. This is a whack-ass website. I hope they run an insurance scam on your place.
Someone said Iceman is an assassin's nickname.
Yeah, I'd do whatever it takes to get my load across the border.
Yep.
Okay.
Sean, Seth would be the book or something like that because of Cornell.
Yeah.
What a horrible mob name. Seth
Yeah, you
the
know,
Book.
Seth, that bookish one over there.
Yeah. Guy who likes history. Seth would smuggle Ozempic. I guarantee you that the mob have hijacked an Ozempic truck.
I'm not a big fan of. I'm waiting it out on Ozempic. I'm going to see what happens to everybody over the course of several years.
Yeah, but if you can sell it at a discount out the back of your
no, I'm an ethical
Crown
mobster.
Victoria?
I'm an ethical mobster who will bring in highly addictive drugs to people who choose to take those highly addictive drugs.
That's what you want to be, the ethical mobster.
I have a rule. They have to sign, anybody that I smuggle for, they have to sign a waiver saying that they will not sell to anybody under the age of 25.
Seth's the only mobster that does blood tests before
you're
he
not
sells
allowed to give.
people.
Now, you're not going to give these to anybody in their formative years, correct?
Right.
I'm Seth Bookish Payne. Yeah.
Seth the Book. The book.
What's the most ethical? Okay.
Iceman and the Shiv in the mornings on 610. That's what someone just said.
I'd feel bad smuggling hardcore drugs. And I'm going to have to do
'cause
something
it
like
winds
a
up
highly tariffed item or something,
Yeah.
or some kind of So I got to be doing something.
Cigarettes.
I had a friend in
Cigarettes
college.
is easy.
I had a friend in college who used to go to the reservation and get and buy cigarettes and then come and sell them on campus. Do that. That feels like okay, I can squeeze my little moral compass away this way or that way.
Yeah.
And I knew another guy later in life who got busted for doing it hardcore.
Oh, really?
He had this was back when they still had cigarette vending machines. He was doing something where it was tractor trailer fulls of cigarettes going and stocking vending machines with illegal cigarettes. And somehow skirting the law for a while.
Oh. God bless America. Yeah, he got caught.
Yeah,
it all comes to an end at some point. All right. Sean Littlefoot Pendergast. Okay, I don't know what that is.
It's an homage to your favorite band from the 70s.
I guess. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, KD was on the Pivot podcast. Kevin Durant. Is it Wednesday?
Yeah, I was just thinking it was Sean Days of the Week podcast. Sean Days of the Week Pendergast.
That's right. Sean the Calendar Pendergast. Yeah. All right, Kevin Durant was on the Pivot podcast. He took up for himself. He explained why him having a burner account and trolling others on the internet is a good thing for the NBA. Let's see if we agree. This could wind up in Take-A-Mania on Friday, but we'll run it through the filter coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Hey, speaking of
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Iceman and the Shiv here on Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you on a Wednesday. Don't cross us, by the way. Seth, we just generated our mob names in the previous segment. We're feeling a little salty right now.
A little ready. I've been feeling a little bit
salty right now.
You know what? Yeah. I've been held down by law and order for far too long. I've had enough, and I'm done with it.
There's a texter that points out that your nickname of Pope Zaza is already bad enough, and that actually would be
bad enough, like in a good way, right? Like bad.
Badass enough.
Oh, all right, okay.
Badass, yeah, badass.
I assume that's what he meant because
he literally wrote badass, and
Pope Zaza would be a pretty cool.
That would be a great mob name because there's a Zaza character in the Godfather movies.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is there?
Yes.
I wish I knew that, but I'm gonna claim I knew it, and that's part of the
Pope Zaza is a badass mob name.
For those of you who wonder how I got the nickname Pope Zaza, it was when Laramie Tunsil's contract advisor was a fella by the name of Saint Omni.
Right.
So we decided, okay, religious figure and a luxury hotel.
Yeah.
And that's why we came up with Pope Zaza.
Pope Zaza. I was Deacon Doubletree. that didn't stick quite as much as Pope Zaza.
I like it though.
I do too.
The old Deacon Doubletree over there.
I do too.
That sounds more like a put down somehow.
Well, nothing's going to be as good as Pope Zaza.
You got beat up by a hooker at the Doubletree. I remember when old Deacon Doubletree there.
Yeah. He's at the bar.
Got rolled up by a hooker.
Oh, man. All right. People still texting in. Most of them are texting in mob names for me and you and not their own. But at any rate, we'll read some of those. Text in 713-572-4610. Kevin Durant was on the Pivot podcast this week. And I play in its entirety maybe later today. I saw a few clips of it pop up on the internet. This one was interesting to me.
I love the Pivot podcast. I love the mixture of guys there because they have Channing Crowder, who's just a whack job, but then Ryan and Fred both at various times will try to get, let's get real serious.
Serious gravitas, man.
It's having Channing Crowder on there is perfect.
Thank God.
It keeps people kind of, it allows guys to loosen up, and then they do talk about, they end up getting some really good, deep, serious stuff out of those guys.
So this one was interesting because we know, look, we're all fans of Kevin Durant now. He's on our team. He's on the Rockets. But there were certainly times where the relationship, I would imagine, for many Houstonians was complicated with Kevin Durant. What with the burner accounts and all the sniping on social media and whatnot, all of which he's admitted to, including the burner accounts. He's admitted to all these things. Here is Kevin Durant explaining why it's good for the NBA that he comes at people on social media via the burner accounts.
When you look at the big picture, I really believe that these people that I might be on sometimes, they enjoy these interactions.
100%.
That might push them to go buy some more NBA tickets or buy the league pass or want to subscribe more to our game. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if we all were a little bit more authentic with these responses, all of our games would grow. And I'm starting to see more and more players now. You've seen Russell Wilson. Every time I see a guy come out and just say something like that, I'm like, I know I aspired that just a little. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need to you don't need to, let me call you, man, have an hour conversation about some you said. Maybe you just need to hear this tweet from me real quick, and we move on. But it all helps the game, in my opinion. It helps the relationship between fans and players, in my opinion.
Okay, before you answer the question, does it help the game? Real quick, the Russell Wilson thing he's referring to, I'm assuming, is the fact that Russell Wilson very uncharacteristically clapped back at Sean Payton last week.
After Sean Payton made what he claims wasn't a shot at Russell Wilson, but was totally a shot at Russell Wilson.
Right. He said that Sean Payton said he had talked to the Maras after the game, after the Giants owners after the Broncos win, and said, hey, man, I was really hoping you'd wait to start Jackson Dart until later in the season after you played us.
Yeah.
And Peyton said, I was just complimenting Jackson Dart. Meanwhile, Jackson Dart's backup is who? Russell Wilson, who has stunk this year anytime he's gotten into a game. So Russell Wilson clapped back on Twitter with a pretty good, for Russ, I thought pretty good, like I see you're still going and getting bounties on social media.
Little bounty joke.
Little
Good
bounty
job, Russ
joke.
Wilson.
Yeah. So is this good for the NBA?
I think it's good for. I know you would 100% appreciate the WWE element of it.
Read my mind.
More drama is good. Drama is always good for business.
Characters are good too.
Yeah,
like Kevin Durant, the heel.
I don't think. I disagree with him a little bit in the best way to handle things is in a public forum in front of a bunch of people.
Kids, don't take that as advice.
It's one of those things it's good for the league, but I still don't think it's necessarily the best way for most people to operate.
No.
My advice would be the way more boring of my advice to you. Yeah. I think there are, unless you're somebody who genuinely can have fun with it, but I think those people they're so much more, they're rarer than anybody wants to admit. There's so many. We've got generations of people now that need desperately to claim that they're not bothered by something on social media that they're totally bothered by.
Yeah.
But no, it doesn't bother me at all. Nah, man, human nature is human nature, and like by and large, the best way to handle is just limit your exposure to it.
That's a great way to frame it because when you think about. Think about the advice you'd give somebody on how to handle a situation, like at work or an interpersonal situation. The answer would be, if it's somebody who's important to you, either professionally or personally, the answer is talk it out.
Yeah.
Sit down face to face and talk it out like real people. Kevin Durant is literally saying that in these situations, the best thing to do, hey, sitting down and talking, that's a big waste of time. Sometimes you can handle it with one tweet.
Yeah, one tweet.
You can handle it.
Right, yeah.
You can handle
144 characters, really,
Kids,
if you want to go old school.
That's right.
I do it old school. I do it in 144 characters.
Not good advice.
It's just hilarious the way how culture changes and everything. It wasn't that too long ago in human history when if somebody insulted you publicly, you needed to challenge that person to a duel. If you were a real man, you've insulted my honor. To now,
pistols at dawn.
Now the sign of a real man is to not be upset or bothered one bit, no matter what anybody says about you.
Yep.
No, I have to present an image of being completely unaffected by anything. Doesn't bother me.
Oh my God, that's so true. Yeah,
I'm a real man.
Yeah. No, ability these things.
Yeah. At the very least, earlier, within the last 100 years.
Right.
A fist fight, at least, if somebody publicly, castigated you.
Oh, my God. KD.
But now, a real man just isn't bothered by any of it whatsoever.
KD sitting there with Ryan Clark, who's had to apologize like 4 times in the last 6 weeks.
Well, Ryan Clark knows the deal. Ryan Clark's done you remember he did that long speech when he was up for a new contract a couple years ago, and he talked about how he had decided that he was going to be the best in the world at what he does or whatever. And in that period, he just throws stuff out there sometimes that I think he knows is just going to be super polarizing.
Oh yeah,
it's not. Yeah, he just went with it.
Yep,
he did. But I also think that he actually, I think he's conflicted about it too. I don't think he really wants to be that person. And
he's carved out a persona now.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's every now once a year I'll be like, maybe I need to be more just of a jerk and a troll and on social media and everything. And I can't do it. I do enough things. I say enough things that piss up people off that I genuinely believe that I can't add on to.
I think you're anytime you're on social media to me, I feel like I'm reading everything in your voice. Like it's.
Yeah, that's all. That's my little niche. Is just I'm trying to be authentic.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You're authentic. All right, the people weighing in on KD. That's complete BS. If he's doing that for the betterment of the league, why is he using burner accounts?
That's the part that didn't quite ring true.
Yeah.
Is that, all right, okay, if you have an issue with somebody or something, but yeah, where's the burner account factor into all of that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Didn't he say something about burner accounts in that injury?
I don't know if he did. They talked about the burner accounts in the wide, not in that cut.
Yeah.
I don't think he referred to him, but he's admitted to the burner accounts. Text message, I don't like Durant because he talked bleep about LeBron taking his talents to South Beach, and then he turned around and sold his soul to the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, to the Golden State Warriors.
I'm guessing is that guy a Rockets fan? Text back in and tell me whether you're a Rockets fan or not.
I bet there's like a 90% chance just because he lives here, he's probably a Rockets fan. But yeah.
There's a lot of people that listen that are. There's somebody, Texans Bill there. He's a Texans fan, an Astros fan, but a Spurs fan.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah. I could see that.
Texans Bill hasn't done as much. He used to do a lot of fun videos.
He liked one of my tweets yesterday. I know that.
He doesn't do the videos as much anymore.
No, I haven't seen him in a while, and they were really funny, man.
What the hell, Texans Bill? Get it together.
Get your act together, man. Listen to KD.
Go do some work for free on social media for me.
Take KD's advice. Get back on social media and start doing things that piss people off.
Yeah.
All right? It's good for the game. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Trade deadline is less than a week away in the NFL. Would you go shopping for any of these players if you're Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans? That is coming up. And we actually had a couple trades get made overnight in the NFL. We'll get you up to speed, including one player I'd seen the Texans on the rumored list for. We'll get to that coming up next.
Well, I tell you what, I thank goodness that we can actually have this.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A trade deadline in the NFL is coming up in 6 days. Next Tuesday afternoon, it is the trade deadline. And SI.com has Gilberto Manzano has the top 15 players available at the NFL trade deadline, and how available these guys are, right, I guess, is up for debate.
Brian Thomas Jr. is not on this list, but that's been a very discussed people because of a report that the Jaguars were listening to trades about Brian Thomas Jr., which, every team listens to. They'll listen about anybody. Somebody called up and said, "Hey, we've got a trade proposal for C.J. Stroud." Stereo's gonna listen to it because whoever is making that call might have he's gonna hear just exactly what they think that they would.
You're allowed to say no.
Right. Yeah, listening to it is like, right. Okay, what do you got? Like 5 first-round picks or what? Like, yeah. What are we talking about here?
Yep. So there's 15 names on this list. There are a couple names on this list I would be very intrigued if the Texans were to bring them in.
There's a lot that you can cut out just because they're either wide receivers or edge rushers, and I don't think that's
cornerback maybe, but
but you can never have enough good cornerbacks.
Yeah, but you're right. I don't think they're looking for edge rushers. I don't think they're looking for wide receivers, but who knows. The first one on this list, I'll just count down here: 15, Jalen Phillips, Dolphins; 14, Reek Woolen, cornerback. We just saw him a couple weeks ago. 13, David Njoku, tight end, Browns.
Okay, there's 2 tight ends that caught my eye on this list, so I'll talk about them both here.
Okay.
Njoku and Mark Andrews. And this is the thing that I would get nervous about with Njoku. Njoku's he's been so damn inconsistent in his career where it feels like at any given year, just spin the dial, on his career, and it's either, oh my gosh, he's going to be an all-pro, or oh my gosh, what happened to David Njoku?
Yeah.
And a big part of that might just simply be because he's been with the Browns.
He's such a physical specimen, too. He gets very tempting to a lot of
Yeah, I
teams.
think that's what it is. Yeah, the biceps factor.
He looks like he was made in a lab.
I'll take a match jobs than David Njoku's in Mark Andrews.
I'm looking at them right now. Yeah, they're not as impressive as Njoku's biceps.
Yeah,
You're right.
and it's Mark Andrews, who had 11 touchdowns last year, and he's only 30 years old. I say only because obviously that's old, but if you're bringing a guy in, you're
not building around him for
right
the next,
now.
Yeah,
and he's a run blocker.
Yep.
He's not Gronk, but he's a run blocker. He can block. The Texans have not been good in the red zone. All of a sudden, you'd have two viable tight ends in the red zone, one of whom can actually run block. So you talk about sneaking Mark Andrews out on a play action in the red zone. Yeah. Sign me up for that, please.
The thing about Andrews, especially compared to Njoku, like Njoku's on a team that I think is ready to sell. Andrews, I think the Ravens, if they're getting Lamar Jackson back, who knows? Maybe they're playing betting line chicanery again this week with Lamar Jackson. But it seems like they play tomorrow. They play the Thursday night game. It seems like Jackson is going to be back for that game. I think the Ravens feel like they can sneak back into this race.
Yeah, there's no part of me that thinks the Ravens are going to be sellers at the trade deadline.
No.
It's just not the DNA in their organization. And then also John Harbaugh, I don't know if John Harbaugh ever feels the pressure of the hot seat. I mean, he's such a made man up there. Yeah. He knows that the Grim Reaper comes for us all at some point as a football coach. But I'd be really surprised if he gets traded out of there, unless Mark Andrews has had some kind of, maybe there's more drama to it than we know.
I don't think he's getting moved. Carl Granderson, edge from the Saints. Nope. Okay, number 10, also a Saint. Rashid Shaheed, wide receiver for the Saints. Undrafted free agent a few years ago. Big play guy. Big downfield play guy. 39 catches, 431 yards, and 2 touchdowns this season. But for his career, he's averaging 15 yards a catch.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all, given that what have we been clamoring for? Get the younger guys on the field. And we've seen Jalen Noel especially really start to take off these last couple weeks. Jaden Higgins has started to do things more consistently. It's just and unless Nico Collins has a concussion that's somehow way worse than we thought or realized, I don't have any appetite to trade for a wide receiver.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if it were like a 6th round pick or something like that for a little bit of depth, but
that's barely even worth discussing if it's something like that.
Yeah, well, a lot of these guys are in that category. So Alontae Taylor, cornerback, Saints. Okay, here's one. Breece Hall, number 8 on the list here. Running back, Jets. That's not a 6th round pick guy.
That Breece Hall, I still have an appetite for that just because I'm nervous about Nick Chubb staying healthy for an entire season. And we've seen, Woody Marks as a receiver or every now in the run game can do some fun things for you. But as of right now, it's got to be as a complementary piece. If Nick Chubb gets injured, you're not going to have Woody Marks out there for 25 carries in a game. And we don't feel great about any of the other run. I mean, the fan base is really had it with Agumbawale, any sight of him.
Well, I can see if he may have been out there on Pass Pro on a play.
He had a bad Pass Pro 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, but he had 2 touches in the last game, and they were both on those 3rd and long type plays where you're just trying to turn 3rd and 19 into 4th and 8 and get out from. Either set up a shorter field goal or get out from the shadows of your own goalposts on the punt.
Yeah.
So if that's all he's in there to do, that whatever. I mean, they seem helped.
My point is, you don't want him taking 15 snaps a game if Nick Chubb gets hurt,
right.
or 15 carries a game. Yeah. So you don't have anybody that you feel good about as an all-purpose back right now if Nick Chubb goes down, and you don't feel awesome about Nick Chubb as the all-purpose back.
Right.
So unless Joe Mixon comes back, I'd like, a combination of Breece Hall and Woody Marks, those guys being able to handle the major load of it. I would really, really like that. And if Nick Chubb is still healthy, I love the addition of Breece Hall.
Yeah, I think maybe more to your maybe to the Dare thing. I'm just nervous that if either Nick Chubb or Woody Marks gets hurt, forget about what the skill set is of who you had. You are talking now about Dare Agumbawale or Dameon Pierce having to get touches in games. Yeah. That's. And but I'm saying it doesn't have to be Breece Hall. It just has to be a competent running back, right. It doesn't have to be Breece Hall for me. I think they just need another veteran running back at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not just.
Yeah, that was my point. It's like Agumbawale is not that guy.
Yeah.
You don't want him out there being that guy. They need somebody. They need somebody out there. If Nick Chubb, like you got to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Nick Chubb's an older guy that still doesn't look like he's regained his previous status. So it's
Brees Hall. Anybody at this point doesn't have to be. We were just talking about Brees Hall. That's why I said it. Jacoby Myers, wide receiver, no. Chris Olave, wide receiver, no. Kayvon Thibodeau. Now we're starting to get into some interesting names. Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher, no. I mean, we're starting to get into guys who are up for big contracts, or on big contracts.
An edge rusher isn't even a.
I'm just saying in general, like
right,
NFL
and
talk.
they're chock. But any of those, there's some really good edge rusher names on there. Max Crosby, whomever else. You're paying a boatload of money for Danielle Hunter, and you've got a guy that's going to get a new contract in Will Anderson, and you've got other edge rushers that are doing a good job for you right now.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, it'd be interesting just in general if they move to any team. Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Houstonian, by the way.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, Jeffrey Simmons.
Yes, but no way in hell Amy Adams-Strunk would do it. Is there any way they can bilk? Is there any way they can bilk the Titans out of Jeffrey Simmons?
No.
All the reports out of Tennessee are they're like, no, we would never would we ever leave trade Jeffrey Simmons.
I believe that when it comes to trading him to the Texans, if that's your question. Yeah. But if you're Amy Adams-Strunk, I mean, this is kind of the discussions that I heard them having in Cleveland about Myles Garrett. It's a similar thing. Garrett's a better player than Simmons, but Simmons is a really good player. Garrett's Defensive Player of the Year caliber. Simmons is a Pro Bowler. I think they are similar in their roles with that organization, where they're arguably the best defensive player they've had in that organization in the last Garrett maybe ever, Simmons in the last decade. The problem is with both of those guys is that they're on teams to turn it around if they turn it around.
Yeah.
You're talking about guys that are like 33 years old or 34 years old, and they're getting paid $40 million a year.
This is how it happens.
They should trade Jeffrey Simmons is my point.
But this is how it happens. This is how the trade to the Texans happens. It's with Jeffrey Simmons going and having a heart-to-heart with Amy Adams-Strunk about the brevity of NFL careers, life in general. Maybe invoke Bud Adams somehow in there, and that she might hate the idea of trading it to a divisional rivalry that's in Houston, but that it also would be doing something great for the city of Houston and for Jeffrey Simmons himself.
Okay.
Yeah, if you care about me, Amy.
So if he goes in and specifically requests going to the Texans.
Yes, Ms. Adams, or please don't block. At the very least, don't block my path, please, if you care about me.
Yeah, she seems like a kind of a vengeful biatch. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's a good proposal, though. I would love Jeffrey Simmons on the Texans. That would be great. What do you think the price would be for Jeffrey Simmons? Is that a 2 first-round pick kind of guy?
It's impossible to say anymore what anybody's worth. I don't think a 2 first-round pick mid-season like this.
Yeah.
I think it would be a first-rounder maybe.
Yeah, and I don't know what his contract is. I'm sure he's getting paid a lot of money. Number one on the list is Max Crosby.
But by the way, D'Amico, at some point, D'Amico's really going to want. He wants a stud defensive tackle. He wants a 3-down mauler at some point. I think.
Person's playing in college right now. I don't know who they are, but whoever that is for the Texans is playing in college right now.
Yeah.
I don't think they're spending $30 million on a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's
gonna have to. He has to. I feel like every day he walks into Nick and asks, like, "So, any developments?"
I agree with you.
I don't think he dislikes the guys he has right now. But there's only so much you're going to get out of those guys right now.
There's only so much you can squeeze out of a Tommy Togiai.
Yes.
And Tommy Togiai has been effective when he's been in there.
Yeah.
Or a Mario Edwards or a Tim Settle.
Those guys don't affect the game plan of an offense the way somebody like Jeffrey Simmons
They
does.
don't make defensive or offensive coordinators lose sleep. Who do you think has been the best player on the Texans this year so far? You had to pick, like an MVP of the Texans.
That's a great question. I'd probably go with Will Anderson.
I think it's Will Anderson also.
Especially just because of the consistency of it.
Yeah, I would go with Will Anderson. I don't know what my overall ballot would look like if I was voting like 1 through 5, like a real MVP kind of thing. The reason I'm asking is Albert Breer did his midseason All-Pro team.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not surprised at how few Texans there are on it because they're 3-4. There's really nobody on the offensive side of the football that deserves even consideration for something like this.
Yeah, they're 3-4, but they are the number one defense, both in terms of yardage and points.
Yeah, no, defense, right. Like offense, I don't think there should be anybody on there. But on the defensive side, I was a little surprised that Will Anderson Jr. didn't make his mid-season first or second team. He wasn't considered among the top 4 edge rushers on here.
This is the problem: is as long as his sack total isn't gaudy, people by and large are still judging the All-Pro stuff for
Benito got 10 sacks.
I think people pretty much know. All right, sacks don't tell the whole story. But there's guys. Benito's got 8 sacks, by the way, not 10.
I've seen 10 all week.
Pro Football Focus they have a stat where they credit you for I think what should have been a sack or something. So I think it's whatever.
Okay,
it's weird.
Either way, he's really good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah.
No, but So I get that, and I think people haven't been watching a lot of Texans games, and the primetime games haven't been impressive. So I get it.
And yet, I agree with everything you just said. Here, by the way, here are the edge rushers who do make it for Breer. Boy, and he goes down to not just O-line, but right guard, right tackle. Defensive ends, where are they? Defensive tackles, edge rushers. First team, Myles Garrett and Brian Burns. Second team, Nick Benito and Byron Young of the Rams.
Yeah.
So Will Anderson doesn't make it. I have a hard time quibbling with any of those 4 guys. They're 4 good players. And yet Will Anderson doesn't make it, and listed as a safety, but he's sort of a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie, second team safety. Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton, first team. Second team, Jalen Petrie, Antoine Winfield Jr.
It's funny. You know how many snaps he's played at a conventional safety position this year?
Very few, I'm guessing.
22.
Yeah. 22 snaps.
Total snaps.
All year, yeah.
He's the Blake Snell of all pro safeties.
And keep in mind, he's a guy who rarely comes off the field at all for the Texans.
He's a positionless player.
Yeah.
So, that might work to his benefit. Sometimes with the all-pro voting and everything, linebackers that are in a 4-3 have kind of gotten the shaft for a long time. There's the edge rushers who are technically outside linebackers would be lumped in with these guys who are just not pass rushers.
Mm-hmm.
So they've changed that somewhat. But I think with Jalen Petrie, it might work to his benefit that he's playing a position. The way the Texans use him, he's going to might end up making more plays than he would if he was just playing a conventional safety role.
Yeah.
But because of that, he's still pigeonholed as a safety. He might end up getting some All-Pro or Pro Bowl nods because of that.
Yeah, the Breer has slot corner as one of the positions here, but he's got Trent McDuffie first team and Kenny Moore from the Colts second team. Kenny Moore's been banged up a lot this year, but every time I watch a Colts game, it feels like he's making a play. How about Tyler Warren, first team tight end? Tyler Warren's a rookie, and he's the best tight end in football right now.
And the Bears chose somebody else.
The Bears chose Colston Loveland. Thanks. You know what? That's another reason to hate Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
If you'd just taken the better tight end, then the Texans wouldn't be dealing with Tyler Warren for the next 10 years.
Yeah, no, not that Colston Loveland would have been, somebody to scoff at or anything, but but that was pretty much a consensus. Oh, really? I don't know if there's anybody that really. There probably were, but I can't remember seeing Tyler Warren ranked below Loveland in a lot of the rankings.
Yeah, I don't
including like Daniel Jeremiah and guys like that.
Yeah. Warren was far more of a consensus top tight end for sure. The wide receivers are interesting on this. First team, he's got 3 of them: Jackson Smith and Jigba, Puka Nacua, and Jamar Chase. Somewhere the Texans are all nodding their head because they got pieced by 2 of those guys.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua, 10 catches, $130, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba 3 a couple weeks ago. Are we going to give Jerry Jones credit for, I know the Micah Parsons trade, TBD on how that works out, the first-round picks that they've got and everything. Second-team wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, George Pickens.
Okay.
They got Pickens for a third-round pick. That's been an awesome trade for them.
It's been an awesome trade for them. No, we don't give it. It doesn't have anything to do with the Micah Parsons trade, A. And B, the defense is the worst defense in the league, which they already were a bad defense with Micah Parsons on there. But Jerry's strategy was, well, we're going to get a good interior defensive lineman, and then we're going to have more picks to get more defensive players. And as of yet, his quantity is better than quality approach is not working out. Yeah.
No, but that George Pickens trade, pretty nice trade.
I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, that's all.
I'll give him credit for that, but not but not one bit related to the Micah Parsons
No.
trade.
I was just acknowledging the Parsons trade hasn't really been good.
Yeah, the George Pickens trade, honestly, I thought so little of it that I remember I made a mistake one day about talking about George Pickens on the Steelers because I had completely forgotten about the trade.
Yeah.
Sometime in the preseason.
Yeah, and Pickens and credit Pickens. he was piling up numbers with no CeeDee Lamb out there. Like
You know
he was being a true one for them.
I'll give credit to Jerry Jones for his frankness because he was having a conversation. Somebody asked him about George Pickens, and he basically said, to paraphrase, "Yeah, we know he's a headache in some ways, but as long as you know that coming in, you can deal with it." Whereas, when you plays like Pittsburgh, where they maybe didn't realize exactly what they were getting aired for.
Right.
So kind of throwing shade at George Pickens, the guy on his team who's doing really well, by acknowledging that he can be kind of a headache.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, what's the strangest reason that you ever broke up with somebody? There is an ESPN sideline reporter who shared a story as to why she broke up with what sounds like a pretty desirable boyfriend up until he said this. We've got that coming up next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Holly Rowe, ESPN sideline reporter, was on a podcast recently, and she told a story. She's a good storyteller. Told a story about a guy she was dating back in the day. Yeah. She was dating Mr. He was literally Mr. Switzerland.
He was a Mr. Switzerland of some sort. We don't know, like, the bodybuilding Mr. Switzerland.
Right.
I tried to find the history of Mr. Switzerland, and I don't think it was Roger Federer. Who's been known as Mr. Switzerland at times.
Fun.
That would have been if it were her. She should just say Roger Federer. If it was.
I said to you during the break, like, Mr. Switzerland sounds like the nickname for somebody who just is neutral on every topic, has no opinion one way or the other.
Your mob name is Mr. Switzerland. Yeah, Mr. Consigliere, Sean Penn, Mr. Switzerland over here.
Over there.
He's like he's always taking up for the other side. You got to get rid of him, boss.
We need a wartime.
Go take him fishing, Mr. Switzerland.
Need a wartime consigliere. I got Mr. Switzerland over here.
You're gonna end up at the bottom of a fjord.
All right, so
a fjord.
So here's Holly Rowe. Here's Holly Rowe telling the story and why she broke up with this particular guy. Is this a reason that is valid for breaking up with somebody with whom you've been in a long?
I'm going to tell you this part first. I had a really hot boyfriend, and he was Mr. Switzerland bodybuilder. We dated for 4 years, and when I say smoking hot, and the reason we broke up was we were at the ESPYs, and Pat Summitt had just gotten this award, the Arthur Ashe Courage Award, because she'd just been diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. And I'm in the audience, and I'm just bawling at the ESPYs, and he asked me, "What's wrong with you? She's just a coach." And so we broke up. So I just need you to understand, I gave up Mr. Switzerland because of Pat Summitt. This is a true story.
I would have broke up with him, too. It's kind of a jerk thing to
you
do.
know what? I was curious, though, because I thought I remember hearing that, like, the Swiss are known as a very direct and blunt people.
Okay.
So I looked up, are the Swiss blunt? I got a bunch of Google results telling me about Swisher blunts, which I bookmarked, but I asked it differently, and it said the Swiss are often described as direct and blunt due to a cultural emphasis on efficiency, honesty, and reserved social style. I don't know, though. I feel like most of our Swiss listeners, of which there are many, would say, okay, there's a difference between being blunt and direct and just being an a-hole, and that guy's a jerk even by Swiss standards.
Well, and being insensitive. You know, Pat Summitt had early onset Alzheimer's, and she was a coaching legend.
Yeah. And
clearly Holly Rowe probably had met Pat Summitt if he was just, now I'm stepping out now, making an assumption that there was something like Holly Rowe in doing sidelines possibly for a Tennessee women's game, may have been in a production meeting and gotten to know Pat Summitt a little bit.
Plus, get over yourself, Mr. Switzerland. All right, okay, great. You're the best bodybuilder in a tiny nation of people who are like pretty much like genetically pure.
Yeah,
like a symmetrical, blind. I'm sure he's very good looking, but with poor actual muscle development.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Clint Capella. What if she was dating Clint Capella?
Back during his bodybuilding days.
Oh yeah, okay, good point.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a good bodybuilding physique.
No, I mean he's slender and everything, but no, you don't need right. Not a good bodybuilding physique for sure. Text in what's the strangest, or maybe not strangest? Strangest reason you ever broke up with somebody. I mean, that is. Like, to just go full-on breakup is extreme.
I went through the various girlfriends that I can remember that I would consider girlfriends. There's like quite a few that thought they were my girlfriend, but big surprise to them.
Yep. Look at you.
These are legitimate. I don't think any of them are weird. Yeah. Let's see. I said going off to college, and I did not need that BS.
Yeah.
Bleeping head case. Mm-hmm. Found out that one was like... this was early in a really. I think this girl, like, I only knew a little bit, but I think she was on my way to becoming my girlfriend. But wow, was she racist?
Oh wow.
Yeah. She was hot enough that I might have tried to overlook a couple things, but
so she invited you to the first
in Florida. This is in North Florida, which is basically South Georgia. And some of my friends from college, had come to visit. Couple white guys, couple black guys, and we had to split up into cars, and I was like, hey, why don't you ride in this car and I'll ride in this one? And we get to the bar we're going to. She gets out and she says, I can't believe you made me sit next to a couple of choice words. And I was like, well, you will not have that problem again. So
I promise it'll be the last time.
We're going in here, and you're not coming with us. Okay, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you broke up right then and there.
I mean, that was about one of my friends too.
No, I know.
You know, like
I know, but sometimes and I've never been in that situation.
Yeah.
But it feels like sometimes you just kind of try to muck your way through the night.
No, not with I don't
what
know.
she said.
No, he's one of my friends.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
So when she didn't go into the place, did your friends ask where did she go?
No, I told them why. They,
Okay.
Yeah. It was weird. It was really weird.
Yep.
God, she was hot. One got an embarrassingly large boob job, and she cared way too much about it. So that was it for her.
Okay, so let me ask you this before you get to the next one. Boy, you have a nice list here.
Yeah.
Did you? So obviously you knew she was going in for a boob job.
Yeah.
Were you excited about her going in for the boob job?
I was intrigued. I was too young and innocent and naive to really think much about it at all. But she came out, and it was like,
you're like,
just like it was. I felt like she was bombing Normandy with those things. It was. Yeah.
And that's not your deal.
No. No, it was. It became like her identity.
Oh,
it was weird. And
yeah,
like, I was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
I got you.
She doesn't necessarily have the substance that I want. And they were, it was almost, it was comical even by Jacksonville standards.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Just
not a lot of tasteful boob jobs back then in Jacksonville.
No. But again, like the racist girlfriend, did you break up on the spot when you saw the boob job, or did you, did you wait a little while?
Look, I like to think that I'm a just person.
Yeah.
No, I waited a while.
Okay.
One just had a weird relationship with her ex-boyfriend where I think it was pretty clear that she was just like waiting for him to go out and just come back to her and everything.
Oh, you were the rebound.
It was just like no, this is definitely not the
Yeah. We're getting some decent ones on here. Let's see. I once broke up with a girl because she had chubby cheeks, just couldn't get over them. To which my initial question was, okay, well, did they get chubby as you started dating? Like, did she start with not chubby cheeks and they got chubbier? Obviously, I'm guessing she had chubby cheeks. I'm guessing that wasn't the reason.
Uh-huh.
I'm guessing she did something to annoy you, and you could no longer overlook the chubby cheeks.
All you saw was a chipmunk getting ready for winter.
Right.
By the time you started looking at her, you're just like, oh, this is just, yeah.
Right.
So those are all my hopes and dreams she's stashing in those gargantuan cheeks of hers.
And if we're to make a sports analogy, I'm guessing Seattle right now is cool with Sam Darnold's fat face because he's throwing for 300 yards. Once he starts turning into Sam Darnold throwing picks, they're going to be like, you know what I hate about him?
Yeah.
His fat face.
Yeah.
No, you hate the 3 picks he just threw.
Yeah, at some point, you were like, if it's weird that it would be the chubby cheeks.
Yeah.
If why did he ever get into the relationship with her in the first place?
That's
if he was like, well, how was he attracted enough to get into the? She must have had a hell of a personality.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think.
She must have had there was something about her that was alluring. That had helped you overlook her chubby cheeks because a lot of guys like a nice little cherubic face.
Yeah, I have 2. One is very superficial.
Yeah.
The girl I dated one summer, and we went out a few times to where we went out a few times to where we weren't going out with other people, but eventually you get to the part of the relationship where some clothes start to get removed.
Uh-huh.
She had a really bad acne thing going on right across her sternum.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't get over that, man.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get over that. Really nice girl, so I broke up with her because of that.
You sound like an Oxy commercial.
I was like,
hey, by the way,
I started just taking out Stridex and rubbing it all over her chest.
Have you seen those Pat Mahomes Invisalign commercials?
No.
It's got a little bit of a low-key Oxy acne cream vibe to it. They have to do it. Kids, there used to be these acne ads back when kids got acne. There used to be these Oxy acne treatment ads that were brutal.
Yeah.
Basically just painting out a life of being a social outcast for you if you didn't take care of this. These Mahomes ones are kind of like, everything just kind of clicks into place when you can when you just I don't know, it's a
avoid Mahomes commercials on anything at all costs.
Basically, it hints at Yeah, nothing's going to work out for you until you get your damn teeth straightened.
I like the Stridex commercials with the Stridex pads, the white pads that were in like that container full of some liquid.
Yeah.
And in the commercials, they would rub them across like their cheek and then show them to the camera as if they just rubbed it in like a mudslide or something.
It's like they've been working in the coal mines.
Like it was ripping chunks of dirt out of your face. And I remember buying them for the first time, or my mom buying them for me for the first time, and using them. And I was like nervous the first time I rubbed it across my face. And I look, I'm like, no, there's no dirt. There's no mud on here. What the hell? Circling back, number one, and I was like 20 at the time, so I admit very superficial, the acne thing.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, this was a girl I dated right after I got out of college. She was nice enough. I didn't think it was going to be marriage or anything, but, you know, you got a little money in your pocket, and you're dating a good-looking girl, and you're having fun with her, whatever, when you're in your early 20s. The relationship did progress to where I went up to upstate New York, of all places, and visited her family. Mm-hmm. And I was done. Like, this was a freak show.
Weird family?
This was a freak show, man. I'm like, I don't.
Like the father had a suit made out of human skin freak show?
Not like Silence of the Lambs freak show, but just like, man, you are hot enough, but the rest of these genes are in there somewhere.
Yeah, this is like this. You got these recessive genes are floating around.
As I am now, and I started playing the dominant and recessive gene percentages in my head, and I'm like,
so Sean dumped a woman because of eugenics.
I'm like, even my genes aren't good enough to possibly overcome this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was my other one. Like, got one look at the family, and I'm like, okay, when is this weekend going to be over?
That's what they
Binghamton, New York.
They always say, check out you want a preview of what your wife's going to look like in 20 years.
Yeah.
Look at her mom, but the behavior too.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
Like, whatever. She's on her best behavior right now. Let's see how mom operates.
And
whether I can live with that for a long time.
Mom was nice enough. It was more the siblings than anything else. I'm
really?
Oh, yeah. So that was.
Is the sister hitting on you or anything?
No, I didn't want her to. That's what I'm saying. Like the only suitable one in the family was the one I was dating at the time.
So you mean physically? Okay, I got
physically,
you. I thought you meant
the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was just like it was a circus.
Remember when you're a kid and you go to somebody's house for the first time and you realize like, oh, this is a weird family.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be sleeping here the next 2 nights.
Yeah.
That's such a scary.
They're gonna be
feeling.
making my meals.
They've got a weird smell to the house and everything. And
I remember there was a house across the street from ours. And I was friends with I was classmates and friends with one of the sons that lived there, and so we would sleep. We would have sleepovers and stuff like that, and I enjoyed it. And the family was nice enough, but the scrambled eggs that his mom made for some reason were green.
Oh, really?
I have no idea how they wound up. Like I'm like, these are not the scrambled eggs. I get fluffy yellow scrambled eggs over at 4 Winterset Lane. I'm at 7 Winterset, and I'm getting like off green.
Of snobby Sean, because those are instant eggs.
Yeah, is that what they are?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't like them.
What's this instant trap? What do you do for a living anyway, sir?
At least I'm true to myself, man. All right.
Not snobby Sean. What did somebody accuse you of being?
I'm sure it'll come out.
It was somebody accused you of being not an elitist. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll think of it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Dan Orlovsky, somebody who's super impressed with C.J. Stroud normally, and he was on Sunday. We'll hear from Dan Orlovsky and one Texan who was real high on CJ's performance this past weekend. We'll do that coming up next.
I'll tell you what, one thing you don't want to mess around.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Dan Orlovsky. I believe this is on the Pat McAfee show. Dan Orlovsky talking about C.J. Stroud's performance on Sunday against the San Francisco 49ers.
100%. That's the best game that C.J.'s played since 2023. Couple things. The two young receivers really stepped up. And then CJ played, when you guys hear football talk, you've often heard people like me say he played hot, right? Defense brings a blitz. Sometimes defense brings like a pressure, and that everybody's one-on-one blocking, and we call that playing warm as a quarterback. He played warm really well, and that doesn't mean that. And let me say this, that's something that they have in Houston really struggled with in the last year and a half, is like dealing with pressure, both by a plan and execution. He was sensational yesterday.
This will be a huge test for the offensive line and for C.J. Stroud in dealing with that pressure,
I
setting protections and everything else.
This year's been interesting because he's been trying to adapt to a new offense, while also, I think, trying to learn the lessons he learned last year about when to take chances, when to play it conservative, all of that, while dealing with really bad pass protection last year. That there have been a lot of bumps in the road that you just don't know. It's easy to attribute them to being in a new offense and to not always having the best pass protection, obviously, and everything else. So you know that there are obstacles that he's going to have to overcome. You just don't know for sure, when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen, all of that. I thought that game was a really good indication that he's on the right track, just because it wasn't perfect by the offensive line. It wasn't perfect by everybody else, and they were going against a solid defense. It wasn't an awesome defense. It wasn't a horrible defense. All tried to do to make up for some of his injuries on defense and everything. CJ handled it, and he just kind of carved them apart methodically, taking care of a lot of the stuff on first and second down, in trusting his young receivers, taking the easy money when he had to, recognizing and getting rid of the ball quickly versus the blitz, and still navigating his way through muddy pockets at times. It was really the full package in a lot of ways, both I think mentally and physically. And his accuracy, by and large, like when he's had time, when he's had the pass protection, his accuracy is very much the ball placement specialist version of CJ. The thing that was a little bit unnerving about the Seahawks game was he was under duress the entire time, but he also, and he made some incredible throws in that game, but he also just didn't seem as accurate as he can be.
Jittery, too.
Yeah, right, jittery. But that's where it's so hard to separate the quarterback from the environment around him. Yeah, there's lots of great quarterbacks who have looked jittery when they're on crap offenses. Yeah, and you're reminded he is still a young quarterback in a new offense. In a new offense, yeah. Albert Breer caught up with Dalton Schultz on Sunday after the game, and it's funny. We don't have audio for this. Albert Breer caught up with him and then transcribed it into a chunk of his weekly mailbag or his weekly recap piece here, where Albert Breer is very bullish on the Texans. Breer, and I'll get to Schultz. Breer says C.J. Stroud is a serious X factor in the AFC race. If he can play like he did Sunday against the Niners, and without Nico Collins in the lineup, then Houston is coming. Albert Breer said, since he got here, dude. I love how Albert Breer he uses dude a lot. All Dalton Schultz. Since he got here, dude, you give him a clean pocket and space to throw, kid's going to light it up. He's built like that. He's wired like that. He's a competitor. And I think he's come such a long way evolving his process, becoming more patient the older he gets, being willing to take a check down. He took a check down today that went for 50, where maybe the rookie CJ wouldn't have been so quick just to dump it off. He's come a long way into being willing to take a good play that could turn into a great play. Yeah, and that's really, when we talked about this in the offseason, the embracing of the check down as a weapon instead of just a weapon of last resort, but an actual weapon. And there's something to, and I'll go back to that Woody Marks play again, because it was play action, and CJ, if he had wanted to, he could have hung on. If he had wanted to try to push the issue, they were running a natural rub, like converging routes over the middle of the field. And I think it was Jalen Knoll he was coming clean because the other receiver, who I believe was Higgins, had created a rub. And if like CJ, I think an earlier version of CJ would have wanted to wait it out and see exactly what happened. But the protection was breaking down at that point, and he got the ball off quickly to Woody Marks. And because all the linebackers were sucked up at the line of scrimmage because of the play action, there was time and there was room for him to go. And that's like hitting the check down within the timing and the rhythm of his progression. I'm glad because it probably reinforced to CJ something that he knows academically, but not necessarily viscerally. It's that it's okay to take these small wins because sometimes the small wins turn into huge wins.
Yep. We'll get back to the Texans at the top of the hour. The line on this game has moved wildly during the week, stuff I haven't seen before, and I watch a lot of betting lines, but I got to read some of these reasons our texters are sending in, Seth, as to why they broke up with people during their lives. I once broke up. I found out somebody was a Cowboys fan. Okay,
I believe
that.
That would be a pain in the butt if she's like a diehard Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
She's not willing to. It's like if you're Catholic and your wife won't become Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Football is religion.
Wife, yeah.
Yep. I broke up with a girl in high school because when I kissed her with my eyes closed, I felt a bunch of stubble on her face.
Oh.
It felt like I was kissing a dude.
Okay.
I mean, it's a high school, superficial. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Mary says, I've dumped 4 guys because of racist comments.
Oh, wow.
Good for you, Seth. Yeah.
I inspired Mary to do that. She did it this morning.
She just broke up with
I'm getting rid of all these guys.
Broke up with all 4 of her boyfriends this morning. Yeah, no, it doesn't say I just
There's
broke
one
up
mistake.
I just broke up with 4 guys because of their racist
Talking
comments.
to my therapist, and I realized that I've got this habit of dating multiple racists at the same time. One is enough.
Stop seeing a girl because every time we would make out or snoo, she played the song that goes, marry that girl, marry her anyway. That was a messy split. That was from Champ Slice.
That's Food by Magic, I think.
Why would you play that song while you're doing
that's
stuff?
the worst. That's almost as bad as that Fireflies song. That 10,000 Fireflies or whatever.
By Owl City.
Oh, that thing was around forever.
Yeah, it was. It was
like the softest of all soft songs ever.
Broke up with a 7 out of 10 because she smacked her lips when she ate.
Oh, that's a rough one.
Yeah, you talked about. What was it? The topic yesterday?
When people eating with their mouth open, chewing with their mouth open. It never used to bother me, but now these last few years, it really like the sound of it gets me.
Most superficial reason I stopped seeing a woman, she was taller than me, and I'm 6'1". Gave it a shot, couldn't do it.
Oh, did you not like being a spectacle? Or she was taller than him.
Taller than him at 6'1", so she was
like
a giant.
Her being taller than him.
Yeah, like a 6'2", minimum 6'2" woman. That's a tall woman. That's okay. I mean, I'm all right with it.
It was my friend Gannon Shepard, who I played with at the Jaguars. He ended up marrying Tim Tebow's sister, and Gannon was like a 6'8" offensive
She must
lineman,
have been tall,
and she was 6 foot something.
Wow.
Yeah, and
they got married. You said?
Yeah, they got married.
Wow. Did they have kids?
They procreated.
Did they have giant kids?
It's a Tebow. Do you think she had the option of not procreating?
That's true.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Oh, this is one. Told me she loved me on the first date.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you got to get out of that, man.
That's something that's only allowable if it's...
We all seek to be loved, but not too soon.
I love you. God, what is that? I wonder, when she says it, too, you're sitting there like, wait, is she just saying... Like, oh, no, like kind of a... oh, I love this about you. Yeah, that's a tough one. Does that not get drilled into women's heads at some point? Like, be careful with that. Guys are going to be scared the hell off by that.
Yeah. This is from JV Tamales. Breakup stories. I used to break up with girls right before Christmas to avoid buying gifts.
Yeah,
I used to be a cheap bastard. You freaking ice holes. Love the show. Thank you.
No, that's
very
good.
much.
You know what? I think that's fair.
Yeah.
To do because all you're going to do by getting her a Christmas gift is lead her on even more.
Yeah.
So for him, the barometer for whether this woman might be wife material or something would be, okay, do I actually feel like staying with her through the holidays?
This is someone you would break up with, I think. Broke up with a chick because she couldn't understand the concept of making a profit in a business. Her ability to understand basic math was non-existent.
Oh, really?
I think I would break
I wonder
up
how
with-
that would have come up.
Yeah.
I wonder if she did she have a little side business or something, and she just kept making just kept making purchase after purchase.
I don't know.
Like, you gotta make
text
gotta
back
spend
in.
money to make money. Gotta spend money to make money.
How did that come up in the conversation? All right, we'll keep sending these.
The opposite ones. I had a family member who was involved in a business and did well. Like she was doing well. Like it was a hair salon, and yet we encouraged her to start selling more retail, but she would get all pissy about she didn't like it because
product
because
and things
of, no
like that?
because of the cash flow. Like she would be selling it,
Yeah.
but she wasn't responsible enough to have enough cash on hand to restock the inventory in the ass that she had to keep spending this money on product that she was selling
when it's
that was
making
flying
profit.
off the shelves. Yeah. Because she had always she had like a few booths and it was booth rental and she never had any overhead at all. I mean, like all of a sudden the notion of having to keep inventory, she just couldn't grasp that she was making
nice
money.
Trickle of cash, man.
Yes, yeah. It was weird. It was really weird.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Texans' spread on this game with the Broncos has moved somewhat wildly over the last few days. Why is that? What do we think the reasons are that the Texans have gone from underdog to favorite in this game against the Broncos? That is next.
Hey, Johnson Fitness and Wellness just expanded.
KILT, KILT-FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, keep sending them in the spirit of Holly Rose saying she broke up with Mr. Switzerland because he made an insensitive comment at the ESPYs one year. A lot of people sending in. Some are sending in reasons they got broken up with, too. We're up for either of them.
Oh, yeah. That's
so we'll get to some of those. The Texans and the Broncos play on Sunday, noon kick. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown. What should be, the weather is turned quite a bit in the last 24 hours, and all of a sudden it's turned into nice, crisp fall Texas weather here. So it should be nice out there on Sunday, I think. I haven't looked that far ahead, but we'll be out there at 9 o'clock just outside the southeast corner of the stadium, right across from the Modelo activation.
I forgot when the cool weather was coming, and I took a walk yesterday. And
did you get caught in the rain?
No, I didn't get caught in the rain, but I was PO'd because I was
yesterday.
sweating my butt off by the time I got back.
Yeah.
I walked down to Central Market,
Okay.
and by the time I got there, I'm like, I'm way too sweaty to go in. I'm just going to walk back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't like being a sweaty mess in there.
But you need your food.
I hadn't showered in the morning yet, so like that would be a stinky sweat. Yeah.
Sunday, chance of rain, but a high of 72. So we'll be underneath that nice canopy there out there. It'll be good. Looking forward to it. 56 outside right now.
56!
Get outside and enjoy it today, people. This is why you live in Texas in November. All right, so speaking of that game, the Texans opened on Sunday night as a 1-point underdog to the Denver Broncos at home this coming Sunday. Line moved up to Denver being favored by 1.5. Somewhere along the way, we all went to sleep on Sunday night or Monday night, whenever it was. I just know when I awoke Tuesday, Texans are favored by 1.5. This thing moved 3 points. Has changed a lot in the betting community, I suppose. We've played some opinions of people on this show today and read some opinions of people that San Francisco win was by far the most convincing win the Texans have had in terms of getting people to view them like, oh, okay, maybe this is the old Texans again.
Yeah, and you get back to 3-4 on the ledger. It looks like a 500 record for a team that had a slow start. They won 3 of their last 4.
Yeah.
And I think that's where, and you know, when we play this exercise when you're middle of 0-3 and all of that, but they had such a rough start to the season. If you had flipped and had these last 4 games as the first 4 games, you know, I don't know if the offense would have been ready to have victories in all of those or not, but there's a chance they go 3-1 to start the season.
Oh, yeah.
And then go through a rough stretch or whatever. So now that you're in the middle of the season and the Texans are at about a 500 record, I think a lot of people, after that 49ers game, look at the way C.J. Stroud operated, and then they think, okay, C.J. Stroud at home going against a Denver defense that blitzes a lot, but one of the reasons that they can blitz as much as they do is because Pat Surtain follows the best receiver from the opponent everywhere he goes and plays man on him, and it frees them up to be really aggressive everywhere else. So if you're taking the best version of C.J. Stroud and going up against a weakened Broncos defense that is a really good defense, but their whole MO and the whole way they operate, it's hamstringed a little bit or a lot by Pat Surtain's injury.
Yeah, if we're talking about this in the context of point spread, he is on that list of players who's worth something on a spread. There's, other than quarterbacks, there's only a handful of players that are worth even anything to the spread on a game. Surtain is the reigning defensive player of the year, and you laid it out perfectly, Seth. Like, it's not just that he had X amount of interceptions last year and that he's got this sizzle reel. He is the cheat code that allows them to do the things that this defense has been really good at this year, which is getting after quarterbacks.
And I'll tell you what, just having been through our experience of, J.J. Watt, when J.J. Watt was, playing at an extremely high caliber in years where the Texans defense wasn't good.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not a criticism of J.J. Watt. It's just there's something about if you had to choose between the best cornerback in the league and the best defensive end edge rusher in the league.
Yeah.
I feel like more times than not, I'm taking the best cornerback in the league.
That's
he can
funny.
do more for your defense. He can turn. See, the best pass rusher can make your defensive backs better than they are.
Yeah.
The best cornerback can make your pass rushers better than they are, just because of the complementary aspect of it. But there is something about one player on your side being able to single-handedly take away the best player on the other side.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for that. Where when you've got a really good pass rusher, the offense is going to have to do things to account for you, but you can't single-handedly take away the quarterback as the edge rusher. Like you can't single-handedly do it the same way a cornerback can impact the game.
Not to go too far off the Texans track here, but it's really interesting what you just said about cornerbacks versus defensive ends. Because Micah Parsons makes $47 million a year, and Derek Stingley Jr. and Sauce Gardner both make around $30 million a year. Those are the highest paid guys at their respective positions.
In general, usually the way it goes in football and economy in general is that when a lot of people are spending a lot of money on something, at some point, it gets to the point where they're overspending and there's a correction. So
I don't know. I don't know if defensive end is more valuable than cornerback. You could argue either way. I don't think that the elite defensive ends are $17 million more valuable than the elite cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Like that the gap has grown that much. Because I could sit here and argue like, no, TJ Watt should be making 33. Stingley's making 30. $47 million. They're approaching quarterback numbers at that defensive end position.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It's fun. Well, and part of it, too, is I think teams have started playing more zone than they used to back when cornerbacks were considered more elite. But this always fluctuates. It's just when I watch all these guys that are in like their 20s and 30s talk about all these things that are new and crazy in the ways, they're like, no, this all happened before. Back when the zone blitz first became a thing.
Yeah.
Like the zone blitz took the league by storm, and quarterbacks over time saw enough of it that it stopped having its effectiveness. Now they just call it a sim blitz instead of a zone blitz.
That's right.
And like, oh no, it's a sim blitz.
Sim blitz.
Like, ooh, sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
fancy.
What are quarterbacks going to do? They're going to see it a whole bunch, and they're going to start to get a feel for it.
So I think Surtain being out certainly impacted this. Now, he went out of the game on Sunday before they set the line, but it was confirmed on Monday that he's going to be out not just for this game, but for the next 4 to 6 games. And look, we don't wish injury on anybody, but the fact of the matter goes on Sunday, they are chasing the Broncos in the AFC. They're chasing all these teams right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Broncos are leading their division. I think ultimately the Chiefs probably end up winning that division just because they look offensively like the old Chiefs again.
It's really annoying.
Yes.
Is what it is.
Yeah, they're back. So Surtain being out, yes. I think recency bias probably is what initially made the Broncos a favorite over the Texans.
Yeah.
Well, I know the Texans had a nice performance on Sunday, kind of off the grid compared to the Broncos in the late window, destroying the Cowboys, which is, that's a very public team. And they boat raced them. They ran them out of the stadium.
Without even any hardcore analysis, I'll say this. Before the 49ers game, and the 49ers are not as good a team as the Broncos, before the 49ers game, so many people were saying the Texans are favored in this game.
Yes.
Really? The Texans are favored in this game?
Yep.
And I think just by virtue of that performance, I think in the minds of a lot of people, or just emotionally, it doesn't feel as out of whack that the Texans are favored in this game.
Yeah, I feel like I'm hearing less of that.
Yeah.
It's only Wednesday. They haven't even had a practice yet, but I feel better. I feel better about this game on Wednesday than I did the San Francisco game on Wednesday last week.
Mm-hmm.
They were coming off that Seahawks game. First of all, on Wednesday, we were barely removed from the Seahawks game. You said this last week on Wednesday. Wednesday is usually the day that we're moving off of the game from the previous weekend and moving forward. We didn't start looking at the 49ers really hardcore until the game was at 9:00 at night on Monday.
It was so stupid.
Yeah.
It
was stupid.
I'm still retroactively angry about the week that I lost to that game. Everything was strong. Tell us, listeners, text in 713-572-4610. Was your whole life in disarray last week because your body clock was so screwed up?
Yeah.
Then you went out and gave a Shohei Ohtani performance like last night.
Yeah.
Not good Shohei Ohtani.
Bad.
You're just mucking your way through, just like Shohei Ohtani last night.
That's right. Okay, people are continuing to text in why they broke up with people, or a few why they were broken up with. I broke up with a girl because she constantly used the word perturbed.
Oh, she used it too much. Like, I'm perturbed.
Yeah,
it's like it had been in there. It had been like she learned the meaning of that word.
Yeah,
and then just wanted to overly use it for everything.
Well, inherently that means that's probably a complainer.
Okay. I thought that makes sense.
Oh no, but I thought what you did at first, just like the sound of the word bothered him.
Or she might just but it sounds like maybe just she's whiny in general, and like she's perturbed by this, she's perturbed by that, and she's using the word perturbed as she's saying it.
Yes, I broke up with a woman because she didn't understand why people flipped her off when she drove slow in the left lane. Even after I explained it to her.
Oh, that would be a tough. Oh, I could not abide that, man. No. I would be having a rough time with
Amy
that.
would break up with me if I drove slow in the left lane.
Yeah.
Amy is an aggressive driver.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Even if you're not an aggressive driver, there's people that'll drive slower than the speed limit in the left lane.
It's crazy. Yeah. You're a horrible person if you do that.
It's a sign of a very selfish person.
Yes.
It's because for the horses, when you're on the highway, when you're on an interstate, and somebody is driving the exact same speed as the person next to them.
And they're sitting in a blind spot.
And there's like 40 cars lined up behind them.
Or two trucks passing each other on a two-lane highway, like two 18-wheelers.
And they just stay there right next to each other.
And they just sit there, and you're going uphill, and you're like, neither of you are passing the other one.
And
you're both slow.
And there's a line of cars behind you. Yeah, like, come on.
Horrible. And I don't
care about society or something.
And I want to be very clear. We have a lot of truckers that listen to the show. This is not me being mad at truckers. This is me being mad at those truckers that do that. Yeah. Let's see. I got dumped because apparently I reminded. This is from a woman, presumably. I got dumped because apparently I reminded him of his sister. That's the breakup I'm grateful for.
Oh yeah, that wasn't gonna work out.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be like, get into things, and it's like, oh my god.
He needed to get into some therapy or something. Anyway.
Yeah. He has a type, and it's his sister.
It's better than him telling. Would she have broken up with him if he told her, I am into you because you are exactly like my sister.
Yeah.
You're so hot.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Never comes back. Broke up with a girl in college because she was an incredibly slow eater. We'd always end up sitting around waiting on her to finish.
I think Brandy almost broke up with me early on because I was an incredibly fast eater.
Amy has the same.
Yeah.
Same.
Because you and I both being very self-centered too. Finish the meal and we're like, all right, we're done here, right? We're done here. What is, right? Time to go.
You and Brandy go out to dinner where at some point along the way you have no plate in front of you or anything, and she's still sitting there eating her meal.
Not anymore. I've learned. I keep pace.
I've learned 75% of the time.
I've learned how to slow my pace.
Have you?
Yeah. I try to. It's a mindfulness exercise. I try to actually savor the meal. Yeah.
See, I keep the plate now, but I'm like, all right, if I'm going to keep this plate, I'm eating some of what's on your plate. So let me see here. I'm going to take this, and this.
No, you know what'll happen though too is because when a meal's done, I want to like clean up, be done, and everything. So now that I notice at dinner. So it's gotten worse now that we're empty nesters. She'll have a little chocolate piece of a chocolate bar after dinner, and I don't eat dessert or sweets or anything. So all of a sudden, I find that our normal routine is me cleaning up the dinner, and she's just sitting there nibbling at her chocolate
eating
bar,
sweets.
Yeah, watching me.
Oh, that's
watching me. I'm basically a battered housewife at this point.
Okay,
yeah.
It's a baller. Brandy, if you're listening, it's a baller move right there.
Because I know I've had it beat into me. I can't hurry her. I can't hurry her along with her eating or anything.
I'm the chocolate eater in that relationship on my end. That's why I respect it. Broke up with a girl. Oh, this is from Houston Stressens. Shout out to Garrett. Good Twitter follow. Broke up with a girl because she held my hand too much. I'm not a hand holder.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a hand holder?
Not really.
I'm not either. I feel like it slows me down.
Yeah. Well, there's a height. If there's a height disparity too,
you've got that.
It comes. With. Yeah. It ends up being like I like putting my hand on her shoulder as we walk.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Not in like a schmoopy, overly affectionate way or anything.
No, but just something that connects the two of you.
Yeah, and to let her know that I possess her.
Right.
Yes, it's important to know.
That's
all right.
A good reminder. It's a good reminder.
Why'd that guy look at you? You must be doing something.
Mr. Switzerland. Oh, this is good.
I'm saying not for nothing. Guys don't just go looking at women unless they're encouraging it.
I kind of like her. Oh, wait, hands on her. Okay. Wait. Break up before Christmas. Get back after Valentine's Day. Trifecta if her birthday falls in between.
Oh, jeez.
Amy's does. I should do that every year now. Get divorced before Christmas and then get remarried. Like, After Valentine's, we get remarried on February 29th, just like we got married the first time, Amy.
My brother had a friend in college who is a hilarious guy, but looking back on it, kind of a sociopath. Because he was very he had a lot of female relations.
Yeah.
And his whole thing was, and this is the sociopath's rule book. This is what he would do with all the women at his high school. He's telling me, use, abuse, confuse, and reuse. So basically, he'd hook up with them and then just treat them like crap, and like just tell them to get lost, and then be really nice to them, and they'd be like, "Oh, what? Oh, thank you," and then he'd reuse them again.
Oh my God, what was it?
I like over time, I've learned, that's what people do to like people in not even romantic relationships, just in life. These people that are just like sociopaths, you know?
That's like it's like the title of the most ill-informed dating book ever. What was it again?
Use, abuse, confuse, and reuse.
Confuse is the most nefarious
there's a
part of all
natural human
of it.
tendency to really get somebody. You prey on a woman's insecurities and everything, and if you're like, wait, he's such a jerk, but wait, maybe he's changed or whatever. Yeah.
To be clear, like the
abuse isn't physical abuse.
Yeah, like we got to be clear about what the abuse is.
No, he's like just being a jerk to him. Like, get out of here. I'm done with you.
Confuse is really the abuse in the thing.
The whole cycle is the abuse cycle.
Yeah. Damn, man. All right. Well, keep sending your breakup stories.
To be clear, he was not talking about physically abusing them.
Right,
He was talking about just treating them poorly.
That's right. Okay, so we had a listener send a clip from the drive to us yesterday. I did not hear this live, but apparently Ron, the show Hughley, had an idea for baseball that at least one of our listeners thinks should be in Take-A-Mania on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So we do this sometimes where we, preview, hey, should this be in Take-A-Mania? We will do that coming up next. But also football on Sports Radio 610
here
is presented by Paramount Plus. We did some in that segment. Presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Prize Picks, America's #1.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, keep texting 713-572-4610.
Especially the ones that we can't read on the air.
Yeah. Seth and I are getting entertained by some of them that are unreadable on the air.
Reasons that you've had to break up with somebody. Weird reasons that you've had to break up with somebody or been broken up for.
Or been broken up with. Yeah, for sure. 713-572. Set the audio that's generating all these texts a little later in the segment, Ben. If we, Holly Rowe, we can get that while we're playing Ron the Show Hughley here. All right, we'll circle back to the Texans. There's a revised win total out on the Texans season. We'll get to that in the final segment of the show. Find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on today. So you and I were tagged on a tweet yesterday from The Drive with Sterner and Hugley, Seth, from a listener. And I'll go find the listener while we're playing the audio and credit you, listener, for bringing it to our attention. But that, of course, was the day after the 18-inning game between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
And 18 innings, that doesn't happen very often, obviously. It's rough on pitching staffs, all of those things.
Oh, this was Champ Slice who
was?
Champ_Slice on X that sent this to us.
Who's probably listening right now.
It's probably on the YouTube channel right now.
Probably on the YouTube. Yep, exactly. Watch us on YouTube and Twitch. So he tagged us on this video. I guess Ron had a solution for avoiding these 18-inning marathon games.
I haven't listened to the whole thing. I saw what it was about, and I said, okay.
I haven't either.
Sent this to you, and then, okay, I'm intrigued.
I am too.
Because Champ Slice, who's an avid sports fan and sports radio listener, it's not like he's just going to send us any old thing.
No, and he's a Take-A-Mania enthusiast as well.
Yes,
there's that. So here we go. Let's hear it from The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
I know some people may listen to this as soft because this is how it always was done. Like last night is a serious. Hey man, they need to kind of adopt what the NFL has done, where the NFL is, or college football too, where they're just not going to we're not going to just put these guys in as much risk, and we're not just going to keep going till the damn end. All right, we're gonna try to figure out a way to find this and make this thing easier so we're not just playing forever. And when you look at arm injuries that's occurred in the last 10, 20 years, like they can't let these guys go 18 innings. They can't like tonight. Everybody that pitched in those bullpens probably got to get back and go tonight, like extended time. And I mean, you would imagine they probably ain't going to be out there pitching long anyway.
Boy, if these two teams ever needed a deep start out of their starter, right?
Yeah, I just to me, I think they're going to have a serious conversation of, all right, what are we going to do here? Because we can't because if that cat, even the fact that he got up and start warming up and getting himself hot so he can get in the game. You can't have no guy who.
Man.
I mean, well, sure you can. I mean,
you'd rather not be a guy that didn't have a complete.
Yeah, 9 innings.
You'd rather be not a game that not a guy that threw 105 pitches and went 9 innings. You'd rather not be that guy. But sure, in the World Series, yeah, man, pull out all the stops, baby. Sure, you can.
All right, and Yamamoto is the pitcher they're talking about there. The game went so long that they had to get the starting pitcher who had pitched a complete game earlier in the World Series.
Which I guess I wouldn't. They
had to get him warming up. He never got in the game.
It's interesting. So this is probably I might give credit for because I understand where Ron is coming from. I personally, love, especially in a 7-game series, I love when teams are tested to their full depth. Everything about them,
and the bench.
Yeah, like, okay, you really want to figure out who the best team is. I'm the opposite of Ron on this. And I'm going to sound callous because I'm basically, I guess, saying like screw their health, whatever. Yeah, it's a bad stroke of luck sometimes.
The whole playoffs is extra baseball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like anybody participating in the playoffs is pitching more than what they're being contracted for.
It's not going to be in Take-A-Mania though, partly just because usually for Take-A-Mania it's got to be something that's a little bit more concise and like more of an impassioned take. And Ron was kind of workshopping his way through it.
Yes.
So it wasn't even a take necessarily as him workshopping his way through it. So there's, as people know, there's an element of take-a-mania where the bad take also has to be a well-delivered take. And
there's
like
an entertainment value.
Yeah, if Ron came in and was like, listen, this is what we have to do. Yeah. And so it wasn't really a take of his, it's more of a workshopping.
I think it's a really interesting conversation because I'm somebody who I am somebody who is in favor of the gimmicky finish.
Yeah.
I like if they, and he didn't, I don't think in that minute and a half of audio he proposed what the solution would be. If he did, I mean I missed it, I apologize, but like, so what would the solution be? What are we doing? What is it? Or are we doing the ghost runner? Starting in the 13th inning or something like that. So I would be curious what the solution would be. Deciding World Cup soccer games via penalty kick is one of the most unfair and random things that there possibly is, and yet. Who isn't riveted to it when it's happening?
This is where I'd have to be won over with an incredibly awesome idea for how to end a baseball game earlier.
Without just playing it out.
Yeah, and without it being so artificial feeling like as a penalty kick feels to where it just turns into random chance. Yeah, I would have to. So I'm not. I'll keep it in contention. Okay. And I'll ask Tyler if. I'll ask Tyler to be on the lookout for when Ron delivers like the actual solution for it. Maybe they got to it. When I was listening yesterday.
Oh yeah, maybe they did get to it.
Well, yeah, I was listening because they were talking about this yesterday, and I missed this part about it. I don't like the Ghost Runner. I don't like that. That part that feels artificial to me. I understand it, and it makes sense from a business standpoint and viewer enjoyment, but that's too gimmicky for me.
Well, I think that truly is something to get the games over, so you're not wearing out your bullpen.
That's what it's for. Yeah. That's 100% what it's for.
Yeah.
But like some of the, it's not like this is an epidemic of 18-inning games or anything.
No.
It's something that happens every now and then.
And they're always classics.
Yeah.
They're all like, think of the 18-inning games. Oh, you were at the game. Mm-hmm. The 18-inning game between the Mariners and the Astros back in 2022.
Much like a no-hitter, it doesn't feel like a classic when but the tension level mounts.
The tension level in those extra innings. The thing for me that's just weird about these baseball games that go longer is that it's the rare sport where if your baseball game keeps going longer and longer, it's ultimately getting decided by guys that are at the very bottom of the barrel of guys you would use in your bullpen. Whereas in football, like if it goes, if you're in the playoffs and the overtimes, like your best players are always deciding an overtime game in football. Unless there's serious foul trouble, your best players are deciding a basketball game. In baseball, the longer it goes, the deeper you are dipping into bad pitchers.
Yeah. Well, and that's the whole part. When I say that it tests the true strength of a team, it's not for that specific game. It's your relief. It's your pitching staff in the days after that
game and the game.
Yeah, it's all of that of like, okay, how do you rebound from this? And then like for the quirkiness of it all, I mean, you've got this situation. This was the extreme version where you go 18 innings and then one of the guys, the guy who was on base 7 times in that game, ends up being your starting pitcher less than 24 hours later.
Right.
Or how many times was he on base?
9 times.
9 times, excuse me.
9 times. Yep. 5 walks and 4 hits. Yeah. 9 for 9 in plate appearances.
We got any more weird breakups?
We do. We do. Sorry if I felt it. If it felt like I was distracted. Broke up with a girl. These are breakup texts.
Broke up with an interpreter because it turned out he was funneling millions of dollars away from me.
Shohei, yeah. Let's see. And this is because of Holly wrote. We'll reset that audio maybe. People are singing their best breakup stories. Broke up with a girl because I found out her tramp stamp, a Chinese character, meant destiny, and then anytime he would see the tramp stamp at a time where you would see the tramp stamp, it was very distracting for him. Yeah, it was very distracting.
Trying to figure out exactly how that character came to be to mean destiny.
Yeah. It's, well, maybe this, and that guy's looking, he's going, maybe this is my destiny.
It's one of my best put down lines ever. I've told you this story before, I think, but when I was in a bar and one of our Brandy and I when I was dating Brandy out with a group of our friends, and it was a really crowded bar, and one of our friends came up to try to order a drink, and he just kind of touched the girl who was standing next to us on the shoulder, said, "Excuse me, I'm going to try to get in here to buy a drink," and she turned around, she was like, don't touch me, you pervert, blah, blah. Like, started making a huge scene.
Wow.
And this is like the nicest guy in the world.
Oh,
there's
wow.
There's no way any part of that touch was intended to be creepy or anything.
Oh, my God.
And she was like, she was taking out issues she had with somebody else on this guy.
Wow.
And so I started, trying to talk some sense into her. And I was being polite, and she just would not let up.
Holy cow.
And then I said, well, don't flatter yourself. And then it got,
I remember that
Then
part.
it got into it, and then she started saying like, oh, go talk to your steroid dealer. Go talk to your steroid
To
dealer.
you?
Yeah. And I'm looking around like, what the hell is this woman's problem? And she had a Chinese character tattoo on her shoulder. And
okay.
I said that, and at the time, the bartender was kind of on my side as a female bartender.
Yeah.
I said, that's a nice tattoo. What's that, Chinese for, and I used the actual word.
Right.
And that's when I lost the bartender support. That for whatever reason, she flipped on me. Like, she didn't even get credit for the sick burn.
But if you got that line in the holster, you got to use it.
Oh, and the woman I said it to was not pleased about it either. That did not convince her of my my assertion that this was a gentleman.
What a great line.
Yeah.
That is a great line. Broke up with a woman when I saw how horrible her breast implants looked. Seth, why are you texting the show? You already had that take. You had that take earlier. Why are you texting your own show? Broke up with someone because she was a diehard Pats fan. And when Watson, I hate this text page. Oh, Watson finally beat them. I went a little overboard with the celebration, so she may have broken up with him. Yeah. All right, keep sending them in, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Revised season win total for the Texans. Would you go over or under this win total, given where they are right now? We will do that coming up next.
Trajan wealth, my friends. You want to start thinking?
people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I promised some revised Texans season win totals. Let me find old Jimmy Shapiro's email here. All right, as we welcome you back in, 713-572-4610. Keep texting in. Told the guys on In the Loop what the question of the day on Payne and Pendergast has been so far. Mm-hmm. They have their question of the day that is like a branded thing. We happen to turn the show in the second up. We'll reset that in just a second. But just to pay off on the tease, Seth, as they do, as they say, what would you guess the Texans' revised season win total is? And this particular email has it before the season, after week 4, which they were 1-3, and then right now. Okay. The total's gone from 9.5 before the season to 7.5. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, to 6.5 after week 4.
Yeah.
What do you think it is now?
I can't imagine that just based on one win and in a week where you didn't get really a bunch of help from the stalwarts in the division or on your schedule or anything. It's probably up to, is it up to 8?
7.5.
7.5. Oh, yeah, it's always a half.
Give it to
those.
him. Yeah, 7.5. Yeah, 7.5. Would you go, given what the Texans have to eat on their schedule the rest of the way, you got to find 5 more wins to win your bet. Would you go over or under on 7.5?
I would go over, and against the is admonition the right word? Admonitions of D'Amico Ryans that I shouldn't be riding the highs and the lows.
Right. This is not an exercise we're doing in the building.
Sorry, D'Amico. I feel pretty positive about the Texans right now.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Apologies.
You good?
I feel good.
They need to lean into this and get a T-shirt.
I hope D'Amico ends up. Yeah, you're good.
You guys good?
You good? Yeah.
You guys good?
You guys, they need that, man. Just lean into it. Kumbaya.
I think that last week, coming off the Seahawks game, it felt. Now I'm in the bucket of, okay, look, they can certainly beat the Broncos. Aren't the best team in the league or anything. They've got some challenges that they're going to present to the Texans, but they can certainly win this and then they can certainly beat Jacksonville at home as well.
Yes, they're going to be favored in their next 3 games.
So I would say that if I had to find 5 wins, they'll get one of the next 2.
Yes,
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
I'll say one of the next 2.
So that's 4 wins.
Then they've got Tennessee after that.
That's 5 wins. That's 5 wins. Yep.
Go through the next chunk of the schedule.
Buffalo, at Indy, at Kansas City. I think you got it.
I think realistically, I got to say 1 win out of those 3.
At most, probably.
Yeah, but that gives me possible to win more. But I would say if I'm trying to be as objective as possible,
that gets you to 6.
Yeah, that gets me to 6. And then so after the Chiefs, Cardinals win. Raiders win.
That's 8.
Yeah,
that's 8.
And then you got Chargers and the Colts. And the Colts, it might be a meaningless game for the Colts.
Yeah, I think, if you can find this anywhere, I think it's betonline.ag actually has it. If you can find it anywhere, go fire on that over,
But
man.
to make the playoffs, unless the Colts, come back to earth somehow, to make the playoffs, 8 wins isn't going to get
No, it's not going to get it done. Yeah, you got to get to 10. You got to get to 10, and 10 might get you left out in this AFC.
So, look, the Bills game last year, we saw very much what can happen to Josh Allen if things aren't right at Energy Stadium.
Yeah.
And I think that's so that's an intriguing one. They'd have to get either one of those. They'd have to either get the Bills a victory there, and then one of either the Colts or is on the road.
That's the concern. That's what you've got to win these upcoming next 3 games, so you've got some cushion in the really hard patch.
Yeah, so we went through the exercise trying to get to 8 wins.
Yeah.
To get to the playoffs.
To get to 10.
At this point, it almost feels like you've got to sweep this homestand.
I feel like
you got to go 3-0 here. You absolutely have to beat Denver.
And the good news is you're favored against them. I mean, you're favored in all 3 of these games. The odds makers are saying that as individual events go, you should win, or you're favored to win each of them.
I don't want that Jaguars game. It can't be just a victory. It's got to be emphatic.
It's got to be a thrashing.
It's got to be a beatdown.
It's got to be a thrashing.
It's got to be a C.J. Stroud versus Trevor Lawrence, the haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
That's all we want
for this regular season game against a nondescript divisional foe.
400 yards for C.J.
That's all I want.
That's it, man. That's it. We're not being greedy here, all right?
Can I get like a 45-point performance out of this team? That's all I'm asking.
That's all we want. Yeah. Exactly. What's the? Well, they did 40. Hey, they had 44 for you a couple weeks ago.
I said 45.
I know. Yeah. No. I know you want. Yeah. You always want to be striving.
Yeah.
Yes. Here was Holly Rowe on a podcast about a breakup that she had, which has generated all sorts of texts to the show about breakup stories.
I'm going to tell you this part first. I had a really hot boyfriend, and he was Mr. Switzerland bodybuilder. We dated for 4 years, and when I say smoking hot, and the reason we broke up was we were at the ESPYs, and Pat Summitt had just gotten this award because she's been diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. And I'm in the audience, and I'm just bawling at the ESPYs, and he asked me, "What's wrong with you? She's just a coach." And so we broke up. So I just need you to understand, I gave up Mr. Switzerland because of Pat Summitt. This is a true story.
Okay, that's a pretty good breakup story. I will admit, that's a pretty good breakup story.
I've casually been going over trying to find footage from the 2012 ESPYs. That's when Pat Summitt won the Courage Award.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I haven't been able to find anything because everything right now is popping up this story right here. But yeah.
So see if there's a crowd shot or something. Yeah, I want to get a look at Mr. Switzerland. Okay, so the stories continue to come in. I broke up with a girl because she gave up her pet for adoption so she could get into a luxury condo that did not accept pets.
Oh, wow.
That's a good breakup right there because that's a seriously superficial person.
That definitely, I think, right there is a window into how she makes her decisions and what she cares about.
When we had our dog, Amy would have gone homeless and kept the dog before, the luxury condo, gave it up for adoption. Now, and he said, I was extremely angry that she didn't give the dog to me.
Oh, and she didn't even think that. Yeah, she didn't care a bit about that dog.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
getting out of a relationship. You got out of the right relationship.
You ever think about this? I don't know, comedian somewhere or not, but I agree with it. You ever see sometimes you see a dog with a homeless person out on the media or something, and you think oh, that poor dog, and then you realize oh no, that dog gets to spend 24 hours a day with its owner, and it's outside all day long.
That's true.
And everything, and he doesn't have any societal expectations of the house he needs to live in or anything like that. That dog's probably one of the happiest dogs in the world.
Is it getting fed properly? That would be
usually they are, because a lot of times people will give dog food to the guys that have the dogs.
Yeah.
So I think those dogs are pretty well fed. As long as if it's somebody who's clearly got a drug addiction issue or something, then those dogs, I worry about those dogs. But when you can tell it's somebody that's just whatever, down on their luck or whatever, that dog is a happy ass dog.
Maybe. I always thought the opposite. Anytime I see a dog with a celebrity at their home, like JJ Watt's dogs, I see them, I'm like, oh, those dogs, they don't know how good they have it, man.
You gotta do the problem. You're anthropomorphizing the dogs. They don't give a damn about status.
No, I know.
Or anything. Or
I'm projecting. I get it.
They're not watching TV all day. They're not doom scrolling Instagram, seeing how much better other dogs have it. They're just happy to be with their owner. Man.
I know. It's a glitch. I admit it.
JJ's abandoning those dogs every week to go off to do some football game.
That's true. Now you got kids.
If anything, is a negligent dog owner.
Now they have kids, so there's probably more attention on the kids.
I got to deal with this kid. Just doesn't pulling my ears.
Have you seen some of the videos JJ puts out of his older son? That kid is he was doing the human wheelbarrow thing with him in one video. JJ was. And
the kid was holding up JJ's legs?
I knew that's I knew I'd need to specify. That would be amazing. But the fact that Koa is just blump, 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 blump with his arms, and he's walking all over the place with him like that. He climbed up. They had this inflatable slide on his stories. I guess they must have had a birthday party. Mm-hmm. And Koa's climbing up the inflatable slide without even using his hands.
Oh, really?
He's just climbing up there. I'm like, this kid... Get this kid an NIL bag now.
I could see JJ being the right kind of dad when it comes to kind of giving his kid like a Archie Manning type. We're not putting any pressure on him at all, but he's gonna help him out as much as.
But he's already got a weight room for him.
And if the kid psychologically is probably wired, both his parents were driven athletes. I'm guessing might end up being a pretty motivated kid.
I would imagine.
So he'd end up being like a Christian McCaffrey type.
I can see that.
Just like the dialed-in cyborg whose father is able to give him all the right advice.
Bringing his own food to school, like specific portions and things like that.
It does sound like Steve McCaffrey was a little bit on the he was a little bit on the Todd
Marinovich?
Todd Marinovich's dad.
Oh, Ed McCaffrey.
Yeah, Ed McCaffrey. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ed McCaffrey was a little bit, I don't know. He sounded like he was pretty strict with Christian.
Yeah.
But Christian was all about it.
He told stories about
Christian
it.
wasn't going to rebel against it.
He liked it.
So maybe that's why Ed McCaffrey was that way, because he could sense that Christian had a thirst for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a buddy that said, my girlfriend looked like a frog, and after that, I couldn't unsee it. That's from Nate Huffman.
That's a tough one. I was dating a girl that I liked her, and then my brother made some comment about her that I was like, oh, yeah.
I'm out.
A lot of other people thought this woman was really pretty, except my brother made one comment about her that it just, and that was it. I felt awful about it.
But these are the ABCs of you, man. That's what it is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez in the house.
Yeah, man.
What's going on?
Thinking about breakups.
Got any good breakup stories?
Seth, you might relate to this one. You wrestled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I used to wrestle a little bit in college.
Bet you did.
And no, actual wrestling.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. What were you talking about?
And I was practicing a move on my girlfriend.
Yeah.
That sounds funny, I know. But like wrestling move.
Yeah.
The one where you reach under and grab their arm and pull it?
Yeah.
I forget what it's
arm
called.
Drag.
Well, the arm drag,
Are
but
you on the mat,
top.
or
Yeah,
are
you're on the mat. You're on
Okay.
top. You kind of reach under and pull the arm.
Okay.
And then you spin them.
Uh-huh.
So I did that. Dislocated her shoulder.
Oh my God!
Oh wow!
Holy crap!
You earned
John.
that one. You earned that one so well.
Yeah.
That's a tough one to go to the emergency room with. man.
Yes, and
'Cause
they took her to another room.
They took her to another room.
Started
I
asking.
remember that because I broke my ankle in high school once, and this is funny because it's got a wrestling angle. I was wrestling with my brother, and he got me in a head and arm throw and tossed me into a coffee table, and I broke my ankle. But my brother didn't know the ankle was broken, but he said, "Don't tell mom. You better not tell mom." So I'm like. So I tried to gut it out for like 12 hours, and I was dying. And finally, I told my mom. I came up with some cock and falling down the stairs. I got to the emergency room, and the doctors are like, "You fell down the stairs," because it looked like an impact type of injury or something.
They had her in there for a long time.
They had my parents leave the room, ask about my mom. Had only been married to my stepdad for like a year.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the big loser in all of that was your mom.
My stepdad.
And
really.
Oh, dude. Wow.
And
All of a sudden, then people are knocking at your door. Hey, we just wanted to check around a little bit, look around, make sure everything's good.
I tried to put a different spin on it that I fell up the stairs. And I was running up the stairs and I fell up the stairs.
Yeah, I jerked your ankle.
What happened to that? Did she, so she dumped you? She blamed you for it? She was
Okay,
angry about it?
well, I'm glad you said that because I was going to finish the story. It was it was a bad couple of, no, I'm saying, I was waiting. It was a bad couple of weeks, didn't have any contact. And today, I'm married to her.
Oh,
no
really?
way!
Oh, no
Are you serious?
And Reggie's shaking his head.
Wow.
Oh my God!
That poor woman.
She really had
you
to
put
think
her
about
through
it.
some stuff, man. Good God.
Kids, this is a good message to the kids out there. If you found though your one and only, go dislocate her shoulder today.
How'd she come to grips with it? Like,
Just a lot of cajoling and begging.
Really? Oh, good for you, though. Oh. I don't know what that move's called. When you
She's got stories, man. She's got stories. I dislocated her shoulder.
But now it's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to have to call my brother about it. Yeah, somebody text in what that move is.
Ask her about that sometime.
Oh, yeah, I
Hey,
will.
John, you ever practice any wrestling with John?
Does she still? Yeah. We would have to know something ahead of time to ask that question. Does she still feel pain in that shoulder?
I don't.
Because that can be.
It was bad.
You haven't asked to see how her shoulder's feeling in the last 40 years?
She said yes, and then after that, he was.
I'm good. Phew, no lawsuits. We did it.
She's
get married.
children, and that's all.
Yeah. So fellas, what is the question of the day? And this functioned as a question of the day on our show, but I want to acknowledge the home of the question of the day is in the loop.
I mean, that's nice of you to say. We definitely didn't invent that. I do want to play though. And to be fair, I have been, thankfully, knock on wood, all my breakups have been pretty amicable to this point.
Yeah.
However, there was a first date that she was already younger than me, but she had made the first move, and I was like, all right, cool, I'm willing to see this. Went to a nice wine bar outside of Dallas, or just outside of downtown Dallas, that is. And for some reason, you want people to be open and honest, so you create a connection or whatever. For some reason, she thought that the proper topic of conversation was all the fights that she had with her roommate in college.
Oh, and you were taking the roommate's side?
I wasn't taking any sides. I was just like, she sounds toxic as hell.
Yeah, she's a pugilist.
Yeah. Right, like, I mean, I understand.
Maintenance.
Again, you want to be open, but we all understand what the game is on a first date. You want to put a little bit of your best foot forward. She's airing out all their dirty laundry, and I'm just like, how am I supposed to look at you?
That is a life of coming home from work and hearing all about her awful day.
Yes.
I hadn't even taken it that far. That's a great day.
That's coming home and like, oh, and you will not believe what Jen said at work today.
All right.
Yeah.
So without going into great detail, was that it? Was that done, or did you?
I mean, I had made the decision.
Did you ride the roller coaster for a little?
Oh no, I had made the decision that date was so that's on me.
Yeah.
However, but yeah, I made the decision in that moment. Like the rest of the night did not stick with me because I was like, oh yeah, we're done here.
We're done.
How's it work in dating where when you have a first date with somebody and then it's not going to happen again? Like, do you call and say, hey, this probably
I mean, you should,
but nobody does, right?
I didn't. I didn't in that moment. I'm not saying I'm a good person for that. In fact, I think the opposite.
Did you just ghost her, or did you text her? You just
yeah.
I'm trying to think about
not
how
the best.
It's easy. It was easier for us to ghost people back in the day because we only had the phone calls.
Take the phone off the hook. You get a busy signal the whole time.
You might actually be dead in that instance. Yeah.
Yeah, like you just wouldn't call. But now where it's so easy to like, even if I don't know,
and they know they're getting the messages and
social media,
social media, the whole nine.
Let it go to the answering machine.
People
believe it or not, George isn't at home.
People talk about ghosting like it's a new thing or something. Like, no, it just used to be a lot easier to ghost people.
Right.
They had no entire way of even knowing where you lived.
Entire families.
Yep.
John, what an amazing woman your wife is.
She's a saint.
Yeah, that's not the half of it. Yeah,
that's not the half of it. Question of the day.
Oh, wait, real quick. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station.
If not for a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of fate, Sean Payton could be in Denver today, and D'Amico could be in Denver today, and Sean Payton could be in Houston today.
Okay.
So Denver is D'Amico's backup city.
Yeah.
And Houston, you can argue, is filled with both these guys.
Yeah.
Interviewing them.
Yeah.
What's your backup city?
My backup city, mine is Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a big surprise to anybody. Mm-hmm. Like I've always thought about. To be clear, I want to live and die in Houston. Like I want to ride the rest of this thing out.
I've been here so long.
Yeah, I have no desire. I have zero desire to go anywhere else to live. But I've always, especially in what we do, I've always, and with the proliferation now. I mean, I know sports gambling's been in Vegas forever, but it's such a bigger thing now overall. That I've thought about that. I'm not
talking like I won the lottery. I'm talking like you're going to work to live.
No, Vegas. I'm totally talking
your
Vegas.
Backup city.
Yeah, Vegas for me. Yep, Vegas.
I'd say for me, honestly, I really like Eugene, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
It's barely
nice.
City, but I would actually want to be out on the coast. Like Florence is out on the coast because it's cold in the summer there. Like cold is like low 70s on the coast.
Yeah.
In Eugene, it gets hot in the summer.
Yes.
One of our listeners set me right on that earlier. Because it's a nice climate in the summer, but not overly hot or anything. I'm all about just not sweating for the rest of my life, except I want to, when I want to.
Yeah, it is pretty out there, man. That is really nice.
There's one thing about Eugene that I've noticed. I've never encountered so many incredibly friendly service people. Like you walk into a fast food restaurant and it's like you're going into a family restaurant. Like people are like actually delighted to see you and everything. Mm-hmm. It's weird.
They're nice.
I've been all over I've been all over and I've never been in a place like that.
Yeah.
I'm doing it based on their McDonald's. The most friendliest McDonald's in the world.
The servers.
I actually want that piece of content. I would like you to rank all the McDonald's that you've ever been to. For some reason, sick reason, I would actually like to hear that.
Yes. Well, good. Yeah, so those are ours. Are you revealing yours at 10:40 today?
I've got a couple, so I can reveal Miami right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miami was...
That was an almost for you, huh?
I had actually said yes, and then I backed out and came to Houston.
Man.
36 years ago almost.
So have you gone back to think about like what sports stories you would have covered if you were there?
Whenever they happen. Yeah, whenever they happen.
Yeah.
Like you would have just been Dan Le Batard, huh?
Well, it was it Scott Fowler that took the job that I turned down? Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that.
I mean, at this point, the statute of limitations.
Yeah. But yeah, you would have covered LeBron there. You would have, I don't know what you would have covered some Miami Hurricane stuff.
Yeah.
You'd have been friends with Mark Vandermeer.
That's right. I
You would have been friends with Vandy way earlier, and you would have been like, in an alternate life, you and I might have hosted morning radio together.
I can see. No, you don't need South Florida, John. Like in an alternate life, if they did this in a movie or something, first time somebody talked to you and they're doing a rail cocaine, you would have been that would have sent you spiral. You would have been dislocating people's shoulders all over the place.
Yeah. All right, we'll finish this out on this. Lopez figured if he got married, she can't testify against him in court.
That's right, or at least she'd be less likely to.
Less likely.
Reggie give his answer?
Wait, backup city?
Yeah.
I mean, the clear obvious one right now is Dallas, Texas, but I have another one that I think is actually a little more interesting.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, 10:40 today. We'll get that from Reggie.
Yeah, my food, my diet here,
Oh yeah,
it's so much better food wise.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
Is it really?
Oh,
yeah.
I
10
assumed,
times better.
but you've got to, okay.
We live a better life food wise.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
How are the McDonald's up there?
You know what? That's a great question.
And more importantly, how friendly are the servers?
Yeah.
All right. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, hey, antibodies,
Thank
and may all of your ex-girlfriends not sue you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, as always. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Hump Day. It is a Wednesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate the fellas, Payne and Pendergast. Love chopping it up with them, especially when they bring us a question of the day. That was fun.
That was good.
I like that. All right, let's get going.
I got a little bit too much of my business out there.
You decided to do that. Both cases, by the way. You decided to tell us about it, but you also decided to do that in the first place. Like I kind of think I get
a good move, though, man.
I think I get where you were going.
I pinned her.
Yeah, you kept it going. She was screaming in agony. You're like, oh, I gotta follow this.
Gotcha.
Got like Kramer beating up on little kids in karate.
Yeah. Or like seeing,
I had to work on that arm drag.
No, you didn't. Yeah. Right? Like I think most people when they're like, "Hey, you want to wrestle?" Like when it comes to a person,
she goes, that's not what I was thinking.
Yeah. Right? Like you had the entirely wrong end goal.
And then when the kids walk in and you try to tell them, "Oh, we're wrestling," she's like, "No, we're not."
And I'm thinking that the arm. It was when she hit the floor.
I pulled the arm, yeah.
As it was hitting the floor.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it really was abuse, technically.
A rough one, yeah.
I don't think you should laugh about that one. Just gonna be honest. Not sure that's how that should go. That's right. Little to be known, like his proposal was actually happening in the emergency room there. He's like, I promise I'll marry you. I promise. All right, let's get going on this Wednesday. This is the midway point of the week, typically where you begin turning the calendar to the next week. I think we've already kind of started looking towards this Broncos game. There's a lot that this game will hopefully tell us, and so excited to talk about that. Get involved with the program, mind you, 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Also, appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. We'll be talking to Zach Bye from 104.3 The Fan in Denver to go behind enemy lines at noon. But right now, I kind of want to think backwards. Like this is last week we played. We had this Texans play against the Seahawks. It's the matchup that's happened the least frequently in NFL history. This one against the Broncos is also fairly infrequent. Like I think there's 10 times total that these teams have matched up. I believe it's 6-4 in favor of, I believe, Denver, if my memory serves. Yes, the Denver Broncos lead this series 6-4, so you can bring it a little bit closer to even this week. But like, I want to talk about the history in a different way, John Lopez. You kind of teased it. There's a little tie here that is very infrequently thought about or discussed that you want to bring to the fore.
Yeah, look, man, the Texans had interest. You remember this quite well, I'm sure, in both Sean Payton and D'Amico Ryans. Sean Payton, by a lot of accounts, was rumored to be at the top of the list. And remember, there was another factor sort of in play here. It's like, what would the power structure be? Because Nick Caserio was here already. Would he push Nick Caserio out? Is that something that Caserio maybe is behind the scenes sort of pushing against? And then D'Amico Ryans comes in. There was I think O'Connell might have been. Someone else was.
I think Shane Steichen was one,
maybe,
right?
Yeah, Steichen. But anyway, but the two of the highest ones that they got closest to hiring, and of course they did hire DeMeco Ryans, was Sean Payton. How much different would things be? How much different would things be if the Texans and Broncos had gone the other way?
It's such an interesting thought process because, I mean, DeMeco Ryans, a lot of the value that he brings, not all of, because I don't want to, discredit a lot of the work that he's done. Some incredible work with this team. Some of it was just like the vibes, man. Like it's worth acknowledging where this team was. In fact,
that's a good point.
Where this team was when it came to like the feel. We were down in the dumps. You'd had a couple of coups of power where people have usurped power and utilized it improperly, either trading away great players or just making this organization a mockery. Bringing in somebody of like the stature and the demeanor and the temperament of DeMeco Ryans really helped stabilize it, and that was a foundation to get back to getting back to good football, getting belief back in his team. Absolutely. Yeah. We saw that somewhat with New Orleans after Katrina. I don't know if that goes exactly the same, because he's not one of our own in that same way.
Well, and I also think the McNairs were sort of gauging the temperature of, and I think it was a factor. Again, feel free to weigh in, because you and I talked a lot about this at the time. I think they were gauging the temperature of what the public might embrace most. And I think ultimately that was DeMeco Ryans. And obviously, contrary to, what he said in his press conference on Tuesday, was it Tuesday? Monday.
Monday, yeah.
Monday. He was wholly embraced, and it was this city was going nuts about him, and favored son and welcome back and former player and all that. I think that was a factor. But I'm going to use a term that I hate, devil's advocate, all right?
I thought you were going to say it is what it is.
No, that's even worse. You won't hear me saying that. Devil's advocate.
Because the devil don't need no advocate, as my mom would say.
Yeah, let's look at a couple of things. In order to get Sean Payton, you would have probably had to have given up a draft pick, maybe even a first-round draft pick, because he was still under contract with the Saints. Remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So would that have been the number 12 pick you used to get Will Anderson? Would you even, with Sean Payton here, would you even have gone for Will Anderson? So that's on the glad we got DeMeco's side.
Right. I mean, Will Anderson is probably the player that people are the most confident in. Obviously, C.J. Stroud is a quarterback, so that changes like the value proposition. Yeah. But Will Anderson is the dude that I think you have the most confidence in. If you were going to pick an MVP to this point in the season?
Yes, probably him, yeah.
I don't know what this team is without Will Anderson Jr.
But
at this
before
moment.
you say, oh, man, I'm glad we didn't do that, let's go to the other side, devil's advocate. You wouldn't have had, clearly, you would have had Sean Payton and C.J. Stroud together for 3 years now, not 3 different offensive coordinators. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about what he's done with Bo Nix in 2 years. Think about Sean Payton with C.J. Stroud for 3 years. Because, by the way, C.J. Stroud was his guy. Like before the draft, the only reason they drafted Bo Nix the next year is because they had a decrepit, aging Russell Wilson, and then they went with Bo Nix. But he loved C.J. He would have drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I mean the capability of somebody in a Sean Payton offense. I mean, Drew Brees was able to lead the league in yards a number of times. I mean, even Bo Nix, who I'm going to be honest, and I don't mean to disrespect the opponent the week that you're headed in. Bo Nix, I think the ceiling, or maybe even just the floor, lower than what C.J. Stroud has, just as a lump of clay, right?
I think the ceiling is lower. I think he's playing really well. But that's just our opinions. But nevertheless,
sure.
C.J. Stroud, 3 years with Sean Payton. Look what he's done with Bo Nix.
Right. That is an interest, especially in a league that offense matters so much, right? Everything I feel like I'm talking about ends up feeling like it feels like you're knocking down what happened, and I don't want to do that. Yeah. But there is something to be said about DeMeco Ryans, like what he's done, but also how much the division has helped. Look, it have dominant offense in the way that this division has been. Like, are we just talking about AFC South championships, or are you talking about the capability of going into the playoffs and winning games and getting deeper
He's
into the playoffs?
He's got the pedigree.
Yeah, and I think we probably wouldn't have it probably wouldn't be a heavy conversation about what this offense got to do, or CJ Stroud.
What it is.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the offensive coordinators conversation type deal. The only thing I do question if they did hire Sean Payton is just the power dynamic. with Nick Caserio because
I don't think he would have.
Sean Payton is.
He might not even be here.
Yeah, Sean Payton role as a coach GM type of guy.
But again, where do you fall on that?
That's exactly the next because it
Where
sounds.
do you fall on that?
It did sound like we were starting from a place where we go, well, if you had gotten Sean Payton, you'd be in a better place. And I think that the X's and O's on the field, I think it get interesting. The tough part, and someone texted this in. I'm interested in how you feel about this from the 713. Sean Payton here is like Brian Kelly in LSU. He could be a little grating, and he absolutely wants power. Which again, I do wonder
how do you feel about the power now. John Carroll, Patriots.
But see, that's the thing. Like I think Nick Caserio probably would have been out of here by now because Sean Payton would have had his hands on the whole coaching staff.
Right.
It would be no John Carroll guys. It would be no Patriot South guy.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been clash where to the point I don't know if that would have helped the season.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. But I also know that hey man, you again the way that we've talked about that period before D'Amico Ryans and CJ come in. And kind of help.
That was huge.
You had two different executives, I guess, for lack of a better term, that usurped power and kind of like isolated it in that one place. You'd go for a third in Sean Payton. Like I do think that there is something to be said about the context in which he would come in.
There's a big difference with Sean Payton and the
he has bona fides over Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. I clearly understand that, but I mean. He can rub people the wrong way,
of course,
a lot of times, and I do wonder, does that work in the context of coming out of that era of Texans football? Like that is a question I think is fair and valid to bring up.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Well, I know some people are thinking about this because I'm looking at the text board and the YouTube stream right now myself. What about the defense? All right, what about the defense? Van Joseph has coached with the Texans. Van Joseph is a very good friend of Sean Payton's. Van Joseph has a hell of a defense in Denver. And there is a very strong chance that Van Joseph, who coached, by the way, Jonathan Joseph, Kareem Jackson, Glover Quinn on that 2012 defense of the Texans that was so strong, very good chance that he would be handling the defense here.
Yeah.
That's quite possible.
Yeah. The only thing I'm just curious about is I wonder how much power he would have had, and that would have been that whole thing, that whole
a lot of
power conversation and all that stuff. Is what type of power Nick Caserio have at this point?
I don't think he would have been here.
Yeah, I don't know that they coexist in the same way. But again, that's one of those.
But see, that's a little tricky, man, because if you think about the history, the Houston Texans went through a lot to try to even get Nick Caserio here.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering happened at that point.
It was close, man, by all reports. It was Sean Payton was very high on the list. D'Amico Ryans very high on the list. Steichen. I mean, to me, it's just funny when you think about these things. And we've talked about it here on the show about like how I took a job in Miami and what would have been different had I not changed my mind and come to Houston. I would have, my whole life would have been different.
Now,
imagine that.
Yeah, and now one thing, and I mean, look, we can quibble about the X's and O's. The thing that I know for certain is how much does the culture matter to Houston? Because all of this H-Town culture, like I do understand and want to give credit to the McNairs, like harping on that. A large part of that is bringing in a D'Amico Ryans that understands this city after playing in it, and like all the way that they've built what this Houston Texans like feels, game day feels like, all these things. I don't think that you can get that with Sean Payton as the head coach. How much does that matter? That's a question that's worth asking, right? Because ultimately, if you're good at football, does any of that matter? However, I think Houston is so much like we know ourselves. Texans, just generally, but Houstonians, we let you know that we are from Houston. We love this city. Like I do think that the city and the team reflecting that matters to some degree.
Yeah, I think winning cures all of that stuff. If he came in and he was winning, I don't think we would be having that type of conversation. Because hell, when we wasn't winning this year, people was having questions about D'Amico, who was a god here.
And the 361 says, man, tell Lopez to get off of Sean Payton's you know what. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm glad. I preferred D'Amico Ryans. I was leading the charge with everybody else. I don't want it different. My question here was, can you imagine how different?
Yeah,
but it would have been wild.
No imagining at this point. You get both of these teams matched up against each other. What the real iteration of this Texas team is right now, and an opportunity to face off against the Broncos, tell us a little something about what they are as a team right now under D'Amico Ryans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday. There's a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops that we'll give away in the 12 o'clock hour today as well. Coming up next, Kevin Durant joined the Pivot podcast. How happy are you to have Kevin Durant here? And he said something that I really, really enjoyed. I want to tell you about that. We'll do it next.
How big was the Texans' 20? Let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside the OG John Lopez. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you getting involved with the program. And the myriad of 5-2-4610 is the number to text. Again, 713-572-4610. We always appreciate you doing that. Where a lot of people, interestingly enough, there's a pretty good split. Like, there's definitely some people that are like, yeah, offensive-minded head coach would have loved that. Sean Payton. He helped allow New Orleans to be New Orleans in that time. He'd have been fine. And there's some people that like Sean Payton, good coach, but didn't want him here in Houston. So I did find that interesting, an interesting kind of thought process to go through there. But also, the McCarran Injury Lawyer live streams, YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, Twitch chat 610 Houston. Really, really early on, but early returns on KD, man. I don't think anybody's upset or willing to undo this by any means. But what are your early thoughts on how he fits? Kevin Durant actually sat down on the Pivot podcast, talked to Fred Taylor, Channing. Goodness gracious, I always forget Channing's name, and I apologize for that. But then also Ryan Clark. They sat down and talked. Crowder, there we go.
I was thinking Fry.
Every time, bro. Literally, those are the two ones that come to mind, and I always forget. Oh, goodness gracious, apologies. But they do a great job. It's always a good environment when they sit down and talk to a player because there's not those walls and barriers that come up when a player's dealing with more of a traditional journalist. Although Kevin Durant, he speaks his mind, and he did that in the about hour-long podcast. He has some really interesting things to say, and one of the things that caught my attention most was, they were asking him about, being out there and playing next to Şengün. And some of the conversation was actually like, getting the ball and doing more. This was Durant talking about his impact playing next to Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, we want to win every game. I've never heard a player say that.
It's funny you say about him passing because Şengün dropped about 40 the other night. But I was still how you kept passing the ball to him. I was like, no, shoot, KD, shoot.
See, that's what I'm saying. Everybody out there trying to play Xbox with me. Let me go out there and chill. Listen, Alfie was out there. Like, come on now. He was balling. What you got as a guy who's in it, right? Last season, Şengün would catch the ball at the top of the key, and he'll have a guy up there with him. Like, I was with him last night at the top of the key. I'd be at the wing. A lot of the times, he would have somebody else in his lap helping him. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm right there. This dude not about to leave me open for a catch and shoot. He might be denying me. So that he got a little bit extra space to, get some work in. So for me, I might not be involved in that play. I might not touch the ball. But I feel like I contributed to a little bit, a part of that, him making that basket, even though he did 100% of the work, but just giving him just a small inch of space for me is a win. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times, that's a win for me, but people don't understand that part of the game. They just like, go score the ball, bro. Go put some shots up.
Yeah.
No, he's definitely involved in those plays.
I was chanting Crowder in this one. I was just like, man, come on, get KD the ball, man.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, yeah, you want to see it.
Yeah, I was kind of like that, but Şengün was cooking.
Well, that's the thing. He is definitely involved in the play, and that's that basketball, genius maybe genius. Basketball smarts.
He's got a real basketball intellect that you cannot neglect at all.
Yeah, basketball smarts, knowing it's not like KD's not going to get his, and he knows that more than anybody. Especially when we definitely need a bucket now. Now, maybe 20% of the time that will go to Şengün, but 80% of the time it'll go to KD.
Well, he even went further in talking about kind of taking a back seat down the stretch at times and said, quote, I never liked dictators. I always feel like it was better to empower everybody around you to reach for the best versions of themselves. In the process of them doing that, it's going to be some bumpy roads along the way, and there's going to come a time where I have to dictate, like you said. All right, you sit in the corner, blah, blah, blah. But we're all figuring it out, coming to this team and knowing it's a young team. Guys are still figuring out their games and their roles and establishing themselves in the league. I'm still striking a balance of all right, we need to let everybody grow and figure out the roles, and still at the same time, we've got to have a structure we can fall back on. He obviously talked more, and there's a lot more. But this was really interesting to me because we knew, like, we had indications that Kevin Durant was going to come in and, help facilitate. I think he's fully, even in those first 3 games, we've seen him fully embrace the role of being, like, the OG and helping towards the team dynamic of building this squad. Like, sometimes, we've seen it in sports where people come in and say one thing, like, the thing that I always like to talk about in basketball is every team in the league comes in and we want to play fast paced. Yeah. And then you get to the games and some of these teams aren't actually fast paced. He's come in and he's actually exhibited like that OG status, including part of me being here is taking away the attention to allow Alperen Sengun to develop as that guy, to allow Jabari Smith Jr. to develop as the guy that he's developing into, and Amen Thompson and all of the other likes. Like, clearly this is a intention to the point where he's willing to go on a podcast where somebody's like saying, hey, we wanted you to get the ball, and be like, no, you've got it wrong. This is what we're pushing towards.
Well, and that is for superstars especially, but for a lot of players, but especially for superstars, the self-awareness of where you are in your career, not that you can't do it, but understanding what needs to be done. That you got to give Kevin Durant a lot of credit for that. And this isn't just this year. He's done it in recent years where he's been able to understand, okay, now on some of the teams that he's been on, he's had to do more, but he knows he doesn't have to. And the self-awareness here is probably right now. You mentioned earlier, it's only 3 games in, but how do we feel about the Kevin Durant, experience here? Right now, that might be the most impressive thing.
100%. Right. And you say self-awareness, and I think it can maybe be heard as, well, you got to recognize you're no spring chicken and you can't keep it.
That's not what I'm saying.
He scored 37 on Friday.
No.
And I know that's not what you're saying. But I think that makes it even cooler. Is like
he doesn't have to score 37 all the time.
He knows it, and yet and still, like, a clear decision is, I'm going to do things to help facilitate this. Yeah. And another thing that's maybe a little quieter of it, I don't know, did you see the video or like the audio that you can kind of hear of him on the court? After, in the middle of a timeout, whatever, he's over talking to a ref, kind of like going back and forth. Yeah. When was the last time, or like how many people do you feel like have the gravitas, like the person that do that with this team and the respect to do that? Yeah. Like, I kind of like knowing that KD is going to be the guy that helps facilitate things, but then also when somebody needs to go and be aggressive and maybe not Ime from the sideline, but somebody on the court, KD is more than willing to be the guy that goes, speaks on behalf of the team, like just be that leader, not just, be the guy that could score the buckets, but be a guy who's truly a leader on this team.
And on this team, that's something that they just haven't had. They haven't had that guy. I mean, maybe Van Vliet a little bit.
Fred's been that guy.
A little bit. And he's not Kevin Durant. He's not Steph Curry. He's not, these guys where, he goes, hey, and the ref goes, yes, sir.
Right. Fred is a consummate vet. He's been in the league a long time. He's been on a championship
But he's not that guy.
Exactly.
He's not that guy.
And so, like, I am super excited about, like, early on, and maybe this is just, drink the Kool-Aid, but I think that's kind of the benefit, right? Seeing that KD has not only come in and give you an opportunity to score all these mid-range jumpers in an incredible way, like seeing all the turnaround middies. I don't think I've ever been more excited to watch those go up and go down. But seeing these little things on the periphery that I think are the types of things that help you grow, in addition to, like, just the basic statement that it's going to take time to grow into these things, the understanding and the willingness. He sounds kind of like a coach on the court, and I think that's probably a bigger thing that he brings that we don't often talk about.
No, and then just early returns. That's the great thing right there. What he's brought as a guy, as a veteran, as a superstar that is respected. I also feel like, X's and O's, we talked about that, like the ability to not just things that you'll want to develop. It's still early. I mean, we don't know how it's going to play in a half-court game when everybody's being denied,
Yeah, there was a lot in this podcast. Like, this is just the very, very smallest cross-section. I have a little bit more. However, I got to ask you, fair or foul, not from KD, but Channing Crowder, the man whose name I keep forgetting, I apologize. But, he had this statement to KD in the podcast, and I'm asking you, Lopez, fair or foul?
You know what else I'm hot with you about? Seriously, it's the one thing. You have not blessed the world with your DNA. Bruh, we can't get a little Kevin, a little Kevinita.
Nah,
bro, we need this to continue, bro. You're the only one on Netflix without an old lady.
I got a nephew, man.
Bro, you don't think, bro. I'm telling you.
He got the same blood, man.
KD, you don't want to be the 65-year-old man at the high school graduation. They calling you grandpa. You gotta put a little Kevin in the world.
Nah, man. When that time gonna come, it's gonna come, man.
He got like a little Durant Springman or something like those.
Yeah, man. I got a lot of kids out here, to be honest.
They
man.
named that.
Looking up to, man. I gotta set a good example every day, bro.
Set a good example. Get you a woman and set a good example in the bedroom.
In that context, fair.
You sure?
Yeah.
That's what
podcast. That's what podcasts do, man.
I get. You know what?
Now, you don't want to be at his locker saying, "Hey, by the way," a follow-up question.
That's a fair point. Like, it was a fun moment in the podcast. That is, I can't imagine sitting around with my homeboys. This is what the
they
podcast
want to ask you
is.
that.
Man, my family currently asking me that.
Yeah, but that's your family, right? We understand you so great. We need to see the children. Hey, bro, what are you talking about right now?
If we were on a podcast, no holds barred, no FCC, none of that stuff. You tell me you wouldn't be asked about that by your guys?
No.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, I feel like fellas had those type of talks.
Yes.
I feel like fellas.
It's more barbershop than press availability.
When are you going to give us some kids? Sounds like somebody's grandmother, not like your homeboy.
Why you ain't got no kids, man? Come on, I know you. Get some kids, man. What you doing?
Yeah, 100%.
But not just like get some kids, right? Because that sounds like you
bless us with your DNA.
Yeah. That was the portion of it.
That's the part that sounded crazy.
That was the portion of it. I was like, hey, bro, are you trying to have his kids right now? That's crazy. With all due respect to Channing Crowder, by the way, I don't want to see that man in these streets.
That's Channing Crowder. He weird type of questions like that. He set the question up very strange.
Podcast. Holds barred, man.
Let us know. 713-572-4610. Fair or foul question there. But no, very, very good, insightful conversation with KD. There's a little bit more that I think we'll circle back to here in the loop on this Wednesday. But coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. In fact, we started off the show talking about the possibility, the alternate universe where DeMeco Ryans is the head coach of the Broncos in this game and Sean Payton is the head coach of the Texans. Those would have been their backup cities of sorts. So question of the day, what's your backup city? What's your what if that could have happened? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
The Texans need
simple intake form, and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's see if I can balance these at the same time. Question of the day, inspired by, the kind of curiosity of what could have been the Broncos' job when that opportunity was there, and if Sean Payton had gotten the Texans' job. Those have been the backup cities of sorts. So what would your backup city be? What's the what if in your lifetime? 713-572-4610. We'll get there. We were just talking about KD on who had jumped on the Pivot podcast, and he was asked by Channing Crowder when he was going to allow his legacy to continue on with some babies out here. And I was like, I feel like that's a weird question for your homeboys to ask you sitting around. Some of y'all are like, no. Totally fair question from 281 to ask one of your homeboys. Have a friend who just finally got his ultimate dream job and basically asked him when he's going to settle down. When you're going to settle down is a little different than when are you going to give his kids.
Yeah, but I still think it's fair.
I think you had an issue with the way he set it up with the DNA.
When are you going to bless us with your DNA?
Yeah, I think you had an issue with that. If he would have just said, hey, man, when are you planning on, starting a family, having some kids? Yeah. I don't think it would have sounded as bad.
Give us some prodigy.
Yeah, prodigy. Yeah.
When you go give us a little KD.
All right, so I still feel like that's why it's gonna be hard to get me out of that space. But I see what you're talking about there. But yeah, what's your backup city? Because again, there is a wild circumstance under which DeMeco Ryans is the head coach of the Broncos, and Sean Payton is here as the offensive head coach who is dealing with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I just remembered, Figgy, we were talking about this obviously to start the show. But remember, Denver also made like a late run again.
They offered him more money.
Yeah, they made another late run.
Yeah, I want to say they offered him more money. It's like DeMeco wanted to be there.
He wants to be here.
He could have took more money elsewhere.
So you could say Denver was his backup city, and Houston is Sean Payton's backup city. And one other note for our listeners: 713-572-4610, and you can message on Twitch and YouTube as well. I'm not talking I won the lottery, I'm going to buy an island in Cayman, or whatever. I'm talking about like your backup city that you
try to move to.
You're going to move to, you're going to work, you're going to raise a family, you're going to, all this, like your backup city. I mentioned Miami earlier. It's really wild to think about, kind of a thought exercise like we did with, with the Sean Payton DeMeco stuff. Like I decided to take that job. I got offered the Miami Herald job the same time I got offered the Houston Chronicle job in 1989. And I decided, and then at the last minute, we only had one kid at the time, my oldest, and we were thinking about grandparents. Well, they can fly to Miami, but no, we don't want to do that to them. So, and then obviously I loved Texas and didn't really want to leave Texas. So ultimately I decided to take the job here in Houston, and thank God I did, because this is an awesome place. And by the way, we're also not saying anything like that. We're just saying, like, what would it have been?
Yeah. Well, some people do have that for them. Mine, I think the obvious one, I would still be in Dallas if not the opportunity to come and work with you guys on this program. And I wouldn't be in a bad place, but it definitely would be different. I very much enjoyed being back home, like with all of the comfort of it, and rediscovering a place that I grew up in, but ultimately had to move out of at a relatively young age. But there's another one. I started going to college for architecture, and I started at Kansas State University, which is why the Wildcats have a grip on my college sports world that doesn't help me at all. But we all know that about sports, right? They can ruin your perspective at times. But if I'd stayed at Kansas State and graduated for architecture, like the Midwest, and I think you could probably attest to this to somewhat, Figgy, the Midwest ends up, if you go to school there, if you kind of come of age, a lot of people end up moving to certain hubs. Dallas is one of those hubs still. Chicago is also another one of those hubs. I have a lot of people that I went to school with that ended up in Chicago. I think I would have ended up in Chicago.
Beautiful city.
That's like the New York City of the Midwest.
It's a beautiful city.
Yeah.
Winters are hell.
Yeah, and I don't really like cold like that.
Also, no, it's bitter cold.
Yeah, I don't like. It's cold. it's windy.
Cold. It's dumb cold.
Their teams are annoying. Yeah. Like I might have been in sports hell.
Yeah, mine. Before I moved down here, my goal was to move to New York because I was rapping, I was into the type of media stuff, and I felt like New York City had it all, where I could kind of do it all, and so that was kind of one of mine. And then the other one, which almost happened, I probably wouldn't be here now, but remember, I don't remember if I told this on the air, but my wife had a job offer in Qatar.
Oh, yes, you did say that.
Yeah,
yes.
And we was really, to the point, we talked about it. First of all, I had no idea where the hell Qatar was. So I had to look it up. I'm like, where is this place? I've never heard of this place. Just like, hey, you want to make the move? Mm-hmm. And at the time, I was just part-time here, and I wasn't sure if I was going to ever get full-time. So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Let's go with it. Yeah. And then for some odd reason, maybe it was God or something, but the lady called back and said, yeah, you know what? We're actually going to go with somebody else for this position.
Wow.
So that if that didn't happen,
you'd be there.
Yeah. And me, I'm not a person that like to move everywhere. Mm-hmm. Once I'm there, I like to stick around. Yeah. So I probably would have stuck around over there.
It's interesting.
I'm still in the little Facebook Qatar group too.
Oh, really? You joined a Facebook group?
Yeah.
Wait, I feel like we need to have updates on this. What's happened in the Qatar group?
This was like maybe 2000. This was 2017.
Yeah.
So I went in there to kind of see how Americans are living there, just to kind of get a feel for it. Mm-hmm. But I'm still in that group.
It's interesting because and this was not a job offer or anything, but I know. Ultimately, I could live anywhere tropic. Like you think talk about Qatar, although it's not tropic, but it got me thinking I could find work, especially these days. Yeah. You know, you could find work in Belize, and so I could still fish and be in a tropic area.
Yeah, it was the first thing we said Belize is like, oh, he about to talk about fishing.
No, but it would be part of it.
No, 100%.
Absolutely. That's my life, Yeah.
Let's see. Backup City had a full ride scholarship to hoop at Tulane in New Orleans. Coach never gave me any letters from any college. By the time
that sucks.
New Orleans is not Las Vegas, but New Orleans in some ways has some Las Vegas to it.
It's
in my
close
mind,
to it.
Yeah.
In that's one of those places that I love to visit, and I have no idea how I would actually live it.
The thing about New Orleans, I don't think I could live there to work, like we're doing now, like as a backup city. I love going to New Orleans. But I just couldn't. I don't think I could live there.
Am I the only one whenever I visit a city and always picture, hey, could I live here?
Oh, yeah.
I do it all. Yeah. I did it when I went to Seattle. I'm like, I see myself living here. Mm-hmm. And it's a cool place, but I was just like, nah, I don't see myself living every day, just working and living there.
All right.
Go ahead.
Speed run, because there's some that people didn't give us a why. They just gave us the places. So I want to see, what do you think about these places? From the 832, they said Atlanta. Atlanta is cool in theory. I feel like I might lose my mind. Atlanta somehow is one of the few places that might have worse traffic than Houston.
Yeah. Their traffic is awful. The airport is god-awful.
Yeah.
It might be the worst airport in the world.
They have a good train. They have a good train.
Oh, the MARTA?
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
They have a good train.
I am such a sucker for a good train, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the airport. Now, it is also the busiest airport in the world, Hartsfield-Jackson.
Yeah.
So there's that. I think O'Hare in Chicago is the one that people widely regard as the single worst airport in all the world. So shout out to O'Hare. But yeah, the train is good in Atlanta. All right, you mentioned this one from 713 Seattle. They said hands down. The weird thing though is I love Central Time Zone. Mm-hmm. That killed me, especially as a sports fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is cool though when you get done with sports, you still got time. You still got
a day.
Yeah.
But I just that middle of the day where you watch sports are starting at 3 and 4, you're just like, Plus me being a soccer fan, I can't imagine waking up at
3 in the morning,
4 in the morning to watch soccer.
The one thing that turned me off of Seattle was just how expensive it was.
Yeah,
man.
now that's a factor.
I'm like, man, I could live in New York for these prices. Then
you were talking about could I live here, like the Gulf Coast of Alabama of all places. I've visited there 2 or 3 times. We've gone on vacation there, like Mobile and what's that beach city? I forget what. Point Clear, Alabama. Beautiful. Yeah, there's some places like that. And by the way, some people are going like, I had the opportunity to work in Gulfport, decided to stay in Texas. Now I wish I would have gone.
Yeah, yeah. 281 said Indy, went to school in IU, lived there for a couple years, great downtown. I can see that.
Yeah.
Football games at 7 a.m. in Hawaii, awesome. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Keep those coming in. Let us know what your backup city, what your what if would have been. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is get back to the football around the NFL, where the Broncos and tight ends come up in a number of ways. That and more discussed next.
How big was the Texans' 26-15 win over the
Adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And we start with breaking news, I guess, for lack of a better term. It's happened within the last 30 minutes thereabouts, where we got some news on the hierarchy of who is paid in the National Football League, and it is Aiden Hutchinson. Come on down. The what is this? Third out of Michigan, third year?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because he got injured in the second year.
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson. He and the Lions have reached a 4-year, $180 million extension, which puts him in that hierarchy of highest paid pass rushers. He's at $45 million annual average value. That comes in at second, right behind Micah Parsons' $46.5 million that he just got earlier on in the season. That pushes Danielle Hunter's back a little bit. There's a few conversation points to have on this. I think one of the interesting ones that we'll get to here in a second, but the most obvious one is Will Anderson Jr. Just that number continues to look like it's going to be more and more pricey once he ultimately gets his pay.
That's not even where I went. To me, it's money well spent. You pay Will Anderson Jr., you plan for it, do it.
Okay.
You know, the same thing with C.J. Stroud. I know some people are going to whatever, but same thing with those two guys. You just do it. You plan for it, et cetera.
We talked about this. He's your best player right now.
Yeah.
He does not seem like he's slowing down.
I wouldn't raise an eyebrow.
I feel like there's more juice to squeeze in the Will Anderson Jr. portion of this as well. Like it all seems like you're good once you get to this place where he's probably ending up in that $45 million ballpark.
Yeah,
right?
That's not where I went.
Okay.
You know where I went?
Where'd you go?
That guy should have been a Jacksonville Jaguar.
True, because they drafted Trayvon Walker,
and
so we dodged the bullet.
Could you imagine? Speaking of, we said that a lot today. Could you imagine?
Well, you say Trayvon Walker, not just him, opposite Josh Hines Allen.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that could have happened.
He should have. It should have happened. That's where I am like, whew.
Yeah, because that was the number 1 overall pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Hutchinson was 2?
Yeah.
Yes,
he should have been the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Because we thought, who was kind of bluffing a little bit? Detroit was bluffing a little bit. Because we started kind of feeling ourselves like, oh, maybe Aiden here?
Yeah.
But, of course, that didn't happen.
Man, dodging a bullet.
Yeah, we got the consolation prize in Derek Stingley, so it's all
we're
good.
good with that.
But this did bring back up the reminder that, hey, Danielle Hunter is paid like that, right? He is, I believe, now 5th, if memory serves, on that average annual value. It goes Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson, T.J. Watt at his $41 million. Remember, he got his update, as well as Myles Garrett, who got his $40. And then after that is the Danielle Hunter 36.6 average annual value. Do you feel like you're getting your money's worth? I think that this has been kind of a sub-conversation that's been happening somewhat quietly amongst Texans fans, but it's like, hey, Danielle's getting a lot of money, and it feels like the production isn't necessarily there in the same way that you would maybe hope it should be.
I on the one hand, I think I hear you. I think that's fair. Not you, but anyone who says that, I think it's fair to say, are you getting your money's worth? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are, though, because of, look at what Will Anderson is doing. Look at the pressures, and all that. Sacks, obviously you get paid and all that. But Danielle Hunter, he's just always been underrated. Like, always. Even here, continues to be underrated what he brings.
Yeah, I do think that there is some additional value that I think we know of Danielle, in that you listen to Will talk, which he's never upset to do that. However, whenever he talks so glowingly about Danielle and the things that he learns. Like, I can only imagine, especially him being a pretty quiet dude, how much of his just work ethic and the things that we don't see is what raises other things on that defensive line in general, or in particular, and maybe on that defense in general. But I do think that I would like to see more, and maybe this is just us being.
Well, you
greedy.
always want to see the sacks.
Yeah, maybe this is me being greedy, but it does feel like, hey, with who Will Anderson Jr. is and with who Daniil Hunter is, it feels like you should have even more production on that defensive line.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being greedy. Looking at it fair. Maybe I'm not looking at it fair, but I don't have a problem with it. But especially what he does in the whole.
Do you feel like the Texans should have more sacks in general? Just having these two guys, though.
Yes, I do. But I think the pressures, the defense, the job they're doing against the run. I mean, it's the lowest scoring defense in the NFL. I mean, what are we looking for?
No, I get that.
What are we looking for?
But I felt like we had the same conversation with Jadeveon Clowney at one point,
and Mario Williams.
Yeah, where it's just like, oh, he ain't getting double-digit sacks and all that type of stuff. So I'm wondering, because I feel like these two, you would think they would have more sacks though.
Sure, and when you say it's this lowest scoring defense when it comes to this league this season, you are 100% correct. It's not like they have not invested great amounts of capital, money, and everything else.
That's kind of the point. If you're looking at like the Houston Texans defense is paying off, like just in general, all the pieces. Now he's certainly a pivotal one, and yes, I'm greedy too. I want to see more sacks, but I don't have a problem with what they're paying him. Given what the result is.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with it too, especially
what is
the
his
defense
overall number? Daniil Hunter's.
I just looking at average annual value. I can't remember what the actual full contract was right this moment. I apologize for that. But the average annual value is 35.6, which again is good for fifth but best now that Aiden Hutchinson slides in up above him when it comes to pass rushers in this league.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, all right. Some other things around the NFL. Broncos are coming into town this weekend. And apparently they felt like they really needed a tight end bad. You look at their depth chart, and I know that they're dealing with a little bit of injury. Nate Adkins is their third tight end, and he is kind of hurting. So that leaves them just with Adam Troutman and Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram, their tight end one, who wears number one and really operates more like a wide receiver. We know him, obviously seeing him in Jacksonville a good amount as well. So they've been looking for a tight end to the point where they placed a waiver claim on Brendan Bates, don't want to say his name incorrectly. Brendan Bates and Ben Sims, but Brendan Bates is the one that's notable. You know why?
Why is that?
He was just here with the Texans, right? How much do you think that's the tight end thing, or how much do you think that's the we want to see if we can rifle through y'all's playbook?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
So there's that, but there's maybe the more interesting thing, I think, for me. The Broncos worked out 41-year-old tight end Mercedes Lewis, and then they signed him. Mercedes Lewis will be here in the year of our Lord 2025 playing against the Texans on Sunday.
You want your mind blown? Do you feel like having your mind blown today?
Sure. Blow my mind.
Figgy, you want your mind blown today?
Sure.
The 2006 draft. Mercedes Lewis was taken in the same draft as Mario Williams and Reggie Bush.
Okay. All right.
He was taken 28th overall in 2006.
Is it bad that...
Think about that.
It's incredible.
We consider Mario Williams now like long gone.
100%.
I was about to ask, how far is he from D'Amico Ryans?
Well, Ryans was playing. D'Amico was playing in 06.
Yeah, they got to be around the same age.
He tackled him.
What? Without question. Without question. And now he'll be...
So that means D'Amico Ryans could get his ass out there and play some linebacker or something, man.
He was in the same draft as Mario Williams.
Two things. With a name as unique as Mercedes, I was surprised to see that there was people still spelling his name wrong as if he was the car Mercedes.
Yeah.
But also, I feel bad because my natural judgment is always going to be there when I see someone at that crazy advanced age still trying to hang on like, hey, man, you don't have to do this.
He loves it.
He must.
He loves it.
He must. Does he get on the field in this game, though? Because, again, like this is kind of depth. He's jumping in the middle of the week.
So.
Yeah, I can't see this game.
Yeah.
You? Yeah.
Maybe he might run a play. I ain't going to sit here and say he's going to
D'Amico's going to run out there and tackle him?
Oh, you talk probably so. I don't know.
Just for old time's sake.
Yeah, he might line up.
Worth noting, mind you, going back to the Daniil thing from the 713, this person says that sacks aren't there because we aren't scoring points to force teams to throw.
Maybe. It's a factor.
It's an interesting point. Yeah, it's a fair point to bring up. A little bit of sadness there. We talked about Ed Oliver, having that torn biceps. He will, in fact, go on IR. So that sucks for him as an individual, but that actually does help the Texans when it comes to eventually seeing the Bills. That's even weaker, that interior defensive line there. This is something that I found to be a little interesting. I guess salute to this man. The Bears are signing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to their active roster, mind you. So he will be actively on a roster. And a Bears team that is trying to find a little bit of consistency. It's solidity, for lack of a better term.
In the secondary? I don't know what to make of this. I think because part of me while you know that there have been some issues because he's bounced around, I still think there's something there. The dude won a Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, the talent is clearly there. It's clearly there. Now, the Bears add him because they've been banged up. They have been dealing with injuries. So some of this is also a level of necessity. But, it's like, could they have walked backwards into something that's going to help them?
I think that's a possibility.
We'll see. But this one followed the Deontay Johnson kind of hop around train thus far.
Was the third team in this year?
2 months, month and a half.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Deontay Johnson started with the Panthers that last year, ended up with the Ravens, got to the Texans, went back to the Ravens. How do we rule that? Is that 3 teams or 4 teams? Because he went back home. He did it. He was on the Browns. That's right. Yep. There you go. I forgot about that one.
4 teams, 5 stints.
Crazy. Crazy stuff that's happening.
Brother, bar hopping at this point, man.
Yeah. bar crawl, that's crazy. Team crawl. All right, remember, Football Talk right here on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Some other things around the NFL. I saw this. Are you familiar with Quinnipiac?
Quinnipiac.
Is it Quinnipiac?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I always say Quinnipiac, so I will lean on your expertise, Quinnipiac. You see them a lot. They're good for polling. Now, obviously, this time of year, you get to November and you start seeing Quinnipiac popping up for political things. But in this instance, the poll sticks to football. And one of the things that they were polling is they actually polled NFL fans. And interestingly enough, the poll shows that fans want more games despite the injury risk. Apparently, 60% of NFL fans are in favor of seeing more games added to the NFL schedule.
And you know the reason for that, right?
We're greedy.
Well, that's sports fans, and I'm including myself. We tend to dehumanize what we're looking at on the field. We don't necessarily. I mean, we do when there are injuries and there's moments and you really feel and you see the stories about the families and all that stuff. We do ultimately, but when we're watching games, we dehumanize what we're looking at on these sports fields and courts. It's just like, hey, let's go.
Yeah,
it's video game stuff.
I strongly agree with that. Whenever I see a big injury and our natural inclination to be like, oh, this is terrible, I'm like, do we really feel like that? Because we end up in places like this where we're like, nah, but there's an injury risk. I don't care. More of it.
Yeah.
So, but I found that interesting, like the actual numbers of.
But 60 is not real high. It's high. I mean, it's the majority.
It is a majority, but that's fair, right? Like it could be like 75% of fans.
We don't care. 95% of us.
And apparently, many NFL fans still also feel like the NFL is doing enough to avoid injuries, talking about the modified dynamic kickoff to kind of eliminate those high-speed collisions that tend to happen. Apparently, 4 in 10 Americans say that the NFL is, quote, doing about the right amount to help avoid serious injuries, and about 3 in 10 say that they're doing too little.
Did they ask Carson Wentz?
That's a very particular thing.
Did they ask, was Carson one of the 6 in 10 that said, nah, man? No, they're not doing more. We needed to be doing more.
I mean, you saw his representation get out here and be pretty upset about the way that Carson Wentz was handled. No, I do you feel like the NFL is doing about the right amount or not enough for player safety?
I'm going to have to say no, but again, the selfish, dehumanizing part of me as a sports fan says about the right amount. But when you sit back and look at it, they probably need to do more. And then it's going to ultimately turn into the quarterback discussion. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about. Yeah,
honestly, it's probably some stuff we don't really see.
Yeah.
It's probably more players can relate to than what we see on TV.
And in reality, it should be no more than 16 games. Let's be honest.
I strongly agree with that. One of the things that I keep, if you talk about player safety, one of the things that would help quite a bit and make me feel a little bit more inclined to get to that place where I line in with those 4 out of 10 NFL fans. How about we actually call some of these fouls that are supposed to be there for safety in an accurate way? Like, remember, obviously, head injuries when we're surrounding concussion issues was one of those things that we got to make sure that we stop leading with the head. Except that only applied to defense. Yeah. Like, we've seen a number of offensive players lower that helmet and end up avoiding penalty, which then that's supposed to be the kind of the punitive action that's supposed to change behavior. Well, if you're not actually, officiating it in that way, you've seen the likes of players, including Cam Scatterbo, who I know is, dealing with an injury right now, and I'm not making fun of him per se, but we've seen him
see his injury extent?
We've seen him launch his head into situations. I'll get there here in a second, but we've seen that happen a number of times. So some of this is actually, you have things on the books. Mm-hmm. How about you just call them and maybe see if that actually gives you
and
a
that
safer
falls
product.
into my thought. That falls into my thought. You should be doing
the Scatterbo injury.
That was, he had a complete blowout and I know he was carted off the field, but he was sitting there waving like he was in a parade.
Yeah, he's a tough son of a gun, ain't he?
Son of a gun, man. What was it all? It was a fractured ankle that was compound. Part of the surgery was to fix the wound that the bone break caused, and was it a dislocation?
It was a lot of stuff.
It was everything.
The thing that the crazy thing that I took away, and maybe this is a testament to where sports medicine is, 6 months is what they're talking about. So in theory, even the longer case, because setbacks with injuries are always a possibility, but the longer case kind of diagnosis on this puts him back before OTAs.
Yeah,
like that's.
I'll be there, guys. I'll be there. Okay, here it is. Dislocated ankle.
Okay.
Compound fibula fracture.
Yes.
Oh boy, that hurts. Deltoid ligament rupture.
And none of that sounds good. I gotta admit,
he had it all. And the surgery was right away to close the wound. God Almighty, that's a bad. Talk about car crash. That's what that was.
It is the car crash sport, man. That's the type of injury that you deal with. And one more before we go here. Shout out to another one of the rookie class of quarterbacks getting their opportunities. It has now been announced that Tyler Shuck will start for the Saints instead of rather against the Rams in the stead of Spencer Rattler. They had started with Spencer Rattler. I thought that Shuck would have gotten his shot way earlier in this, which I think is some credit to Spencer Rattler and what he was able to do.
He's actually playing better than I thought
in this last game, and now it is Tyler Shuck's time. Y'all know, or maybe you don't recall how I felt about Tyler Shuck. I think
you're not a big fan.
We will be back to Spencer Rattler soon. That is how I feel about this, but it'll be interesting to see what it looks like.
All I feel is Godspeed, my man. Godspeed.
There's Jared Verse right there. Wait a minute, hold on. What's happening here? So 1-7 start, and now Tyler Shuck, you are the starting.
I'm waiting on that breaking news on Shedeur Sanders, man. Look like they ain't happening no time soon.
They hate him. Somebody hates him. Somebody hates him.
This is ridiculous.
They might actually.
And I think that somebody is Stefanski.
I don't necessarily disagree with the way that it's gone. D'Amico Ryans, Mercedes Lewis, same draft class. That is indeed crazy. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, was Texas A&M's success buying out Jimbo Fisher good or bad? We're in a really interesting landscape with buyouts and all sorts of things. Did Jimbo Fisher serve as a level of catalyst? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about making those picks. We got football tomorrow, man. Let's talk about college.
Your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. A little bit of Texans transaction happening, nothing of major note. However, we talked about the Broncos looking for depth tight end-wise. The Texans, fair enough, have had a little bit of those issues. I think that's the genesis of the jumbo package that we've seen with a lot of Blake Fisher. I'll be interested to see if they keep doing that as Dalton Keene, a name that we've seen a lot, kind of fullback tight end type of variation of a player. He returns to the Texans practice squad at the expense of Jawar Jordan. Jawar Jordan, I don't know if this is one of those where happy trails Jawar Jordan or if it's just like, hey, we'll see you in a little bit. We know what this is. You'll circle back around at some point. But the quick question, do you anticipate in any way, like maybe like Dalton Keene being active? Right, like them activating him to be like an additional,
maybe
especially
not this week.
Brendan Bates is, well,
that's true.
Let go of Brendan Bates. They have obviously the Harrison Bryant, but then after that, not a lot of tight end fullback type. Well, I guess British Brooks.
It's not like he's unfamiliar.
Well, with this system, he is though the word, but this particular system and the way that it works.
No, I'm still going to lean no for now.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right that that's not the way that it goes, but. It is interesting that maybe this is how they're trying to possibly, bridge the gap on their tight end kind of fullback issues that they've had injury-wise at this point. Didn't want to talk about this because we've been very fascinated with all the coaching firings and the buyouts and the coaching carousel that seems like it'll set itself up. You seem to have a little bit of theory as to how we got here, John Lopez.
I do. Say hello to Jimbo Fisher. Here's the thing. Let me lay out why, and this is truly. I can go back and forth on this, but let me lay out why these amazing payouts that we're seeing, just outrageous number of buyouts, I should say, that we're seeing. LSU, Penn State, it all goes back to Jimbo Fisher, and I think it all goes back to this. Right now, universities, especially boosters who run the show, they're seeing what can happen. They're seeing what can happen if you do bite the bullet and make that big buyout. Because let's talk about Jimbo Fisher in Texas A&M. Signed a lot of big star players, was never really in control, never really a fit, some back channel stuff that people didn't like at the university. They paid, what was it, almost $100 million? Or stupid. Okay. I didn't necessarily disagree. I couldn't argue much against it. I was glad to see Jimbo go, but I couldn't argue much against it.
$76 million was what just over $76 million.
Well, that's right. It went down a little bit.
What they had said was the
they paid $76 million to get away from Jimbo Fisher. What did they get? Let me illustrate it for you a second. Not just, Mike Elko and the number 3 Aggies, and they seem to really be grooving and all that. Let me give you a number here because it's mind-blowing to me. Of the 37 players who had double-digit snap counts in A&M's win over LSU, one was a top 10 pick composite ranking coming out of high school. One player. As DJ Hicks, he was number 6 overall. Cassius Howell had a game, didn't he?
Yeah, Cassius Howell looks really good rushing off that. And he was lined up with, who was he lined up with for LSU? But that
freshman, the Keene or Kern.
Yeah. Well regarded, and he just absolutely got torched by
He's going to be a shoe-in All-American. He is probably the best or second best, depending on what you think out of the kid of Miami, pass rusher in college football. He was ranked, coming out of high school, 2,162. That was his ranking.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
That's not good. The average, Nate Borkacher, the guy that caught the ball against Notre Dame.
Okay.
And the guy that caught made another big play against LSU, unranked, coming out of high school. The average across the 37 players that had 10 players, the average ranking coming out of high school was 480. Now, why am I telling you these numbers?
Yeah, I'm asking myself that as well.
Coaching matters. Coaching matters in college football. So the Aggies, you think, boy, that was a dumb move, or boy, did you get fleeced paying Jimbo $76 million? Now you got guys ranked 2,162 that are going to be All-Americans under Mike Elko.
Right, and I think that's an interesting illustration. I think you could take it even further is not only does coaching matter, I think it always has. Recruiting has always been a big deal, though.
But again, some of these rankings aren't necessarily off the charts.
I think the point that I would want to get to is that recruiting is so different and it happens in so many different facets, and that we've seen teams turn things over really quickly. Let's talk about Kurt Cignetti, who's on top of the college football world.
That's a great example.
Jumping from James Madison to Indiana, a place that feels like historically has not been a place where you can win at. Very quickly becoming a team that wins in a really big way. There's other teams that, of course, in this moment are escaping me. Hell, you can even talk about our very own Willie Fritz right here. He's done it a couple of times where he's built programs. Although Tulane, he built it a little bit slower. This one, I mean, you've got a team that is now, shout out to the University of Houston, ranked 22.
Number 22.
Yeah. Last year, which was year one, this was not a good football team. They are ranked right now.
Coaching matters.
And it's not like they're ranked just super early on in the season off of preseason gobbledygook. No, this is them showing it on the field.
When was the last time they were ranked?
I don't know.
That's a good question that I'll need to actually dig into. I'll get that to you in what's popping. But I think the larger point is the expectations are really favored college football coach all week, apparently, Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin actually talked about this weekend, and I think I might agree with Lane on how he views it. This is him talking about the number of firings and the ways that they've looked in college football.
The firings happen quicker. NFL coaches see all the time. They got 1-2 years, and you'd be like, well, in college that doesn't happen, because it's harder to build a roster and they give you more time. And so it's obviously not the case now. And I think it's a product of things that happen. I think that, Elko doing such a great job at A&M, I think puts in people's heads like, hey, these buyouts are ridiculous to pay, and but I'm sure an A&M right now is sitting there going, okay, well, yeah, that was ridiculous to pay, but I feel pretty good about that right now. So anytime something works, other people go, well, let's go do that.
That's my point. And your LSU. Okay, let me give you all the jobs that are open so far. I might have to take a deep breath here. LSU, Penn State, Florida, Arkansas, UCLA, Oklahoma State, Stanford, Virginia Tech, Oregon State, Colorado State, and UAB. Those are the FBS schools.
Yeah.
All right? So alums of those schools are saying, look what they did at A&M. Look what they did down there. And you got $54 million for Brian Kelly. Here's the other good part, if there is a good part. By and large, it's not the university's money.
Well,
by and large,
you say that. However, this is one of the questions I've asked this before, but I've asked other people in the college football space, how long is this feasible? Because there's more money that boosters have to pay for. There was a point in time where boosters pay for all the locker room upgrades, and if we're going to be entirely honest and not act like bury our heads in the sand, they pay for the de facto bags of money that got handed to players. But now you have that in a official capacity where the money is so much bigger. It used to be you hand out tens of thousands. They're handing out millions to players, on top of now also having to still paying for the up and up coaching, money continue to, rise and go higher, still paying for the locker room upgrades because facilities still matter, right? Still paying for all the other things. Like, how much do these boosters want to keep putting in money? On top of the fact that this is a question that I think also matters in this entire landscape. With this new era of NIL and transfer portal where there's a lot more, it feels like there's more parity in college football. That's what we're looking at. How much also does that change the expectations because of some of these programs like Florida, Penn State, and LSU that is like, you should be this caliber of team all the time based on the hierarchies of what we had understood in college football, except now you got teams like Indiana coming in and joining, crashing the party. That changes what it looks like for those top teams that used to have a very smaller, more exclusive club in that place.
Yeah.
Now it's harder to stay in those places, and does that then mean that boosters' expectations are unfair? I don't know if that's the case, but
no,
that's
they're absolutely unfair. They're absolutely. Everybody wants to be undefeated, and not everybody can be undefeated. And everybody wants to go to the playoffs, and not everybody can go to the playoffs. But I want to go back to your first point.
Okay.
Your first point about housing these millions. These are not just one-offs. This is not just one booster like the old Oklahoma State days and then the Texas Tech day, thing going on right now. By and large, every one of these major universities has dozens, if not hundreds, that this is the most important or one of the most important things in their lives, and they will pay it and for as long as they can.
And it becomes a little easier for some of these boosters to get involved. But previously, not to say that the boosters that were involved were all nefarious, but it felt a little bit more because
it's a little more above,
it was under the table. Now that's a little bit more above the table. You can have people that are a little bit more in polite society get into bed with this. However, one thing I will never neglect though, the people are not just paying out of the goodness of their heart for their program to be good. There's the access and all those things and the feeling of getting your money back through winning. I think that's also, we come back around to what happens when you're putting all this money in and you're not seeing the fruits of your labor in the right way. Does that change the way
that's what I was kind of thinking, because it's cool if you luck up. I don't want to say luck up, but you get another head coach that could come in and win. Then it's like, who cares about that $70 million that we had to spend?
They don't. They clearly don't. But you're right. How many Mike Elkos are out there? Is your next guy that you're going to get if you're UCLA or LSU or Penn State or whatever? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but maybe in a couple of years you're going to be doing it again.
Yeah, but they ain't going to always work out like that. They might pay out $100 million on this coach, get another coach, and that coach might not be good.
But here's the thing. Matters. I think everybody understands if we can just get the right guy, it's worth every penny.
Yeah, but that's also the that's the con of it to some degree, right? You mentioned golf yesterday, right? If I could just hit this perfect shot,
you're as good as your best shot,
right? But at the same time, how consistent is that best shot?
How many shanks am I going to have to have?
That's the question that I think comes up a little bit. An interesting question that I think college football is working to try and answer right now, but it's very much been highlighted with the number of big time firings that have happened this season in college football. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including more of MJ talking on NBC. I think that product continues to be interesting.
You wearing the same clothes?
He is, because it's all from the same thing. But also, a little bit of that transaction we mentioned earlier that the Texans made. There's a transaction they made, and I had not thought about it to this degree. I have a question for you, and I'll ask that of you next.
All right, D&M Auto Lease.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We begin by wishing happy birthday to one Nathaniel Tank Dell. I'm pretty sure he's not even happy with me saying his first name because I'm not sure that he rocks with
What's up, Nate?
Old Nate.
But Tank Dell. It's Tank Dell's birthday. It is also shout out to it is a celebration that the Rockets have had at shoot around of Jayshawn Tate's birthday, who he turned 30 yesterday.
Okay.
And I need to double check this because now that I think about it, but I believe is this not Daniil Hunter's birthday as well?
It could be.
October 29th is today. Happy birthday. That's a nice trio is the word I was looking for. Houston sports, man.
Yeah.
Tank Dell, Daniil Hunter, Jayshawn Tate.
Yeah, they don't have a couple of famous birthdays today. I always like to look at that. Winona Ryder is probably
Who's that?
the most famous.
I just want to see the look on your face. I know who Winona Ryder is she the one to be that was shoplifting? Is that the okay?
Yeah, she had her moments.
I know the Ryder family got a little bit of shenanigans.
Gabrielle Union.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dwayne Wade probably doing something fun for her.
Yeah. He probably is. He better be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shout out to those. Also, I mentioned it. The Texans had a little transaction earlier, and, I was like, a little bit. Texans signed Dalton Keene, familiar face and name, to the practice squad, tight end, fullback kind of player. And they released Jawar Jordan from the practice squad, and we were like, okay, maybe he doesn't play. Is it possible, John Lopez, that this could say anything about Dalton Schultz? He's been battered and bruised over the last couple of weeks. And remember, the Texans only have 2 tight ends. So is it possible in your mind at all that maybe this was some level of, Dalton's been dealing with stuff. Let's try and CYA of sorts in order to cover that?
Possible, but I don't think that's what it is. I think he's going to play, make the most of it, and see what he does. I mean, it's possible. I mean, we're not in there in the training room, but I don't think that's what it is. One thing I will say, and you guys know this, you've been listening for any amount of time. I've been skeptical about this tight end room all along.
I mean, how could you not be? Yeah. You lose Brevin Jordan in training camp. Then you lose Cade Stover before you even get to any level of depth in the season.
Yeah,
and those were guys that you were looking at that tight end room as a nice kind of fitting puzzle pieces, right? Yeah. They all kind of
and kicking the tires.
Each other. You were hoping for a jump in Cade Stover. You were looking to see what that athleticism that Brevin Jordan brings.
And that was still kind of a stretch to me,
right?
To be honest,
even when it was completely healthy, there was reason to be skeptical.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
Yeah.
Someone asked yesterday, do you think that the Nick Caley offense, the somewhat inefficiency, or maybe it just not revving as high as you want it to, could that possibly be because of the number of tight end injuries that you've had on this team?
Well, yes, because as much as they say it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, I think it's largely New England type offense, Patriots offense, and they love the tight ends. So yeah, I think that's very possible.
Yeah. So we'll see what that looks like, tight end room, and of course, shout out to honorary tight end number 57 in your program, Blake Fisher, and what that continues to look like with those jumbo packages. We'll continue.
You better practice his catches, man.
You know what? You said that
look
yesterday.
Out here like Darnell Washington.
You said that yesterday. It's got to be on the table somewhere, right?
It should be.
It's got to be.
It should be.
Yeah.
If I'm not playing that right tackle, let me try a tight end a little bit.
Jugs machine, man.
Yeah. let me catch some people off guard one time.
Yeah. Just jugs machine, but they usually just kind of floated out to those guys.
Yeah, you just need one. Like we just giving you. It's not like we're gonna get you a diet. We're not giving you 3 targets. You get one chance to catch the football. If I'm
red zone.
If he catch it again,
and they've been struggling in the red zone.
Actually, you know what?
If he catch it one time, why not try it again?
Are we getting a confession?
I kind of want to put in the call for that. Like that would be a really cool. That'd be a real cool, thing to put on wax because teams know that you're probably gonna run that football.
You know what I'm into?
Give him a little out route or something.
I'm
man.
in.
Just a little leak out.
By the way, Mike Vrabel in that Patriots offense, what do you have? 5 touchdowns? Something like that? 6?
Yeah.
And
sure did. Yeah.
You're second in goal from the 2. You put in Blake Fisher. You're a running team. All of a sudden, a little play action floated out to Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Now,
why not?
Yeah.
The Rockets, I mentioned Jayshawn Tate. They're in Canada. Canada pops up a few times here. And yes, I know I said Canada, but I'm just being silly. They'll be playing at 5:30 versus the Raptors tonight. 5:30, I imagine in some ways, because 5:30 local here, Central Time. I imagine some of that's because World Series Game 5 is actually happening at
the same
7.
damn time?
No, later. I imagine that they might have made sure that this is a little bit earlier just to make sure that there's not too much overlap, as that's World Series is knotted up 2 apiece. The Blue Jays win 6-2 on Shohei pitching night. Shohei was pretty solid. It was just the Vladdy 2-run home run, and then he let a couple on when they sent him out for the 7th, and then that ended up giving him the loss. Shane Bieber with the win. But the Blue Jays, man, like they're just the bats, man. The bats looked really good, especially after a night where all the pen got utilized.
So they are going back to Toronto, no matter what. And which version of the I was going to say Raptors of the Blue Jays offense are you going to get? Because they are a hitting team. They are something to watch offensive down.
Yeah, I just love that we are going to get deep into this series because it's delivered. Every single game has been delightfully entertaining. Yeah. But again, the Rockets will face the Raptors in Toronto, whereas that baseball game is in L.A. But yeah, 5:30 is when that happens. Not going to have you know what's happening here, right? Obviously, still no Dorian Finney-Smith or Fred VanVleet. That's obvious. But other than that, I'm looking forward to what the Rockets do against the 1-3 Raptors team, and if they're capable of getting another win on their record here, and they continue to develop. Well, another thing, and what's popping last night, we got more NBA on NBC.
Oh yeah,
and the broadcast is just gorgeous. One of the things I saw written about this is you realize NBC just invests better in their product. Everything looks clean and clear.
Bob Costas doing the intro.
Yeah, they did that. I think he's kind of like a broadcaster emeritus there, where they could call him up for anything.
They still got him to do it.
They
was
did.
Awesome. Yeah.
But the actual broadcast is so clear. People gave them a lot of credit for like the Sunday Night Football style introductions for the players, but everything's 4K.
It's clean.
That doesn't happen apparently when we get these broadcasts of games, you don't always have like super high definition all the time.
Right.
NBC, all the games feel big and clear in that way.
It's always, to me, it was always NBC and then Amazon. I feel like they were always crystal clear too.
Yeah, this is really good for the NBA. But also, I think one of the things that's good is the way that they handle their pre, post, halftime, and the MJ thing. This is 2 of them bringing out the MJ conversation. Yeah. And yes, John Lopez, he was wearing the same
stuff.
Because
hey, Michael, can you wear the same exact thing you wore last time?
No.
Can we do this?
Apparently, what this was is Michael Jordan got a big ass bag so that they could go to his house.
Don't pull the curtain back, man.
One time, they probably sat down with him for like 2 hours. One time, and they were like, "Hey, we gonna cut this up. We gonna spread it out." You know what they did? They meal prepped the season.
Is he going to be wearing the same thing on Christmas?
Yes, because it's one interview.
Don't
John
pull
Lopez.
the curtain back, man.
It is one interview.
He's taking time out of his day to sit down every single game.
No, it is one interview. And this time, what they did was they got into a little cross section of MJ talking about load management. I think you'll be shocked to hear what MJ says on his thought process on whether load management is a good thing in the National Basketball Association.
I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. He's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, that's a whole different lens.
Shocked, you said, huh?
Shocked. You'll be astonished to find that MJ. I think he played like 9 seasons where he played at least 80 games.
Or 80, yeah.
This was somewhat expected,
including his last season.
Yeah. You know what I was kind of surprised by though It was about 3 minutes, which is why I say, like, they probably talked to him for about 2 hours, and they're just dicing this up with the topics. But MJ was a team owner, right? I'm surprised that they really only got a player perspective from him when it came to load management.
It's not done yet. It's not done yet. There's going to be more interviews.
No, but this is the loan management section. Yeah. I don't think they're going to come back next week and then give you more of the loan management.
You're talking about on this particular topic.
On this particular
They probably
topic.
didn't ask him. Hell, I forgot he was a team owner.
Right, and it doesn't come across in that interview. Obviously, the audio is not, that we played is not all of it, but he's basically just talking about it as a player. And then the players that they had on, the NBC desk, they had Carmelo Anthony, who was like, I want to play, but I understand the science of it. I can't remember the other player that Vince Carter was
Vince
we
Carter.
just want to play.
Yeah.
I thought Tracy McGrady got us close to maybe having a conversation that would have been more insightful, because he's like, I kind of look at this different. Load management would have helped my career. Tracy McGrady dealt with back spasms that never allowed him to have near 82 game seasons.
Larry Bird could have played more if not for his back.
Right.
But again, men were men. And I don't mean that facetiously. Like, that was the culture. That was the way it was done. And it's ingrained in them. It is ingrained in that generation of players. This
is the thing that kind of frustrated me, and why I said I was surprised that you didn't get more of an organizational perspective from Mike. And maybe, you know what, Mike is probably not the right organizational perspective, because I have a hard time thinking that they were in Charlotte like, hey, Mike, we think LaMelo playing too much. You think we should sit him down? Right? I have a hard time thinking that.
No.
However, whenever load management comes up, it's always placed as if it's the players saying that they don't want to play, when oftentimes it is the organizations making decisions to try and protect them, quote unquote. Based off of
player
what they
could
know.
just say, "Hey, man,"
and none of that comes across ever. And it's one of the things that the few things I'll say with the NBA on NBC that I was a little disappointed at. They stuck so hard to the TV, whereas inside the NBA would have let that run for like a good 7 minutes. That was a pretty tight, like 5-minute segment where they didn't have an opportunity to have a deeper conversation. And I thought they should have been capable of having.
But I also think it's both sides. Players easily are part of this equation.
Because it kind of started with San Antonio, right? Where it was kind of more of a coaching type of deal.
Yeah, Pop got a suspension for sending Tim Duncan home on a road trip.
And one more thing, you talk about being disappointed. I get, what we're talking about here. It's probably a 2-hour interview they're going to chop up and be playing it during the finals, for all I know. For all I know. But don't you think all the money they gave MJ, and I don't think we know exactly how much it is to do this.
I got an exact number right here. It says a lot. That's the
over $1 million.
Even though you're paying all that money, and even though it's MJ and he can do whatever the hell he wants, don't you think you could at least ask, "Hey, man, you got another jacket? You got another jacket to put on?"
Because as much as I think, like, I was like, hey, like, this is
put
interesting.
Another jacket on, for God's sakes.
Look, my point is, we don't care that it's actually, well, a lot of people, I clearly care, but what does that matter, right? But a lot of people don't care. It's just opportunity to hear MJ. And to be fair to Mike Tirico and NBC, they're generating kind of interesting conversations that are happening around basketball, which, to be fair, that's one of the things that I think people are enjoying about Amazon and NBC being in the NBA race, is now people are talking about basketball. In the same way that football, all these broadcasts talk about the game, we're not doing as much of Stephen A. Smith talking about like drama or things. They're talking about the game, which I think ends up being fun and probably is going to be beneficial for the game. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines as the Texans will be facing off against the Broncos. Let's talk to Zach Bye. He's the host of The Drive on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Get some insight on this team. We'll do it next.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald, we're hoping to get Zach By of The Drive in Denver, 104.3 The Fan, to go behind enemy lines. Excited for this game. I don't know about you, John Lopez, but I started doing some digging on this game to give me a little bit, get myself ready for the conversation and start seeing what this team is. One of the things that we've been kind of disagreeing a little bit about is where Bo Nix is as a quarterback, right? You've got him coming in to this game, and you feel like he's had a good season. I think that that team offensively over there has been a little up and down. This past week they looked a little bit better, but they've had some problems, and there's some things that you can look at from him that feels like up and down from his as a quarterback.
I don't agree. I think he's been good, and I think we might have the right guy to talk about.
All right, well let's settle this quarrel, this difference, by turning to the phone line. We go behind enemy lines with Zach Bye of 104.3 The Fan in Denver. He's the host of The Drive. Zach, what's happening, man?
Hey, man, it's great to be on with you guys. Appreciate you guys giving me some time. Really looking forward to the matchup this weekend.
No, you're the one doing us a favor. We're taking a little time off of your show for you to come out and do this. And one of the things, I don't know if you heard, myself and my co-host John Lopez here having a little disagreement. So I'm interested, from your perspective there in Denver, how has this season for Bo Nix been taken? Has he been playing well? Has he not been? Like, how are you guys looking at his season thus far?
Well, it's really in point of contention really throughout the season. And what the actual results are and the numbers are feel different from when you're actually watching the games. When you're actually watching the games, Bo Nix can be maddening, and the offense can be entirely maddening. Really, when you put it together, the Broncos have played one complete game, which we saw a week ago, and then they have about 5 other good offensive quarters over the course of the season. But then you take a step back and you say, wait a second, this is a team that's 6-2, quarterbacked by Bo Nix, who since week 2, fellas, so looking at the last 7 games, he's got 17 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. I mean, he's on pace to have a great season with over 30 touchdowns and a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. So what the numbers look like and what the down-to-down feel of it has been a divisive conversation in Denver. But at the end of the day, it's one of the better offenses the Broncos have had in the last decade. They're able to run the ball. Bo has been okay. I'd probably give him a B as a grade through 8 weeks. And we go back and forth. My co-host, the former running back Philip Lindsay, we go back and forth about, hey, does he currently have the title right now of franchise quarterback, or is there still room to grow and a bridge to gap in that department before we give him that very elite label of franchise quarterback? And I put a poll out on Twitter, and I put the poll out on Twitter asking that question: does he already have the title franchise quarterback, or is there still room to grow in that department? It received over 1,600 votes, okay? So it's a proper sample size. Check this out. Over 1,600 votes, proper sample size. You couldn't make it up. It literally ended at 50-50.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's wild.
That is wild. Okay, but like in order to be a franchise quarterback, I feel like your coach has to trust. Do you feel like that trust is there from Sean Payton? Because I'm looking at stats that tell me that Bo Nix has been throwing screens at the second highest rate of any NFL quarterback. That to me sounds like a quarterback that a coach is trying to kind of, hide a little bit, for lack of a better term. Like, how are you seeing that?
Yeah, I think there's some validity to that. The Broncos lead the NFL in passes within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, or even at or behind the line of scrimmage. The Broncos are number 1 in all those categories. Now, Sean Payton's offense is just in general screen heavy, but I do think there's an element of, okay, I do not want to overexpose my young quarterback, because when it comes to throwing the ball down the field, he's one of the more inaccurate quarterbacks in professional football. Now, what we saw a week ago was stellar when it came to throwing the ball down the field. So a lot of people around here believe that it's sort of been unlocked, but what you just brought up has been a point of consternation here in Denver.
Well, and I guess we're kind of having a mini discussion similar to yours over there, not this week against with the Broncos coming into town, because I think he's having a better year than C.J. Stroud overall. I think that's almost. He especially the last 4 weeks outside of the Seattle game, he's been good. And the other thing that I'm and maybe this is something that Philip Lindsay and you discuss. He's had 25 games, man. I mean, this is year 2, so I think he's having a good year. What about the relationship and fit there with Sean Payton, though?
Well, Sean is a different guy. Sean is almost like a character, like playing a football coach. I mean, the guy, from a media standpoint, is hilarious to cover. I mean, he takes shots at people left and right. He's had to apologize to people. I mean, he was on the sideline screaming at Russell Wilson. He's on the sideline screaming at Bo Nix. The difference is Bo Nix will scream at him back, and we've actually already seen that. So the relationship is very sort of like, I'd say, like football father-son. Football father-son. He has really propped up Bo Nix to a degree that I actually have been critical of and think is unhealthy when you go out and tell a national media member, several of them, in fact, that you believe Bo Nix is on a track in the next 2 years to be a top 5 quarterback. I mean, what coach says that about their young quarterback after 1 year and put a timestamp on it and a top 5 number on it? I mean, it just created just too much unnecessary noise and an unnecessary bar. But that comes from a place of supreme confidence in Bo. I all plays arrogance of Sean Payton. You know, he is a very, very arrogant coach, and a lot of these great coaches are. His mentor was Bill Parcells, who had a lot of that dripping from him most of the time. But at the same time, the conversation around here has turned into, especially throughout the summer, you know, well, Bo Nix is going to be in the conversation with Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes then. Like, right? If he's the top 5, like, it created all this noise, and Bo at every turn was asked about it. I don't think he liked it that Sean Payton said that. At one point, Sean Payton said about Bo Nix that he's got some Ferris Bueller in him. So he's like a little bit, he can be a little bit rebellious towards Sean. So it's a really fascinating dynamic. If you look at it one Sunday, you're like, man, you know, this is contentious. You look at it another Sunday, and it's like, man, you know, Sean Payton is gushing. Like think about this. Diana Rossini said that this past summer, Sean Payton called her. She didn't pick up, and all he said on the voicemail was, "I love my cue," and hung up. Like, that to me is weird. That to me is strange. But that's Sean Payton. And you know, he's gregarious and outspoken. Bo Nix is the opposite of that. He's very reserved and will be seen and not heard if it's his choice. So it's a really interesting dynamic to cover.
We're talking to Zach Bye. He's the Drive host there in Denver at 104.3 The Fan. And I didn't realize that Bo Nix was in his team. This defense is really interesting to me because it has had a healthy amount of cover one man, of just being and believing rather that we can just stick to you. And last week, I imagine because Dallas is just different, you saw a lot of cover 6, a lot of zone. Now without Patrick Surtain, like, what can we expect from this defense, or what are you guys expecting from this defense as they look to stifle a Texans offense that's trying to get off the ground?
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic here. I can tell you this: the first thing I did on Monday morning after I woke up, took a leak, ate some breakfast, I bet the under in this game because these two defenses are just fantastic. You're talking about a Houston defense who is, you know, leading the league in, you know, yards allowed and I believe points allowed as 100%. Well. And then, but then you have a Broncos defense which is, man, guys, on the right day, it looks like a Super Bowl defense. Not only are they leading the league in sacks with 36, but the largest gap between any of the 32 slottings in the NFL is number 1 to number 2. Think about that. They're on pace right now to break the single-season NFL sack record, which was from the 1984 Bears, not the 85 Bears, but the 84 Bears with 72. So they get after the quarterback, but to your question, a large part of the reason they're able to do that is because Pat Surtain won sides a field. Mm-hmm. I mean, what this guy does, I've seen since maybe Darrelle Revis. I mean, he regularly just erases an elite receiver from the game plan. He won Defensive Player of the Year last year as a cornerback, which just doesn't happen. It's happened 3 times in the last 3 decades. Charles Woodson and Stephon Gilmore, the only other corners to win that award. So his value to this defense is, it can't be understated. But now with him out of the mix, the trickle-down effect, you're going to ask your cornerback number 2, who is the most targeted cornerback in all of pro football because he plays opposite of PS2. He's now your number 1. And now you're asking your number 3 to be your number 2. And now you're going to be asking your rookie, Jahdae Barron, rookie out of Texas, first-rounder, Thorpe Award winner, who hasn't really been on the field too much. He's going to get a bit of a baptism by fire here and play the most he's played. So I don't know how this is going to play out. because the pass rush, which is truly the strength of the team, is predicated off that sticky coverage, and it's one hand washing the other. But now you're missing one of those hands, and I really don't know how it's going to look on Sunday because we haven't had to, worry about this or even think about it.
On the other hand, I'm sure this has been a topic as well up there. With that pass rush, you're facing a Texans offensive line that has been mostly, I should say, a mess. But has had its moments, particularly this last week. So maybe I'm guessing that they're going to go pretty base.
Yeah, I would think so. And Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator here, has done that when he believes that he will not send pressure. So when you look at the Broncos up front, which is really the strength of the entire football team, as good as their secondary is and their safeties, and some of their members on offense, the strength is the front seven. And when you have a guy like Zach Allen, keep that name in your back pocket. Big 99 in the middle, led the NFL in quarterback hits a year ago. Led the NFL in quarterback pressures from the D tackle position a year ago. Coming off a game where he sacked the quarterback again. It starts with him, the push in the middle. And then you have these two edge rushers in Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, who are just absolute freaks when it comes to get off. I think they're number 1 and number 2 in the NFL in terms of their pass rush win rate and their get off. Nick Bonito, if you guys haven't had a chance to look at him, 8 sacks in 8 games, had 13.5 sacks a year ago. He's fantastic. He's going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year. These guys really get after the quarterback, and because they're both elite at their position, both double-digit sack guys a year ago, the number 1 duo in that department, you can't really send as much help when you're getting it from both sides of the defense and also getting that push from the middle. So, I mean, it's hard to quantify or articulate just how elite the Broncos pass rush is. I mean, 36 sacks in 8 games is insane. A full 10 sacks ahead of that. It's gonna be a real challenge for the Houston offense, but that element of missing the best cornerback in football, I just still don't know about that.
Zach, before we let you go, one of the things I love about us doing this, behind enemy lines and getting somebody on the ground locally is that, we don't have that national perspective. We get stuff that maybe everybody else misses. Is there something that's happening in Denver or that's been happening this season that you feel like the national media has kind of missed or mischaracterized through the season about the team?
It's a really good question. I would say if I were to say, I'd say it's the Broncos' run game. We spend so much time as football fans discussing the quarterback, and that was your first question, right? Mm-hmm. Bo Nix. And guess what? When later today, when Sean Pendergast comes on our show, the first question is probably going to be about C.J. Stroud. Yeah. But that being said, when you look at the strength of the offense, it's not Bo Nix and the passing game. The Denver Broncos are averaging 138 yards a game on the ground. Only the Jets and Bills, with both running quarterbacks, are averaging more yards on the ground right now as a team. So I think if I, to the point of your question, I think if I went around to NFL fans just around the country casually and said, hey, who's got a better rushing attack, the Detroit Lions or the Denver Broncos? I think 9 out of 10 people would say the Lions. It's actually the Broncos. And so J.K. Dobbins has been an absolute. He had over 900 yards a year ago with the Chargers. He's never been able to stay healthy. That's the story of his career. But guess what, fellas? He's healthy now, and he's got 634 rushing yards in 8 games. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry. J.K. Dobbins is top 5 in the NFL in yards per carry since he came into the league. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. But this guy, he's good for a big play almost every single week. He's on pace for over 1,300 yards as just an individual. And then they have a rookie behind him that they took with the 60th overall pick in the second round out of Central Florida named R.J. Harvey, who's coming off his best game as a pro, where he's doing stuff as a rookie that hasn't been done since former Bronco and Texan Philip Lindsay, where he scored 3 touchdowns in a game last week. Ran for a 40-yard touchdown, the longest since Phil in his rookie year. So that sort of two-headed monster, but really 2/3 of it being Dobbins, is probably the most underrated rushing attack in all of professional football right now.
Zach, we greatly appreciate you giving us some of your time, and make sure that you send our love to Texans legend Philip Lindsay over there when you get to work today.
Yeah, no doubt. I definitely will. And you guys give a hug to Parker Hillis over there, and because that's my guy too. So appreciate you guys having me on, and let's enjoy this game on Sunday. Which, by the way, I'll fast forward to the end of my Friday show. I will be picking the Texans to win this game.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow. All right, Zach. Hey, fantastic hit with us. You enjoy Sean as well. He's a delight.
All right, see you guys. Cheers.
There you go. Zach By, host of The Drive there in 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Man, he said that they was throwing at Riley Moss because he is not Patrick Surtain. No, they throwing at him because of racism. He's a white cornerback. I will stand on this. Y'all can say Reggie's always talking about race. No, I'm standing up for a good young brother who is a good cornerback, but he's just white. That's unfair. It's unfair to him. I need to stop doing that. We'll see what it looks like. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Really great way to start our conversations about the Broncos. We'll keep talking about them leading up to Sunday's game. But coming up next, let's go and do our lunchtime confessions as we always do at this time. We'll do that.
The Drive is live on a football.
families in need. Learn more and give now at Texas.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just hate where we've gotten when it comes to traveling in the NBA.
Oh, okay.
I just hate it. And all this justification and, he gathered himself and then he was able, after the ball spinning in his hands.
That's right.
And he can take 5 steps because the ball was spinning in his hands and then he made this move. And here's
You're talking about Giannis, right? Giannis had a token ball last night.
It made all the rounds. At least 5 steps. Some people said 6, but at least 5 steps. Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah, I saw it.
And everybody justifying it drives me freaking nuts. And it drives me nuts for one reason in particular. I don't even remember when, and you and I were talking about this before the show, you said, well, it's the interpret, because you're one of those nerds.
I did not deny it. I just was going to let you cook. Go ahead.
But in terms of like, well, it's about the interpretation of the rule changing. Does anybody remember when we heard about this interpretation changing? And why is 5 steps all of a sudden not traveling no matter the interpretation?
Well, because you had, the interpretation of the gather, right, or doing their steps, where it was like, hey, here's your gather step while you're picking up the basketball, and then 1-2, and then once you have that, that players are going to find ways to push the boundaries. So the gather step became gather steps, which you saw where Giannis did his little
5
pitter patter, bap, 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 put 2 hands on the basketball, then he went 1-2 and laid it in. That's why it's technically right. I know you'll be surprised by this. I'm with you. I do think that this is going too far because we've violated the spirit of the rule by getting to the letter of the law, and I understand why it is there, freedom of movement, but I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps the game. The players are so athletic that they're going to be able to, turn corners, and now they are athletic defensively, and that's kind of what makes this tough. But these are the things that make it seem like, there's no defense, and I think that while you're wanting to have points and make sure that people are entertained, I think that you do lose some folks by feeling like what's happening to the rules. I'm not seeing the rules that I understand.
And my biggest confusion, part of the confession, is, you have this is a major rule or interpretation. We're changing the way we call traveling. Do you remember in the last 10, 15 years when anyone said that?
Well, that's the thing, is it's not a full change in the way it's just
but it is.
The interpretation of what they're doing.
2 steps to 5 or 6.
Well, it's 2 steps after you gather, right? Which that was the
gather. I'm bitter about this. Gather,
gather,
not gather. What? It's traveling.
You have to. I said this to you before the show as well. You have to have been like deep in the sticks of going and checking last 2-minute reports and seeing the clarified questions that was asked. So have you been the person that's like, the Rockets sent in an aggrievement about this ruling, and then this is what the NBA said back? Because that's where these things have been litigated, is in this. Like, the rule isn't changed, but it's like when you went to the Supreme Court, right? The law is still the same, but the Supreme Court was like, well, actually, this is how we interpret that. And so now that then dictates the way that things are going.
All I heard was traveling.
Sure. I hear you. Because, again, I'm with you. I don't love that this is how it goes. I understand how rules kind of have some wiggle room. There's going to be some natural wiggle room on the extent of a rule. Yeah. This feels like it's gone well beyond that. And it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like the game I love.
It's been a lot of wiggle room with traveling for years, man. Like, you could look at every play and call it traveling, to be honest. But now it seemed like they taking it a step too far.
And that was just blatant.
Yeah, where you're just like, come on, man.
Yeah, I'm like, there has to be some additional litigation to get this to a place where you have some freedom for, they're moving at high speeds. And there's going to be some little.
You can't do what he did, though.
Yeah, there needs to be an extent. Again,
I understand these big ass dudes. They rumbling and bumbling, and
I actually understand the ball moving in your hands, but not 3 steps worth.
Right.
Yeah.
You know the one that really makes me mad is the people on social media, and this is what they're doing, right? It's engagement and whatever, and trying to get the people going. The people on, like, the basketball content creators, quote unquote, that will take all of the little loopholes and then string them together to things that are like, if you did that on a pickup game, I'm calling to travel whether or not it's legal or not, and then we'll fight about it.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
these are my confessions.
All right, Halloween is fast approaching, and I'm trying to make sure I'm getting myself all the way right.
We got the party tomorrow.
Yeah, the costume party here at Odyssey Houston is tomorrow, and I'm trying to put the finishing touches on it, and I need a particular prop that I do not readily have, and I don't know if anybody else readily has.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have it in my mind. I think I'm going to do this, to go and buy this prop, and I'm not actually using it or taking any value. And I think I'm going to use it and then take it back and return it immediately the day after. And I feel kind of bad about it.
Nah, for Halloween purposes, I hate when people like buy an outfit and then wear it. Don't take the tags off.
Yeah.
And I'm talking mostly about women.
Yeah. Yes.
And then they return it. I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, come on, don't do that. But your thing for a prop for Halloween, I got no problem.
Okay, yeah, because my thought has always been, if you use the value out of it, and maybe this is just like too Boy Scout or whatever, it's like if you use value in it, then you bought it, right? Like you probably need to use that.
Like let's say you're going to be Jason. Isn't he the one that had the chainsaw? Jason from the scary movies. Let's say say you bought a chainsaw and you just used it as a prop. You didn't saw down a tree, so just return it. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm fine with that because, shoot, whatever it is, some people might buy it and be like, oh, I necessarily don't need it. I ain't use it.
Yeah.
Take it back. So
sure.
Take it back like that. As long as you don't use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you use it, that might be a little...
Well, that's different.
I'm not understanding the difference. Okay, fair enough.
These are my confessions.
So,
wow. Someone said they do it all the time for tools.
With tools?
Hey, I need a screwdriver. I'm gonna go get this right quick.
That's why the one time I went to a hardware store and they said, once you buy, you can't take back.
Really?
Yeah.
The 346 went and ruined it for everybody?
Yeah, I think so. That's probably why. Yeah. Because it is a couple times where I needed one tool, and I'm like, I just needed to put this one thing up, and
I
that's
just needed it for a minute.
Yep, and they said no returns. Yeah, that sucked. But anywho, so I've been really debating this. I've been really having an issue with the stray dogs around my house.
You mentioned that once.
Yeah. It's kind of getting out of control now. I'm starting to see the same big ass white dog that just be lurking around, and he was on the side of the house. He was I got a ring notification. He was at the door. I'm like, man, what's going on?
He was at the door?
He was at my door. Like,
as long as he didn't ring the bell.
Yeah, to the point I thought he rang it for a minute because I got the notification. And I'm like, man, but my confession is I kind of want to call a dog catcher or something, man. I never.
You're that
he
guy.
about to call.
I never got to that point. I didn't even know if that was a thing for real.
It is
in real life.
Yeah,
because
is he aggressive?
Not really, but just kind of in a way. And then I think the last resort for me was, or the last straw was, I seen like a pack of, it had to be about 15 dogs for all different walks of life. It wasn't like it was the same type of ass white dog. I saw a Chihuahua. I saw one of those little hot dog dogs.
Yeah.
I saw all type of random dogs. It was like 15
Were they
of them.
walking?
They were running. They were like running after something. I don't know what it was.
There was a bitch in heat. That's what it is.
I guess so.
That's what happens.
So they're trying to get her?
Whenever there's a dog in heat, yeah.
Okay.
They come out of nowhere, just kind of like men. they come from everywhere.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
From the 832. That's why the dog was at your door. He heard you was talking mess, that you were a snitch. He was like, "Hey, come outside. We not gonna jump you."
Man, nah. Hey, I never really thought about this or anything, but it kind of suck when they just be hanging around the house and you gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
All that stuff. I'm just like, do people do anything?
I can't wait till you're the old man at the mall. Like, look at all these young people.
Look at these kids.
Not buying nothing,
walking
hanging
around the mall, doing nothing.
Hey, that was me at one point, so I probably wouldn't say nothing.
Bunch of hoodlums.
Hey, just get off my grass.
I love that word, by the way.
That's all I want.
Hoodlums.
Hoodlums is a great word.
Is a good
word.
word.
That's a great word.
I like going with shout out to Nuger. I like calling people youths. The youths makes me laugh.
Yeah, just stay off my lawn.
A lot of times
man.
I'm driving down the street and you see two little kids doing nothing. just being little kids. I'm like, look at those hoodlums.
The dogs got to stay off your lawn.
Just stay out my way. If you don't bother me, I don't bother you. When you all in my carport and all this other stuff, then that's when I have a
dog cat on if you step on it. Somebody said, of course, the dog was like, "Yeah, you hating on my boy Riley Moss, the dog." I see you, Figgy. I see that happening over there. All right, those are your confessions here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Not Figgy Karen. That's crazy. All right, coming up next, we got a couple of things going. First and foremost, we'll be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. But then also, we got to do a little Judge John Lopez. Stick around. We'll do that next.
All right, guys. Synergy next.
Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's about time to do a little Judge John Lopez here on a Wednesday in the Loop on
I like
Sports
the way
Radio
you said it right,
610.
Lopez.
That's fair. I did say that. You know what? The Duolingo working because I didn't even think about it. It just jumped out.
Yeah.
Before we get there, I'm going to be honest. I appreciate how the first part of the text line, people were like, "Oh, look at Figgy snitching," and then people came in and was like, "Nah, call them people on them dogs."
Yeah, like, look, just imagine a bunch of stray dogs hanging around your house all the time, man.
Oh, it's bothersome.
Yeah. Like, I can't even take my dog out there a little bit without it being a hassle or something, man.
I just love, I'm stuck on you saying that it was dogs of all walks of life. I'm just fanny dog, like you got poodles out there, you got mutts out there.
It was like 15 different breeds.
My man had a Disney movie out there.
It was The Secret Life of Dogs.
There was some
featuring Chris Rock.
Hot girl dog that was in heat.
Unbelievable. All right, Judge John Lopez. Let's see if we can litigate some things here. Judge,
hear ye. The court of the honorable me is now in session.
Okay.
And first case on the docket today, Kevin Durant. And I will play some audio for counsel because I think it affects what the case is today.
How do you approach legacy? Does that whole talk about super teams dilute your legacy? Any?
No, not at all. Like, when you look at, when I'm done playing, man, people gonna respect the amount of years that I put in and the actual accomplishments. You reflect on my career and you realize when you look at the big picture, like, come on, you can't talk down on anything that a professional athlete who's been around for 2 decades. I don't care how many championships I win or didn't win. But being around and playing professional sports, it's a small number of us. To do that for that long, like, people going to respect that. Well, they're going to nitpick. Some people will nitpick. Yeah. But they still are analyzing an amazing career. You know what I'm saying? An amazing body of work. You know, stuff they. So.
All right. Who is counsel for? Well, here's the case in simpler terms. Playing on super teams will or will not affect Kevin Durant's legacy. Who is on the side of Kevin playing on super teams will affect his legacy?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm actually on the side that it won't affect his legacy, Your Honor.
Counsel?
I mean, here's the thing with Kevin Durant. I think he's landed in a place in Houston that will embrace him. However, the first thing that I think people will think of, no matter what, with Kevin Durant is his decision to go play with Golden State. There's that nature of running from the grind. There's all of those things that he couldn't win by himself. And I don't necessarily believe those things. Even in the moment, I was like, who amongst us would not want to go to a better, more cushy situation for work? However, we know what people are. Like, this is why I always kind of bristle at legacy talk at times, because legacy is not what you do necessarily. Legacy is how people ultimately stick with what you have done. And he's not wrong that he has been an incredible player. The problem is the conversation that has been had around him for a long time, and I think the easy kind of narrative that has existed was that he ran from pillar to post looking for an opportunity to win instead of standing and building it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hear him on that eventually you want people to stop down and think about this in a stronger way. But I think at times we have to acknowledge that people are finicky and people are lazy. And the easy, lazy narrative is, well, you ran away after they were, the best team in the league.
Right.
I don't think that you can wipe that away.
All right. Noted. Counsel, Figgy.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think this will affect his legacy because I think Kevin Durant is one of those players that will be good. Even it might sound crazy to say, we will always recognize his talent as a player, even if he didn't win a ring. I think he's that great. I think he proved himself to be one of the one of the best shooters, scorers in this league. And even though he did go to Golden State to get his rings, don't think we will have a different opinion about Kevin Durant if he won one ring with a team with OKC or whatever team he was with on his own. So I think right now, I think it's set in stone that people recognize Kevin Durant as one of the greats right now. And yes, maybe we wanted to see him win his own ring with his original team, but I think right now it's solidified that him going to Golden State ain't going to affect his legacy.
Well, this is strong. You guys have come with some great cases because I think both Reggie and Figgy both make really good points. Here's where I'm going to lean, and my decision is going to be this. I do think you and Kevin Durant, in that audio you heard, are right in that people are going to nitpick, for lack of a better word, or parse out that are people that say, oh, no, that guy had to go chase a ring. But I think Figgy's point on longevity and, he's played long enough and he's done so much and he's still one of the greatest scorers. I think that kind of tips the scales in terms of his legacy is going to be one of the greatest players in the history of the game, much like some players that didn't win a title.
Right. I think that basketball might be, I want to say the best, but that's probably not fair. It's probably second best when it comes to an individual being great and not having to hinge it necessarily on the greatness of teams in a weird way, even though it feels like the sport in which you have the most impact. But you can think of guys like Charles Barkley who haven't won championships out there. You could think of guys like Gary Payton. You can think there's a number of guys that you look at and you go, those are incredible players that we can think of as all-time greats that unfortunately weren't able to reach the mountaintop, and we can appreciate their greatness. I think the tough thing for him is that that's not how these conversations have been situated around him.
And I think they're changing. I think they're changing.
But here's the thing. Even if he wins in a great way here in Houston, that narrative still exists, especially because of the personality that he has demonstrated, and I don't think it's bad. I think it just ended up feeling a little antagonistic to a basketball fan base that wasn't really willing to make him, or was willing at least in that moment to make him a villain because he linked up with the villains of the time.
Yeah.
I don't think you can wash that off, even though he's going to be the greatest scorer.
It's always going to be there. Even with LeBron going to Miami, that's always going to be talked about no matter what.
Yeah.
But overall, it's hard to just say, oh, nope, because he went to Miami to win those rings.
Right.
He has such a great career where that kind of cover it up a tiny bit, but in the general conversation, people are always going to run back to that narrative.
And that's why I think had he retired maybe after Golden State for whatever reason, then it would have affected his legacy.
Or if he just went down,
just went down,
just had a rough career after that, it wasn't the same. Then,
but given everything and the totality of his work, I'm going to side with Figgy on this.
Fair enough. Can I just say though, what I am happy for, and I'm happy that the city of Houston can provide. Houston is very much a place that if you embrace Houston, it'll embrace you back.
Yeah.
And I kind of love that he came here and that he signed that extension because I do think that he might find some facsimile at home in which he did not have.
He talked about it.
Right. It felt like OKC was one of those places where you'll always be home, but the way that it happened where he left, he didn't have that as a home.
That wasn't home.
Golden State never was going to embrace him that way. That's kind of why he left. I mean, the general manager or the owner was making jokes at the ring ceremony at his expense that felt like it was never home.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, he just wasn't there long enough. Phoenix never landed. This can be a place where you have a place you can come back to for him, and I think he needs that.
All right, I have another case. Halloween is day after tomorrow.
Yes.
There are people who buy props and clothes for the sake of their Halloween costume, and then they return them.
Mm-hmm.
The case in front of us today, Reggie is going to be arguing for the case that you can return them, and Figgy's going to be couldn't do that. The case of buying props or clothes, knowing that you're not going to keep them and you will return them after Halloween.
All right, Your Honor. I think seeing as I'm someone who very much could be in this circumstance.
So you could go to jail if I rule the other way.
I don't think that's how that works. Do you actually have power here? Did we somehow
the wig.
Did we somehow stumble into a place where you actually have some power here? I didn't realize that. No, I think props is where it's very important to know. And there are some things where you cannot ruin the value of it. I think the idea of returning something to a place is that store still then has the opportunity to garner get some money off of it. There's a lot of these costumes that if you take them back, they can still be sold and they could still be used as if they were new and in a way that they are not
like
damaged.
Tools or other items.
So I do think that you should be able to, especially with something that you're only going to use once and that is you're not going to harm the value of it, sending it back. That should be something that is within your wherewithal, especially if it's something that, again, is just not going to wear or not going to have some damage by you taking it back.
Counsel Figueroa?
Yes, Your Honor, this is crazy. You can't do stuff like this, Your Honor, because look, if that's the case, how are these people who are working so hard putting these costumes together in these factories and all that stuff, how are they going to get paid? How are you going to make a profit if you just buying a costume and then taking it right back, getting your money back? So to me, this don't make any sense. Otherwise, let's do this, buy something and just take it back and get our money back. That's not how it works all the time.
Wow, this is another really, really good one. And I feel Reggie had such a good, strong case, but then Figgy came with the, you could do. Why not we do it with everything?
Think about the people in the factories.
The people, the hardworking American Joe Six-Packs that are out there. All that said, I think I am going to side with Reggie on this one simply because this is pretty much a one-off of when people do this.
The only problem with it, though, and of course,
getting all sweaty on the clothes and drink spilling and
right now that I've won it, I'm going to negate my case. The only problem with it is, all right, this is a one-time occasion where I'll use this, but it's a one-time type object. So in theory, you just end up in a weird liminal space where everybody uses it one time and returns it, and ultimately the company that sells it never gets money off of it.
Yeah. The funny thing about this case is I'm the one that told Reggie I gave Reggie the idea off the air. I'm like, hey, why don't you get it and return it?
And by the way, I bought a couple of things for our costumes tomorrow, which is our company party is tomorrow. I'm keeping them because I like them.
Nice. There you go.
I like them.
See, I kind of had that issue last year. Remember last year I was the Joker?
No, yeah.
I still got that stuff. I'm like, man, I might as well throw it out, man.
Don't throw it out. Just
I ain't wearing that stuff again.
We need to have a national holiday where you just get more use out of your Halloween. Just
throw another one in there.
Just Halloween in May.
3 more times.
Halloween in May so that we could bring these costumes back out or something like that. I don't know. You're here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is a return to this Texans team because the trade deadline is less than a week away. Tuesday is when the trade deadline hits. Should the Texans buy, sell, or hold, and how much does Sunday's outcome factor in? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next. However, one thing I want you to remember, that number for as well, 713-572-4610. That is the number to call right now if you want to win a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops and be entered into a raffle for a chance to win a grill and a case of OG sauce.
You're dang right.
Caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610 will win that $50 gift card. Again, caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Let's talk about the trade deadline next.
The Texans needed a big win against the 49ers. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Wednesday. A little bit of Fleetwood Mac to get you going as we keep rolling around here. I was like, is this Fleetwood Mac? It is Fleetwood Mac.
Yes.
For a second there, I had doubted myself. Something I do not doubt is the visual sign of number 12 out there on the practice field. Yes, Nico Collins is practicing today, and he's wearing a Guardian cap.
Okay.
To protect the noggin.
Is he going to wear it in the game?
He should.
He should. I don't mind those things.
I don't understand why people be kind of, I don't want to say ashamed.
They be out there looking like lollipops. That's why.
I think.
Do you want to be safe or no?
I was just going to say, I think sadly, the appearance, the aesthetics is what makes their decision for them.
I mean, we
it
know
should
this.
not.
No, it shouldn't.
It should not.
It's just like all the dudes in the NBA that can't shoot free throws, and it's like Rick Barry's looking at them like, hey, do the granny shot. And they're like, how dare you?
How about 97%?
Right. It's like, how dare you ask me to look uncool? It's like, but it works.
You know what else look cool? Yeah. Not wearing the seatbelt, just driving down. So we'll put the seatbelt on, man.
Put the damn seatbelt on.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if he does that. I guess just tangentially, it did make me think, that like the Guardian cap actually isn't like the safest helmet kind of thing that we have. Requires that any of these kind of technologies go through extensive testing before they implement it.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some, I believe Virginia Tech has another helmet that's been worked on out there and is trying to go through that extensive testing to be utilized. Yeah,
it'll happen.
But yeah, Guardian cap on Nico Collins, who is out there at practice today, which that is very exciting to see. In addition to that, I saw that Jakob Johnson has been designated to return from IR. So there's a fullback, tight end type player.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll be just the designation. I don't know if he'll return for this game, but there you go, on the comeback to try and see if you have some players to help in that tight end fullback type realm. Now, when you talk about adding players back, that's cool and all, but those are all inside the building. You're running out of time to add any players from outside of the building. The trade deadline fast approaches, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to turn the
6 days
calendar to November, and November 4th, I believe, is Election Day, but it's also trade deadline day in the National Football League. And so, we kind of got to look at that. Like, should the Texans buy, sell, or hold in a way? I know that's more of a baseball perspective, but I think that we can apply that to the Texans here.
So here's where it gets interesting to me. If you ask that question today, should the Texans buy, sell, or hold today, you would probably say, by and large, probably by and large, hold.
Yeah.
Probably by and large, hold. If they lose on Sunday and go to 3-5, the Colts are sitting there at 7-1, and you're ninth in the playoff picture and only 7 teams get in, and you still have the Bills, Chiefs, Chargers, and Colts twice, that might flip on its ear.
If they get the victory this weekend?
If they lose.
Or if they lose. Yeah. I mean,
like right now, they're going to be 500 if they win. And you're like, either hold or buy, right? Either hold or buy. You can get another piece, here and there that kind of gets you in. And if they lose one game, and if they lose, they're 3-5, and they're looking up at the 7-1 Colts, and they're 9th in the AFC.
Right. Because
that could flip to sell.
There is something to be said for if you get that victory, you're right there. You face the Jags a couple times, they're ahead of you. You face the Chiefs, they're ahead of you. You'll face the Chargers, they're ahead of you. You'll face the Bills, they're ahead of you. Not like you're going to knock them off necessarily in some what's the damn name? Mike Tyson's Punch-Out type of way, right?
Yeah,
you're not going to climb the ladder that way necessarily. But it gives you you're maintaining a level of distance where it gives you an opportunity to really claw back, get some tiebreakers, and give yourself an opportunity to compete, and then that would justify you strengthening it. I think the one thing that I think is probably off the table is sell.
I don't agree necessarily.
Really?
But state your case, because I will say this. I think that one game, if you're 3-5, that means a lot of the things that maybe we saw on, or some of the things that maybe we saw on Sunday didn't stick.
The reason why I say I think sell is off the table here for this Texans team is it lands as this was just a setback bad season. Where they are in the trajectory of their team is they're still pushing towards being a winning, really good team.
But I think you can justify sell in that case.
In what ways, if you don't?
You have 8 picks this year.
Okay.
7 picks next year. You have 2 fourth-rounders this coming draft.
Okay.
You're like I said, you'd be 3-5 in either 9th or 10th in the AFC.
Yeah.
Steep hill to climb. You almost sort of say, yeah, we're going to compete, we're going to try to win, but realistically you're thinking we might have 9 or 10 10 losses. At some point you might say, you know what? Let's go ahead and sell a piece here and get another draft pick back. You know what I mean? I'm not going to give you the who. Yeah. I'm not going to give you. I don't know the who.
No, I know that, but I was just like sale can be something small.
Yes,
it could be like a Christian Kirk.
Who's the king of something small? Nick Caserio. Give me another 6th round pick. Give me another 5th round pick.
I mean, I would, but if it's like I said, it depends who it is. If it's like a Christian Kirk, I wouldn't look at that as like, oh man, they blowing the team up or anything like that.
Christian Kirk is a great example.
It probably, if you're selling,
but if it's like Daniil Hunter,
no, God, no, not that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What type of sale are we talking?
No, I'm talking about that kind of sell because, like, realistically, and again, we all hope they win and they're buyers, or at least hold. And all of a sudden you're back in the wild card chase, and maybe if lightning strikes the division and all that, we're all hoping for that. But if you lose, my point on this buy, sell, or hold is like this one game could change your entire outlook.
Sure. Now I think there are some cases to buy. Interestingly enough, obviously the timing sets up well. ESPN put together an NFL trade deadline story where they obviously went through every team and what are some moves or some things that can happen, right? Add, subtract, sit out in that same buy, sell, hold type thing. An interesting thought process when it comes to position of need. Clearly, we've seen people talk about running back depth. Tight end depth is clearly one that we've talked about today, and obviously just in. How about center?
Oh, offensive line, just period.
Yeah, but like specifically center.
Yeah, center.
Where Jake Andrews is 30th amongst qualifying centers in pass protection, pass block win rate, and then 26th in run block win rate. That seems to fit my eyes. I haven't loved him necessarily, although the appeal seems to be him having a better understanding, ability to call, call protections, things of that nature. Getting better there at center could also be a thing where it's not just getting better for this year, but starting to figure out what your offensive line is going forward. Yeah. Especially because there's such a small window for improving your offensive line, especially when teams might be willing to move off. And I look over at the Las Vegas Raiders, who look down bad and like they might be willing to move some pieces. Jackson Powers-Johnson is over there on that offensive line. And if they are willing to move off of him, that's a talented player that maybe you can add. Now, he's not a sure bet, as Seth Walder writes for ESPN, and I would have to agree. However, if you're going to take flyers, that might not be a bad one to take in its time where the Raiders are selling things off. They don't have a ton of leverage, so maybe you can get Powers-Johnson at a little bit of a discount, and you can test that out over the remainder of the season. Going to continue in a real way this season.
Well, actually, I think that is very sound reasoning. The thing is, if you lose, again, you got the Bills, Chiefs, Chargers, and Colts twice. That's not even to mention the other games you have, like against, what do they have, the Cardinals and the Jags once and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 9 or 10 losses. 9 or 10 losses is not going to get you anywhere. Not going to get you anywhere, especially with the way the AFC is breaking right now. So if you win, all of a sudden, obviously that's your first kind of real, streak, so to speak. Of the season. I know they won the 2 with Titans and Ravens, but like the first real one is, hey, we just beat the Niners and the Broncos. It would feel a lot better, and maybe you could hold or buy. But if you lose, I think you're very much looking at 9 or 10. And what's another good way to get offensive linemen? Accumulate draft picks.
713-572-4610. Does 2 in a row count as a streak? I'm just going to put
that there. That's called a win streak.
Now, if you want to talk about selling, maybe I did not give enough credit to the idea of you have some depth in some places that has exhibited itself as being somewhat superfluous, especially now that you have guys coming back healthy. Names like Darrell Taylor, who clearly has fallen out of favor pass rushing wise, comes up. Does Christian Harris fall in that line, especially ahead of him? You're not. I don't think you're in a place where you're going to extend him.
That's
I think you're out of the time of extending him. He was a healthy scratch once you finally got him back last year. He's in here as well. This just feels like Christian Harris is not a guy that you're going to extend. And so if that's the case, maybe get something for him.
Yeah.
But Dameon Pierce is also another one of those guys that I think they finally might have come to terms with what his actual place is here. And maybe he's still young enough and still has a little bit of value to where you can squeeze something out of him.
So you kind of see what I'm saying here.
There's some
this
pieces,
one game might change a lot.
But I actually don't think that hinges on this game. I think that all those pieces I'd be willing to part with even if
ultimately, yes. But I'm talking about like before trade deadline. Before trade deadline.
No, I know.
We can maybe get more. You want to trade Dameon Pierce and Christian Harris before the trade deadline if you feel like you're in contention?
Yeah, that's tough because those guys end up being depth guys.
But if you're 3-5, all of a sudden you're looking at it like, I don't know.
I mean, the Pierce one, that feels like a precursor to going and buying as well because the Brees Hall thing does sound greatly appealing, especially when you look at this Texans team. As much as we've given credit to Woody Marks and what he's been able to do, Nick Chubb obviously just a consummate professional. They're not great running the football. Efficiency-wise, they're below average. And some of this is we're just like we're trying to cheer them on, but we can be honest about it.
They've had moments.
We were expecting a Joe Mixon offense to help raise the boats, raise the tides of what this running game is. I ain't expecting them to come back. Thankfully, we got proof of life at the game on Sunday with I think B. Scott saw him out there. I think in the suite or like the club level or whatever.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's coming back this season. Like I'm not holding my breath for it. I'm certain that they have an understanding, even though we don't. And if they know, and if you can move off of Dameon Pierce for it, that can be impactful and can be here, as opposed to Dameon Pierce, where I think we know that he's not impactful.
Yeah, and the 832 says we can also look at this a different way. Who do the Bills, Chiefs, Broncos, Colts have to play? I agree. But I think we look at those games a lot differently at 4-4 than we do 3-5.
Oh, without question.
Yeah,
without question, right? Like again, just a lot of traffic ahead of you, right? Talk less of 4-4. You know, in theory, you can win some games to get to the 9-10 wins, like really 10 wins that are going to be right in that place where you go, or we have a chance to go to the playoffs. But those things work a lot better in a year where maybe you have a couple of dominant teams taking up some of just the finite number of wins that are out there. There's a lot of teams in the middle this year.
Yes.
So that means there's going to be when the CBS and Fox and whoever puts up that graphic of in the hunt, there's a lot more teams and there's a lot more names that you have to try and cross.
The chat?
No, I don't mean that. Thank you, Grandpa, for that one. But no, I think that makes it a lot more difficult, and it's more reason why it's incumbent on you to try and get some things done. Somebody said trade Joe Mixon.
Hey, I'm for it.
I don't think you can. However,
you got to start planning for the future a little bit at running back.
Oh, for sure.
Hey man, we were talking about the number of carries that Joe Mixon was getting last year.
Yeah.
And now another pretty major injury that we also have no idea what it actually is.
I was going to ask you, what is the major injury?
That's not the craziest thing in the world.
I'll let you know when the time's right. Yeah.
But I think if you're really talking by like the expensive type things, what do you have in mind? Are there any that come in mind to you? Because I mean, Brees Hall might be one of those. David Njoku is probably one of those.
I don't know if it's a rumor or a report, but I saw his name mentioned with the Texans yesterday. Njoku would be one. Brees Hall would be one.
Like right now, we're standing outside the department store looking at the fancy ones.
We're thinking we're going to get a win here Sunday. Going to be back in it, full-fledged, and maybe get a couple pieces here. I don't think you can go offensive line at this point. First of all, they're really – I know you mentioned the Raiders, was he a center? Yes.
Jackson Powers Johnson, the center, yeah. Well, he played at Oregon, if memory serves.
But that's really difficult. Then you're mixing in another guy into the rotation along the offensive line.
I mean, they're comfortable rotating offensive line. I don't know what you're talking about.
But, yes, running back and tight end, and beyond that, I think you're pretty good. You're pretty good other than the offensive line, which I don't think you're going to mess with too much right now. That's an off-season thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to get really interesting. I think we're going to have to watch this space. And people are moving. Like, we've seen a couple of trades already happen yesterday. The Patriots
really moving.
Which is interesting because
they, 6-2? Or
not what, 6-2?
Yeah.
Which is buy-in because that's kind of what we're talking about here.
They sold it. They traded a couple of players.
They traded a couple.
I know they traded a safety.
Kyle Duggar.
Yeah, Kyle Duggar, thank you. And there was another player that they traded away.
It was
a defensive end, right? Yeah. That find that interesting. But ultimately, I think this is going to be. I'll watch the space closely because this is going to tell us a little bit more about how this team thinks about this roster and how they think about themselves. Because again, and a little bit to also impact and shift the way that Nick Caserio goes about it. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people obviously interested in Breece Hall. And shout out to Frank on the YouTube who's like, Joe Mixon is coming back. I would love the confidence.
I would too.
That you are demonstrating in that place. I can't get there, but it would be nice. I would love to see Joe Mixon back with this team. It would be very helpful in that climb that you're trying to make to try and get into the playoffs. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things off to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we got Halloween right around the corner. It's actually on Friday. And I got a list of iconic TV costumes that just were sold at an auction. And I'm going to give you those costumes and the price.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, okay. Let's do that next.
Ready? The Texans. Interim Injury Lawyers. 21222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Man, that popcorn smell good.
I just said something to Reggie.
I'm surprised y'all don't smell this popcorn through the radio, man.
I just told Reggie before we came back, because that's one of the best smells.
So pulling the curtain back, somebody popped some popcorn around here, and I did not leave my studio at all. Mm-hmm. So it'd be one thing if I open the door and I smell it. It's
seeping through the windows.
Dog, I want some popcorn, man. I'm about to go around. Who popping popcorn?
By the way, let's make this into a text in 713-572-4610. What is the best and worst food smells to smell at work?
Yes, the microwave smell.
Yeah. Popcorn isn't bad.
Popcorn's way up there.
It gets you the ladies, man. People start coming around your desk.
Like, ooh, what
you got?
That's a great point. Everybody want to come talk to you now.
What's up, buddy? What's up? You got
let me get a handful of those.
That popcorn.
Yeah.
The other thing is the obvious fish or anything like that. Somebody, who warming up fish?
Yeah, you hate that. You hate that.
Yeah. Who got seafood in here? But yeah. Salute on here. Mm-hmm. So I ran across this list of I guess a collection of classic TV costumes.
Okay.
And they just sold at a recent auction. So I'm gonna go through the list of all the ones that sold. So the first one on this list is Batman and Robin costumes. These are the ones that was worn by Adam West.
Oh, the
Burt
TV
Ward.
version.
Oh, 66? Batman 66?
Yeah.
I love this.
In the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
Sold for $575,000.
I think that's worth every penny. If you got the money, Adam West Batman costume. No, you and I aren't going to be buying that.
Of course not.
Yeah, but like if that is.
Why not? You got it.
You guys know it. Yeah, sure.
Money bags over here. You got it.
I mean,
he almost slipped up and said, yeah, but
I almost got him. He's close.
I mean, yeah, but not right now. You are a baby. You're a baby. You're 33 years old.
That is correct.
You know,
the 33. I wouldn't say the baby, but okay.
And you know Adam West.
Yeah.
That's
but I'm also cultured. That's
this is true. Excuse me. No, it's legendary. That 100%. One, I'm not even going to blink an eye at that.
That would be worth the money.
Yes.
Okay, got you.
Mm-hmm.
The Joker's costume worn by is it Cesar
Romero? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in this. How much?
$212,000.
Ooh. I think it's almost in the same category.
Really?
Almost in the same, but Batman's better. Yeah.
Okay. Next on this list is Batman's is it Batarang?
Batarang, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 50
same show from that same time.
I'm not sure if it's from the same show. I'm guessing it is.
That's a plastic prop.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because depending on which Batarang we're talking about, are we talking about like Christopher Nolan, where it was clear that they made them joints for real, right? If we talking about one of them Batarangs from like Dark Knight trilogy,
that's different. Oh yeah. I thought this was still from.
It could be. It might be. It didn't say. Just say Batman's. Next on this list, Wonder Woman's costume.
Linda Carter or
yes, Linda Carter. Yeah,
$7 billion.
All right. See, when you went that high, it made me think that you were going to sniff the material. That's what my brain heard.
This is also including the lasso of truth.
I would tell her everything.
So this one sold for $225,000.
Why does your wife put up with you?
I don't know.
Today you have told us that you broke her arm wrestling.
No, dislocated her shoulder.
Oh, okay, my bad. Because that's so different.
Yeah.
And then you did that. Okay, all right.
Yeah. This one is my favorite right here. Two of Fonzie's leather jackets.
Oh yeah, that's big money.
How much?
This one one of them went for $87,000, and the other one went for $75,000.
Maybe I think they're all worth it.
You think it's worth it?
Yes.
I would consider the Fonzie jacket, the leather jacket.
Yeah.
The only thing that's tough is that I personally, and maybe my sensibilities aren't everybody's, if I personally buy something for like 5 figures, I want you to know immediately when you see it. And I feel like leather jacket might be one that have to be like, hey, but you know whose leather jacket this is?
Well, it would have to be on display with a picture of him wearing it.
But see, that'd be a cool conversation start. The leather jacket from the Fonz, man.
Yeah.
But then also, I know there's a 0% chance that someone looks at you and go, man, that ain't the real leather jacket from the Fonz.
I got John Voight's car.
Yeah, I bet you do. Thank you. By the way, I did watch Seinfeld. I went to bed an hour and a half later than I should have because I watched about 4 or 5 episodes of Seinfeld after I got done with my night.
Yeah. All right. So you got Captain Kurtz, his Starfleet uniform.
Oh yeah, big
gold, Star Trek.
Yeah, the gold.
Yeah, this is 6 figures.
And this
easily.
this was worn by William Shatner, by the way. Actually, not 6 figures. It's actually 5 figures.
No way.
$62,500.
The way that Trekkies are.
Yeah, that's
surprise. That sounds like a downright deal.
That's a bargain.
I think everybody probably went broke getting the rest of the stuff that's on the top of this list. Jeannie's Parker, is it Harmon?
Jeannie. Oh, you're talking about the harem costume?
Yeah, from I Dream of Jeannie.
Barbara
okay,
Eden.
Yeah, this was worn by her.
Yeah, Barbara Eden.
Yeah, $42,500.
Bargain. That was that ran a long time.
That would be cool.
That
would be cool.
That
to
show
see.
ran a long time.
Yeah, I actually like that show. Herman Monster costume worn by Fred Gwynn.
Big money.
$37,500.
That one feels like a cool one.
that does. But see, you also have to put on the makeup and the.
Fair. That's a good point.
But you got the clothes and all that stuff.
That's a good point. I wasn't thinking about all that.
And then the next one is Maxwell Smart's shoe phone, worn by Don Adams on Get Smart.
That used to be so funny. His foot cancer.
This one sold for $35,000.
That's probably too much for that.
Yeah,
that's the only one.
We probably hit the too much for me. Right about like number 7 on the list.
Yeah,
that's probably for me.
yeah, but yeah, man, I thought that was kind of cool that they even still had those costumes like that, the original ones.
From the 346 guy, I knew what he was doing, making me broke. I would have bought
all that stuff.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So remember a couple weeks ago we discussed the New Orleans inmates who escaped?
Yeah.
So apparently we have a similar story to this that happened in Mississippi. This one might be a little scarier though.
Oh no.
So here's ABC 6 in Philly with this story about
Philadelphia, Mississippi is what you're saying.
No, ABC 6 is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I thought you said in Mississippi.
Yeah, it is in Mississippi.
Yeah, this is in Mississippi, but the ABC 6 in Philly.
There is a Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, that's where Marcus Dupree went to high school.
Oh,
okay.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay. All right, but here's a story on this crazy situation that happened in Mississippi.
Tonight, the urgent search for dangerous research monkeys that escaped from the wreckage of a crash on a Mississippi highway.
We got 21 monkeys that was on this, got 5 of them on the run.
Video showing several monkeys crawling in the grass. Heavily armed officers responding to the scene. Authorities say a truck carrying nearly 24 rhesus monkeys from Tulane University overturned on interstate, at least 6 monkeys escaping. Officials warning they might be aggressive towards people and were potentially infected with hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID.
They may have to neutralize something out here in a minute.
And late today, police confirming all but one of the escaped monkeys had been euthanized for public safety reasons, adding they're still actively searching for that one monkey still on the loose. Well, the monkeys that did not escape from the truck are said to be okay and accounted for.
This is that movie. What was
all I heard was ape stronger together. That's all. Ape strong together is all I heard. Man,
that one's still out there. How long you think it's gonna be before it's
10,000 years because we about to be in Planet of the Apes. I seen the documentary on this.
Caesar.
I know how this goes. No, I want it noted, by the way, before I talk about anything else. They said that's from Tulane University. Where's Tulane University at?
New Orleans.
New Orleans just steady giving us these, huh?
Yeah. Man. Outbreak is the movie.
Oh, really? Okay.
That was about the monkey that had some disease or something. But this is COVID, hepatitis C, and herpes.
They were just doing them monkeys wrong, man.
These monkeys
to be fair,
around.
I'm on the monkey side right now. Not the monkeys get around. They was injecting them boys with that. They were like, we will not stand.
That's what I'm saying. They doing them wrong. Here, try this. Hey, take this.
We will not stand for being injected with no money.
Let me
more
inject you with some aid. Yeah, I'm out of here.
We
try
out.
this, man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Another day, another trend. So have you heard about this stay-at-home sons trend?
I have not. What is it?
Stay-at-home sons.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this. Let's go to Fox 5 in Atlanta with this new trend, and they will explain what the hell this is.
A new trend is picking up steam. Stay-at-home sons. These young men, dubbed trad sons or hub sons, are opting out of the rat race to take on full-time homemaker duties for their parents in exchange for room and board. A family therapist tells the New York Post that the shift may be fueled by insecurity and instability, with some young men feeling safest under mom and dad's roof in an uncertain world. And they're not alone. 1 in 3 U.S. adults age 18 to 34 now lives at home. Experts say it's fine as long as it's a pit stop and not the destination. So could you get on board with being or having a stay-at-home son?
So, Reggie, could you be a stay-at-home son?
I mean, yes and no. Look, man, housing prices out here are devious.
Yeah.
If I need to be at home with the parents, I'd be at home with the parents. What I don't get is, don't get out here and try and don't get here and try and market it. Don't try and market the fact that you at home with your people. We used to have shame.
Hey, let's
shame
do
used
this
to be a tool that we had.
Hey, let's jump in on this trend, guys. Let's stay at home with our parents.
It's not a trend.
It is a trend, but it's not a cool happening thing.
They're trying to market this as a trend, though.
No, but this thing in itself is not a trend. These are the lazy SOBs that live in their mom's basement and play video games and are on message boards. That's what this is.
Wait, okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I did get a little distracted in it. Did they say that these dudes are like actively not working?
Yeah, they're stopping their job to be a stay-at-home.
My bad.
son.
They just said, hey, this is cool. Let's call it a trend.
Okay, so my bad. I cannot be a stay-at-home son because I would feel too much shame.
Yes.
Which, again, a reminder, this is why shame exists to stop us from being bums. You know what I mean? Like, I think that now some shame is bad, and I think we need to acknowledge that as a society, but not all of it is. And this is what happens when we eviscerate all the shame because people do some dumb stuff like this.
I couldn't even stay home. I couldn't even stay with my mother, man. Like, if I had to stay with my mother, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try to figure it out.
Right.
I think I just been away for so long, like just been living on my own for so long. I can't see myself living with my mother.
And how many of those chores actually get done? They're going to cook and clean. Yeah, sure they are. Sure they
I mean, I sure hope so because I know I can't speak for anybody else's situation, familial-wise, and how they grew up or whatever. I just know. Ain't no way it's flying in my mama's house if I'm sitting around not doing nothing. You better clean something.
Man, my mother going to make me do everything. She's going to treat me like a butler. 100%. She's like, Boot man, can you get my water?
And the first time you're like,
get my purse.
The first time you're like, I can't. Like, what you doing?
Yeah.
What got you so tired around this house?
Yeah.
'Cause I know you're not going to no job.
Yeah, exactly.
Boot man, go pass me the remote over there.
Yes.
I'm all the way in the other room.
Yes.
Nah, man. I couldn't do that, man. I'm good. I will keep working till the day I die before I stay with somebody. Yeah, that's anybody, to be honest.
Remember, shame is a powerful tool in
Yes,
society.
it is.
Yes. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Remember a few weeks ago I played Get for the First Time?
Yeah.
Well, they are back, and this time they are trying Southern sweet tea and the thing we know as the little biscuits and gravy.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, so here is I guess their reaction to what sweet tea and biscuits and gravy is.
What do you normally have a biscuit in the UK with?
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea. In the South, they've also developed their own culture for biscuits and tea.
They put gravy in tea now.
No. You don't have tea with gravy. It's Southern tea.
First thoughts, I thought it was Coke.
Looks like a Coke, doesn't it?
Why is it called if it's tea?
I'm very reluctant.
Is this your first ever iced tea?
Yeah, I know, right? We haven't experienced life yet.
Wow.
So this is before they even tried it. So they just looking at it, they said it looked like a Coke.
Well, and here's the other thing. Biscuits in the UK are like cookies.
Yeah.
They're not like...
Sure.
Yeah.
That's it's not like cookies. That's what they call them.
Yeah. So here is their reaction to trying the sweet tea.
Okay.
That's nice. That's proper nice. Yeah. This one. Yeah. This is the winner. Yeah. This is better with them. Iced tea so good. Oh my days.
Really sweet. I really like it.
You know what? I think that's better than hot tea.
Wow.
Whoa.
If I gave this to like my mum and dad, if they didn't like this more, we would have problems.
Oh, wow.
You hear that, Theo's parents?
Okay.
Oh, that's so good. It's more sugary than Coke, but I think it's a lot.
Definitely more.
It's quite nice.
It's
Quite nice. There's a lot of sugar.
A lot of sugar.
A lot of sugar. By the end of this, I'm going to be bouncing off the walls.
Do you have any more of this?
Yeah.
You want more tea? Your teachers are not going to like us later today. How does that compare to the tea and biscuits that you know?
Uncomparable. It's like comparing a Ferrari with a Ford.
Yikes. They're in. They're in. They're all in.
We got to get some people from the UK just hang out with us, and we just take them to all the Houston staples.
Yep.
Take them to Breakfast Club. Take them to just every staple in Houston.
Yeah, give them all that stuff. We're going to check back in on these people.
Yeah.
In a couple of years, they're going to weigh like 350 pounds.
Yeah, that's the thing. All them places around the world be talking about us like, oh, look at you fat Americans. Like, hey, come over here and taste this and see.
We work hard at it.
Come over there and taste
What is this brisket?
Yeah, like there's a reason why we all fat, because we be making all this fatty stuff taste delicious. That's why. All right, there you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you find to be mixtape worthy. And going back to where we started, seafood, it seems to be the winner when it comes to the smell that you most dislike in the workplace. Second behind that is burnt popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn can be the best and worst.
Yeah. And then someone said the worst is cauliflower because it smells like a fart. I did not ever.
That's broccoli, man. Just broccoli, cauliflower. Nah, if you warm that up, it do smell like that.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next is The Drive with Next.
Thirsty Thursday.
meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's been a fun Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us all day long. Coming up here in just a moment, we'll hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before that, I want to remind you that practice going on today, first day of practice, and already good signs. As I mentioned, Nico Collins is out there on the practice field donning his Guardian cap. Christian Kirk also out there. So, it seems like we are probably trending towards having that full complement of players, which I imagine is a good thing.
Well, it's going to be a fun game.
Is there anything in your head that thinks that this might be a bad thing? Because, we've seen this team with their full complement make the wrong decision, at least in our estimation, in how they deployed assets, especially if you look at number 14, Jalen Noel, and things of that nature.
Noel is the one that I would maybe pause a little bit on, but I'd rather have those, especially Kirk. I think we're mainly talking about Kirk here. We know everybody.
Yeah, nobody's going to be mad about if Nico Collins comes back. Will they make bad
now
decisions?
They're bringing Nico back. Oh boy, no. But I think they'll find a way to have Kirk and Noel, both fit in.
And I'm seeing this obviously from people that were out there. Aaron Wilson is where I'm immediately looking at this at. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk back. Dalton Schultz sideline.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a big deal. Now, of course, the cool thing is that you saw this team, even without Dalton Schultz really impacting the game last week, really be able to move the football. But it's hard to ignore that Dalton Schultz has been one of the most consistent receivers for C.J. Stroud this season. Bringing back Dalton Keene to this squad, and maybe even possibly getting Jakob Johnson, depending on how quickly his return to play is. That becomes even more important, and I don't even know how much it can be a facsimile, because all these players we're talking about are back end of the room type guys, where Dalton Schultz is probably your one front end of the room.
I mean,
guy
now he's a weapon. He's one of your weapons.
Yeah.
But it does make me think about we were talking about it earlier. Like, does it make you wonder if there's anything going on? Well, clearly there is something going on with Dalton Schultz. What did he have? He had like an eye thing, and was it abdomen?
It was the shoulder. Yeah, it was that shoulder thing that he was dealing with. I remember him clutching at that.
Yeah.
Was it last game of the game prior? But yeah, he's been, as much as Dalton Schultz will get some
he's been good, man.
He's been good. He's been fairly tough in the way that he operates. So I hope that, whatever toughness exists there demonstrates itself where, maybe they give him some rest, maybe allow him to kind of rejuvenate a little bit through the week and then get him geared up for the game. He's a vet. He knows what he's supposed to do. It feels like he's been one of the guys, pass catchers, that has the best grasp on what his role is in this offense. And so I hope that he doesn't need as much of that on-field time in order to get out there.
Yeah. And again, they have other tight ends they brought in. Dalton Keene, we talked about. And,
practice squad. But the thing about
insurance.
It doesn't feel like the same. Like, it feels like liability insurance. You know what I mean? Right? Where
you're not going to really get anything out of it.
You're not actually getting the value, right? Like, if Dalton Keene is out there, and I know that there's steps beyond this, like Harrison Bryant would get those snaps, right?
Yeah.
But if Dalton Keene is out there at tight end, you're not getting the same level of production at tight end as Dalton Schultz.
No.
Like, that's clearly not the same thing. So it's bodies, which would be good, but really hoping for Dalton Schultz to be feeling well against this admittedly very good, at least on paper, Denver Broncos team that you'll be seeing at NRG on Sunday. We started the show kind of with the interesting what if, like what would have happened if DeMeco Ryans ended up in Denver and Sean Payton ended up here. I want to hit you with a different what if. This is kind of interesting. It's a what if every one possession NFL game had flipped.
Oh, I've seen some numbers on this over the years, and it's always extreme. I mean, I think 2 years ago, the Texans was one of those teams.
You say what? It's 2 years ago. How about this year?
This year?
Because you remember, like, all of the games that the Texans have lost have been one-score games. So, in a what-if situation where all of the one-score games have flipped, the Texans would be 6-0, right? Like, and I know we know better than to just go off of that, because the Texans' one-score games have looked very much like you got beat, but it was a one-score game, as opposed to what we typically think of with one-score games, where it's like, oh, you were right there and anything could have happened.
Especially
However,
Seattle.
If that did happen, the Texans would be number 2 in the AFC behind who also has only lost one-score games.
That was the one I was thinking of. Last year was the Chiefs. They had a bunch of that stuff. But
that also fits in with their MO. Like, they're the kind of team that has the wherewithal to get through the one-score game if they need to. because of how competent and how long they've been doing this.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the Chiefs' one-score games and the Texans and how they look. Simply because they have had some moments and not the weapons offensively, the Chiefs. And the Texans, even the Jaguars, was it the Jaguars game where you think they had a shot?
Yeah, they absolutely did, down to the final possession.
Yeah, but even at that one,
that was back-to-back weeks of down to the final possession.
But even the Jaguars looked like they were kind of in control of that. And so it's like I find it very hard to kind of go down that path,
right?
Because we know what we're looking at.
No, for sure, and that's one of the things. Like, these things are kind of cool, but they're not by any means the end all be all, and you have to use context. However, I do think it's just fun to look at, and I would like to run you through some of the biggest jumpers or fallers in this when it comes to one-score games. I mentioned the Chiefs would have 3 more wins if they had their one-score games flipped. The Texans would have 4 more wins. Can I interest you, or actually, I would like you to guess what team would be third in the AFC, winning 5 more games than they currently had, or at least going into
the AFC.
In the AFC.
I'm going to say, wow.
5 more games.
Ravens?
The Ravens would win 2 more. They'd still be 3-3, interestingly enough, which speaks to just how bad they were. And this is New York Jets.
Oh, boy. They're going to be running with this like crazy up in New York.
Hey, that's the McLean special right there.
That is.
I did not realize that they had lost so many one-score games.
It makes so much. It's all coming into view now because they even the one where he was doing the Earth, Wind, and Fire, that was a one-score game. The I guess it was they had a Thursday night or a Monday night they had that was real close. I mean, he's been right there,
and yet nobody is even close to feeling like, oh man, the Jets, they're so close. Like, it does speak to, however, how much those records kind of, I don't want to say obscure our sight of what the actual on-field product is at times.
Yeah.
But it's hard to like really keep in context what those teams actually are, because sometimes the record will take you entirely away, either positive or negative, from what a team is. The team that I hold up with this was
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers that started 11-0, man. It always makes me go, I'm like, nah, the record is not saying what this team is. The other way, the biggest fallers if one-score games flip, there is one team that has the most games that they would lose if the one-score games flip, and it is actually in the NFC.
Okay.
A team that
got to be the Eagles.
That's ding.
Yeah, that's
they would be 1-6 if they lost all the one-score games that they won, or I mean, if the one-score games flipped. That one feels like it actually says something about that team, though.
I think when you're lucky that way, it does say something. Like when you're unlucky, like you have the one-score game, it kind of says that you don't quite have that something that can push you over the top. I think the Eagles, it's also kind of a compliment,
in some ways,
because they've found a way, despite being really bad, to go ahead and win that game.
Right.
Yeah.
The curiosity for me is if the Eagles can do the thing that it seemingly they've done a few times in the last few years, which is find their stride. There? I have the entire standings here, where Cincinnati would be 0-7 if the one-score games are.
I was going to say the Dolphins would be like winless, right?
The Dolphins would be 3-4. Interesting. They'd have 2 more victories than they've had to this point.
You know what's scary about tomorrow night's game?
What's that?
If the Dolphins win and the Texans lose, and I know that Lamar Jackson is coming back, but
that is, and he's excited to get out there on.
So
Thursday
it's not
night
likely, but as big of a joke as the Dolphins have been, if they win and the Texans lose, they'll have the same record. Or they have the same number of wins.
Records are fun, man.
Dude.
But they're also
the Dolphins.
A couple of more interesting ones that I just wanted to mention real quick. The Niners would be 2-5 if those one-score games would flip, which maybe speaks a little bit to what this Niners team is, even though, we want to say it's a good team. And then Tampa. Tampa would be 2-5 if those one-score games flipped.
Well, see, that speaks to what I was saying about the Eagles.
Like, that's Baker and the grittiness and the resolve that team has. So, again,
I think it means more when you win those, because you have something to go ahead and do it, than when you lose those.
Yeah, I think I could see that. I could see that. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Wednesday. Been a fun show to this point. And we're always appreciative to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to sit down with our fine fellas of the drive. Clint.
Living good. Living good. Coming in and listening to ITL a little bit.
We in the crosshairs already? Let's go.
Good. I like
in the crosshairs.
Let's get it.
I like it.
crosshairs. Let me get my notes here.
Okay, very good.
Pull up the old notes.
He hadn't taken notes since freshman year at Arkansas.
Yeah, that ain't no lie, right? That ain't no lie.
Looking like Carly Ursay Gordon over here.
Yeah, Carly Ursay Gordon over here.
Here's the deal. That's right. Come on. Hey, here's the deal. Figgy, don't listen to these cats, man.
Call them dogs?
Call that damn dog.
Really? Okay.
Call that damn dog catcher. We all deserve.
I caught the tail end of that.
We all deserve to have freedom from dogs chasing us, from random dogs walking in our yard, having to shoo. If you got to shoo them away from your damn doorbell because your ring camera keeps going on, hey man, call that damn dog catcher.
I ain't even I brought this up during the break, but one of the dogs actually pooped right on the side of my grass right there.
No.
Yeah, man.
Because who are you going to tell to come clean up their dog?
Yeah, you don't even know.
I ain't telling nobody. I'm going to tell you, whoever's doing it, they know that dog's out.
Yeah.
It's like that lady
it's a wild dog.
That lady down the street from me.
Yeah.
She knows that damn dog comes off that porch and chases my ass out in that street every time I jog by there.
Yeah.
She knows it.
Yeah.
She just don't care.
Yeah.
She just don't care enough. There's a German Shepherd around the corner that chased me and my wife 2 different times.
See, that's a different thing. That's why I asked them, are they aggressive? Is it aggressive? Because that's a whole different
I ain't
thing.
had one get aggressive like all the way to. Now, they'll chase me.
Yeah.
But when I stop, they stop.
Okay.
The most aggressive one I had was a Chihuahua. But that was
about right.
That was little buddy just got out.
Yeah.
These right here, there ain't a fence on the property.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, man, your dog, you got to tell me you're sorry twice a week.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
And everybody don't like them dogs. Hey, man, come on, man. Don't be sorry. Be careful. I'm calling that damn dog catcher on your ass next time.
Yeah.
I got one more. I can't remember what the hell it was, though. I got another one for you.
Okay, all right.
Give me a second. I got to find it, man.
No problem. Well, I don't want to dive into the thing that we started the show with. However, have you guys had the consideration that John Lopez had, like the kind of thing that scratched his brain this morning in that what this looks like if Sean Payton ends up in Houston as opposed to, and DeMeco Ryans ends up as the head coach of the Broncos? Because that was a possibility at a point.
It was a very real possibility.
It was a very real possibility. Look, I think both squads would still be good. I mean, I was a big fan of Sean Payton from the get-go. I had no idea that he would hire as well as he did on the defensive side of the football. You never know who's available.
Yeah. It also is so much easier to hire good on the defensive side.
When you're Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But really, almost anybody.
But especially Sean Payton. And he's friends with Vance Joseph.
Especially Sean Payton. But it's just, there are so many better options of, I need a defensive coordinator because I'm an offensive style coach rather than I'm a defensive style coach and I need an offensive coordinator.
Think we can talk about all the different levels, and there were a bunch of different levels, but I think there's a real strong argument to glad they got DeMeco, and a real strong argument for Sean Payton. The one for DeMeco is you don't have Will Anderson if they hire Sean Payton. You just don't do it because you got to give up a first-round pick, and that's probably the number 12 pick. So you don't get Will Anderson. You do get C.J. Stroud because he loved him. I mean, he was on the record, loved that guy. Here's the real strong argument. C.J. Stroud was Sean Payton for 3 years. Not 3 different coordinators.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud was Sean Payton for 3 years.
Well, that and the other
and Sean
stuff.
got Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
That's as important as Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, the other part is not just the C.J. part of it. Everything else that went around it. Like I think the offensive line would look a lot different if if Sean Payton were involved, right? And I like the point that you guys made initially earlier. Like you cannot understate what DeMeco did when he was hired for where the Texans were
for everyone.
Yeah, coming off of that televangelist that was running everything, like how he came on that changed.
It was a party,
but I think the thing that really helped it was they won immediately.
Right. True.
And if Sean Payton were to come in here and win immediately, and you would feel better about it because the offense would look better and CJ would look better.
Well, let's be honest.
I think that's the case.
Finding your quarterback and get the most out of your quarterback is going to go a lot further towards the Super Bowl than finding a defensive end and getting the most out of a defensive end. I mean, that's just the reality of what you got. I know what it was.
Yes, sir.
Y'all's conversation about the legacy of KD.
Yes, sir.
My thought on KD, I don't immediately go to the fact that I think it's a not poor example that y'all brought it up. Just I think it's a bad example of a guy joining a super team.
Yeah.
Like he legitimately joined a super team, but when I think of KD, I don't think of a guy that got a bunch of his buddies together to go form win. I personally, when I think of KD, I think of one of the best scorers the game's ever seen. I go directly to the OKC days when it was him and James Harden and Russell Westbrook. Just as y'all were talking about it, in my mind, I go there. I think a lot of times when you think super team, I think guys go to somebody other than KD. You know what I mean? I think your basketball heads, Reggie, probably look at KD just like they look at LeBron and just like they look at KG and them boys that did it first. Like, I think the basketball community probably does, but the casual fan like me, I think probably thinks less of, he went and created some super team somewhere.
That's a great point.
Even if you look at how that super team was built.
Yeah, I mean, they had won 73 games the year before he goes and joins them. I think that's the thing that people come
But
to.
it was a legitimate super team.
But it was built different.
But it wasn't three, like, all-time greats that would have been all-time greats no matter where they played or who they played for.
Yeah. It's so like, I think you're right. I heard you guys starting that. I can't remember which side you're on. I think he would get crushed because of the way the super team was made. Mm-hmm. That's how it matters, how it comes together. Because as you just described, what'd you say, Clint? 3 all-time guys.
2 impossible.
The hell, he was on a super team.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, he ended up on a super team.
Or all. It's just it's the way.
Ending up on a super team is different.
It's how it's built. It's the way that we do it.
Oh, I hate that. Like, the players can't put it together. It's got to be an executive for it to be kosher,
or when they say a super team. Most of the champions, like dynasties or anything,
have 3 stars. Yeah.
Magic got drafted to me in on that. I don't know how the team is the team of the 80s and they pull off the Celtics and the Lakers pull off Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. I don't understand how that, and they got James Worthy with the number 1 pick also.
David Stern had a lot of dinners with both of them, by the way. They hated each other, and David Stern had dinners with them a lot.
But that's all I'm saying. Magic had Kareem and Worthy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, like I said, I think the beauty is it feels like he'll land and finish out in Houston, and Houston's a place that'll embrace you as long as you embrace it. Yeah. So I'm excited.
I don't think KD will ever be embraced as the great player that he is because he decided to win championship. It's so it is so weird that is, hey man, they're gonna kill you. You're gonna be Charles Barkley or Patrick Ewing. They're gonna kill you if you don't win rings. All right, well, hell, all right, I got my chance to go and win rings.
Yeah,
and
go do it.
I went and put myself in that situation, but now it's the way you did it. No matter what, you were the best player on the team.
Right, which he was.
You won the MVPs. That was wild.
All right, let's embrace these fellas getting going here on a Wednesday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
You're right. The drive is live. I guarantee you, Michael wouldn't have just sat there in Chicago repeatedly. He was just going to be sitting there with Orlando Woolrich. I promise you that. I promise he'd have found his way on. He would have found it. He'd found somewhere. He got Scotty there and Dennis. He found being Charles Barkley. I'll tell you that much. Hell, Charles moved 3 or 4 times in search. All right. It is. It's a big Wednesday here. As you know, we will have D'Amico Ryans for you live. We will have C.J. Stroud for you a little bit later on. So hey, D'Amico gets to speak. It's always a little fun here of late. So you don't want to miss that. As we'll have D'Amico. We'll let you know when he jumps to the podium. Benjamin Albright, who has covered the Denver Broncos for years. He's an insider reporter there. Did some radio as well. He will join us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. So a lot to get to. Clint, I want to come right off the top rope with this one as some injury news. The Texans at practice today, the first one of the week, wide receiver Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, they returned to practice. However, tight end Dalton Schultz was sidelined, didn't practice today, and even more to that, the Texans have decided to sign Dalton Keene to the practice squad, and they've released Gerard Jordan from the practice squad. So they add a tight end to the practice squad, and then Dalton Schultz doesn't practice, but Nico and Christian Kirk back at practice today. I've seen video of it. Our guy who you can hear every night, Sean Bijani, sent photos out, pictures of that, and announced that as well. But Nico and Christian Kirk back, Dalton Schultz out of practice. So you're telling me there's a chance? It looks like it.
That's beautiful. Christian potentially. That is a huge boost to this group. I mean, when you look at how you had to go into the 49ers game with a bunch of guys, I think you and I know Sean, but I think you guys laid out the stats of what had gone on. I mean, literally the receiving core last week, again, receivers only. I mean, your veterans that had put up stats at the NFL level were Xavier Hutchinson and Braxton Berrios were the two guys, and it was 600 yards, 50-some-odd catches. I mean, it was just one of those that you just went in with no depth, and you went in with no experience, and there was, let's be honest, when you're talking about the caliber receivers of Christian Kirk and Nico Collins, they pale in comparison from a talent perspective, from a threat perspective, and so, this is a huge boost for the Texans to get those two guys back. One hamstring, one concussion issue, no doubt.
Yeah, big
Zero
one there.
worries about Dalton Schultz.
Zero worries. Even though they bring up another tight end?
I ain't worried about it. Vet day, rest day, way he's been playing, he deserves it. Take you a day.
I've been hard on 86 now.
That's right. But I'm coming around, and I'm coming around because you're playing some damn good ball, 86. And the reality of it is he's earned a couple rest days, a couple vet days. If you want it, take it, big fella. He's playing a physical brand of tight end. He's not necessarily built to do that, and he's doing it anyway. I'm here for it, man. I ain't got no worries.
Tomorrow, if he misses practice, you feel a little different then?
Tomorrow, I'll get a little nervous. Right now, no worries, man. Wednesday, get you a Wednesday off, man. Week 8?
Okay, that's cool. I know he had the hip thing and a bit of a shoulder coming out of the Seattle game. He did play against the 49ers.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I need him to quit leaving his feet. I've watched him. Now was this his third year in Houston?
Protect them knees, baby.
The leaving your feet thing, and I mean he's got an issue with landing. The ability to brace himself as he tries to dive over somebody or hurdle somebody or leaving his feet for any reason. He always comes down awkwardly. So I need Dalton Schultz to just, hey man, do that Jason Witten, man. Just ease on out of bounds. Hey, man, just act like you're trying to actually cut back against the grain. Just kind of lay down, kind of just ease on. Yeah, man, forget that trying to dive over people and stuff. Don't worry about that, big fella.
Somebody drilled him on Seattle. He flew out of bounds and landed on everything.
Well, when he comes down on top of the ball, there's no brace, there's no nothing. It's just like a sack of potatoes.
Toughness, baby.
Yeah. I'm there. I mean, we can call him tough all day this year. Don't mess around and watch that 2024 film now. Just keep in 2025. We'll be all right.
Again, if you're just tuning in, you missed it. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk back on the practice field. Tight end Dalton Schultz sidelined today, not practicing, and the Texans have signed Dalton Keene to the practice squad. So do with that with what you want to. We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow, if Dalton Schultz isn't practicing, then I think maybe something's up.
Well, here's the other part of context that matters there. Dalton Keene is a fullback. Dalton Keene is not a guy that you would go into a game and ask to do tight end things consistently, even if you don't have any. You'd go out and find emergency tight ends. And Dalton Keene, I don't believe at the tight end position. He's more of a hybrid kind of guy that can do multiple things. So that'd be a hell of a deal if you got Dalton Keene in there as one of your tight ends and Blake Fisher as your other boy. You are
baby.
You are strapped for weapons, man.
Physical now, baby.
But yeah, I got zero worries about 86, and good to even think that Nico and Kirk could be back.
All right, coming up, we'll talk to we'll hear from D'Amico a little bit later on in this hour as he gets prepared for this big game against the Denver Broncos. Before we get there, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Clint, as we get ready, we'll hear from Benjamin Albright a little bit later on, who has covered the Broncos for years. We'll hear from D'Amico. But I'll throw this out to you and to people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Is Denver the best opponent they've played this year? If you look at it with the Texans, Denver comes in at 6-2. The Seahawks, who they last lost to on Monday night a couple of weeks ago, they're 5-2 and leading the NFC West. The Bucs are 6-2, leading the South, and the Rams are tied with the Seahawks at 5-2. Those are, I think, the three up there. We watched the 49ers. I know you watched them on the film. I'm not going to put those teams. But would you look at this Denver team? Do you think this is the best team they've faced all season?
I think it is if we take all things into consideration here.
Yeah.
And when I say take all things into consideration, I really like the Rams this year, but you literally were first rattle out of the box after Matthew Stafford, took care of, load managed to back all of training camp and saw no action. So that was the first time he and Devontae Adams had ever worked together, and it was the first time that he had been in live action to any degree for all of training camp. And being the first rattle out of the box there, I think this team trumps the Rams team. I think you mentioned it.
That's interesting.
The Bucs team, I believe did they have Mike Evans when they came in here?
Yeah.
Mike Evans? You sure Mike wasn't hurt?
No, they had Mike.
Godwin was
Derek
hurt.
Stingley locked him up pretty good.
Okay, so that changes the thought there.
But they didn't have Tristan Wirfs. They didn't have both their tackles.
They were missing somebody.
Both their tackles. Remember their right tackle got
Charlie
hurt.
Heck was playing tackle.
They had to move their center to left tackle.
There you go.
So they had some injury issues across the O-line.
Okay, there you go. So there's that. And then the Seahawks, I think, are probably the most complete team when you look at it bumped up against Denver. And when I look at Denver, I would say that they are the best team that the Texans have faced this year. Defensively, they're absolute monsters, even without Pat Surtain.
The only team they played this year that are both defense, the Broncos.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Total offense, they're 10th. Total defense, they're 6th.
Yeah.
But they got Bo Nix.
You got a quarterback that's dual threat. You got a play caller that is as good as there is in the league. He's got the quarterback's got targets. Defensively, they're like I said, it's a complete unit, kind of like Houston, to where you don't want to lose Derek Stingley Jr. But if you lose a high end player, their ability as a unit and as an all-11 team, stays pretty solid. I mean, it doesn't just kill you. So. Yeah, I would say this is the best team right now that the Texans have faced. The Denver Broncos sitting at 6-2.
Yeah, I think they're, as you said, more complete. When they play them, I think the caveat, because immediately my thought is the Rams, right? Like, is the Rams? I think their defense is not as good as Denver's, but I think the Rams' defense is pretty good. They're very similar to them. But then I think, Matthew Stafford versus Bo Nix, there's just some throws that Matthew Stafford can make and made against the Texans, oddly enough, in that game that Bo Nix just doesn't have yet. But I like the caveat of when they played them early on, I think that Rams team is probably a different team today than they played before. But, I would say – I would say so. Although I think Bo Nix is one that kind of holds effort. Or even, I would say even Sam Darnold that you're dealing with, though Sam played pretty silly in the game against the Texans.
As a passer, I'll agree with you. I think the dynamic of the legs that Bo can use, I think in particular against how we play defense in a sense of getting upfield, and we like to get upfield and sometimes run past the quarterback. Well, when you got a guy that can move with his legs, you can't always do that. So I think it alters how we have to play defense versus them, given how much he can run. Right? You got to have some guys that are responsible for Bo Nix. You can't just pin your ears back and rush past the quarterback's depth, because then you got issues. So,
but I just think also with Denver, their big strengths can be real issues for the Texans. Like, the strength of their team is their front seven.
Yeah.
And versus the Texans' offensive line, which, has been up and down with certain opponents. Yeah. Like, I would liken like the Rams' front seven. I think the Broncos are the Rams' front seven on steroids. Like, similar to the Seahawks, too. I think even better with the Seahawks than the Seahawks' front seven when you look at that group. So I think that's the other part for the Texans in particular. What the Broncos do up front, the Broncos' run game. I think the Broncos are the second best run game in football. Right? Like, they run it by average a game better than the Lions do. Right? And we saw a couple of times this year the Texans defense. The Tampa Bay game comes to mind. Early in the Seattle game, they struggled a bit with the Seattle run game. So just a couple of things that they do well. And I think this is, Sean Payton's right up there with Sean McVay in terms of coaches they've had to run into as well to help out Bo Nix. So this is a really good football team. But again, man, they and we'll talk about this all week. They got some weird games though, man. They got 13-11 with the Jets, where it's like, what the hell? How are you down to the Giants at home 26-8 with 5 or 6 minutes left? And you had that miracle win that you had to come up with, right? They fought it week 1 against the Titans for a while in that game. So they got some weird games, but all in all, for what they do well and what sometimes are struggles for the Texans, this may be the best matchup for them. All right, coming up, we will hope to hear from the head coach as DeMeco Ryans is going to speak to the media. We look to get out there to hear from him, and we'll hear from the head coach who's been – these interviews have been fun, say the least, in these press conferences. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, you looking for a new vehicle, looking for a new rig? How about one of them pickup trucks, baby? Tomball Ford is where it's at. They push more Ford pickup trucks out of Tomball Ford than anywhere in the country. I'm telling you, yeah, they're that good, baby. Right now they got a pumpkin spice savings event rolling. You got to check it out, man. If you're looking for
families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
We expect to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryan, as he gets going. C.J. Stroud a little bit later on today in the 3 o'clock hour. And we will speak to Benjamin Albright, who has covered the Broncos for years in Denver, both as a reporter, has done some radio as well. So we'll hear from him and get his thoughts about the Denver Broncos, the next opponent for the Texans. We just had that conversation. Is this the best roster? Someone texted in. I don't know if we could say they're the best roster when they're missing Patrick Surtain, their best player.
I know. If we're just talking rosters, yeah.
Team, but yeah, rosters and teams they've played. Yeah, Patrick Surtain obviously is, I think, overall their best player, and that's a big miss, especially if you missed earlier. Nico Collins did practice today, so he may be able to go coming out of concussion protocol. If they put you on the practice field with concussion protocol, it makes you feel a lot better about his potential. But I think still with the, as I continue to say, the things that they do well in their strength, and when you combine that with what the Texans do, I would say, and as you said, with the caveat of week one being the first time the Rams played and kind of played together their new pieces, I think this is probably right now the toughest test that they will face when you look at all the scenarios combined, even with Patrick Surtain out. And I think that is, to the texter's point, that is a big, big miss for the Broncos.
Yeah, look, it's a big miss, but I mean, I know caliber roster. Maybe there's a conversation there with a couple of these teams, assuming everybody was healthy, kind of deal. But I don't know. Like I when you watch the Broncos play, it's what Sean Payton's able to. It's about like it's kind of like the SEC being the best conference to me is when I look at Denver Broncos. Right? It's not about necessarily Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton. You know, it's not about their biggest, best players, in my opinion. Even Evan Ingram, the tight end. It's about what Sean Payton is able to get out, like running back R.J. Harvey. I mean, that he is
3 touchdowns last week.
Well, he's just a real unique weapon, and we talk about those all the time on this show. I mean, look, again, Sean Payton is as good as anybody in the league in what he does with R.J. Harvey. You look at how he uses, which I guess Marvin Mims Jr. is out. But you look at how he's used Marvin Mims Jr. in the past, who, by the way, was Mr. Texas high school football, I believe, back about 5 or 6 years ago. I remember interviewing him over at NRG Stadium before one of the Texas bowl games. So he's a Texas boy that went to Oklahoma. But the way that he uses, even I said not like Evan Ingram, but if you look at Evan Ingram being kind of a hybrid tight end, a little light and ass, a little more like a wide receiver, the way he uses those guys is a huge advantage. It makes that middle of the roster, kind of those others, significantly better on the offensive side of the football, and you can argue that on the defensive side of the football they do the same thing. Yeah. Is meatier, I guess, than most of the opponents that they play.
They got a lot. They got several game breakers, potential game breakers that aren't necessarily their best players.
Yeah,
right. Like you said, Harvey, he had 3 touchdowns last week against, including a 40-yard run. They use him in a lot of different ways. Mims, you got to watch him in the kicking game. You got to watch him. Reverses, they get him. He caused a 40-yard penalty last week that set them up against Dallas. He's another guy you got to with. Even though Sutton and Dobbins has been really, really good for them, those are their top guys offensively. As you said, Sean does a really good job of finding ways to get these other guys involved, and that's something that the Texans have to deal with. Again, defensively, I think the Texans should be in decent shape, but they just got to be smart in how they cover certain things. All right, we will head to NRG coming up at some point when DeMeco Ryans gets to the podium, and we'll hear from him as I'm sure there's a lot to get to. I'm guessing, fellas, this one will be more straightforward Broncos football things. I'll be surprised. I'll be shocked off my ass if we get anything spicy.
You guys good?
Yeah, I would be too.
I'll be shocked. Oh, both sides. Both sides, I think maybe it reeled it in. I think D'Amico's probably like, look, hey, man, maybe guys here, maybe let's handle this a different way. I'd be surprised if we get something out of this press conference that outside of football is a story.
Yeah, I agree. Look, this is a move on Wednesday, right? Move on to the next, especially after the Monday is a little bit more reactionary. Tuesday's the day off. Wednesday, they've watched film. They've moved on to the next opponent, and I think it's more about the upcoming game plan. It's more about the upcoming opponent, and especially now when you look up and you've got Nico Collins and you've got potentially Christian Kirk back, there's a lot of meat there. There's a lot of meat on that bone to talk about for D'Amico Ryans. So, yeah, I would imagine today would be overall positive. Another one of them positive days out of the drive, boys.
Hey, man.
Just what we do.
Man.
Yeah, you win by double figures, man, and things look good.
Shoot, man. We
should be positive, right?
Well, we're about 8 out of 12 segments yesterday. We're about 8 of them was positive, super positive.
I think more than that.
Probably more than that. 9 or 10.
I do.
I mean, the only ones that could be couch negative, I guess, would be the D'Amico ones because we weren't big fans of how he responded to that.
Well, that wasn't yesterday.
Yeah, it was. We didn't talk about it yesterday?
I think it was more Monday. We were live.
Monday, we damn sure talked about it.
Yeah, Monday we were.
My days run together, brother.
Yesterday.
I mean, for such a negative bunch, man, we are on a roll.
Tell you, man. I've told you, man. Play well. Like they didn't give us Sunday's game. Literally, that's what I came in and we were talking about. Sunday's game and everything that went around it was arguably the best performance that we've seen from this year. And that's what it should have been. And for some reason, the story went a different way.
I just think in the spirit of D'Amico Ryan's Monday comments, I think it'd probably be a good idea if we started a clicker. We started keeping score. Just in case if it's ever brought up again, we know, hey, man, we are positive at a higher clip than Tyler hits bets.
Well, maybe a ding.
That's a high rate of positivity.
I want the record to show. I don't want just no sound.
How do you want to do? You want to do this each segment or each time you really get in there positive?
At the end of the day, I think we ought to spend a couple of minutes just looking
like
back
at. Boy,
Hey, man, today we were 70% positive. Just in case anybody over there is listening. We're 70% positive.
You're gonna get hard.
Yeah, including them soft ass text messengers and chatters or whoever it is that didn't like that negativity either. They like to take shots. You can take shots at me or take shots at Ron.
Let's hire somebody to do that.
Yeah.
Not at me.
Hey, Tyler's got plenty of time. Man.
Byron.
Tyler's got plenty of time on
Let's get Byron. Maybe Byron sit in every day. Maybe, guys, let's hire him.
Tyler's in there playing with himself the whole damn show. He got plenty of time.
All right, let's head to break here. Hopefully we'll hear from Coach D'Amico Ryans before that gets away from all of us. That's coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Hey, y'all, football season is rolling. We got the most important baseball games of the year. And that dang basketball done kicked off.
Problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
All right, let's head out to NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he addresses the media.
The Broncos rush, leading out sacks and pressures. What jumps out about Big Benito and the way these guys get after quarterbacks?
The Broncos rush group is a really good group. All five guys they have are really good. On the edges, I'd say Benito is a really good speed rusher. So, there's not many guys like that in the league who has the explosiveness and the first step quickness that he has, which has allowed him, to get a few sacks. So it's going to take a ton of effort, ton of work to get it done, but we just have to play our technique don't overthink it. Just play our technique, really strain to get them blocked up front, knowing that they're a really solid group and really solid in the inside as well. They'll play a 5 down front. It's just everybody across the board is going to have to win their one-on-one matchup.
Nico still in protocol and has to go through further steps?
And Nico is technically still in the under the concussion protocol. We're expecting him to clear in the next few days.
If he and Christian Kirk do return or able to return, how might that look for their wide receiver room, specifically the rookies?
And if Nico and Kirk clears, we're hoping that looks great for us. We got 2 of our top playmakers back out on the field. Anytime we can get those guys out, they add a just explosive element to our offense, playmaker element to our offense. That those guys have done it for a long time. So we're excited to be able to get those guys back, hoping the week goes as good as it can go so we can get them back.
Defense like yours with so many playmakers, do you feel like the guys feed off each other and then it raises the level even more of the whole unit?
Our defensive unit is a very competitive unit, right? There's a lot of competition amongst themselves, right? We're talking about attacking the football, getting the ball. Those guys are constantly competing at who can do it the best, and they are also, they're guys who really encourage each other as well. They're excited to see their teammate make plays. They feed off of each other. It's just a ton of energy when those guys are executing and doing it the right way. It's a ton of energy that they provide to our entire team.
I know that y'all are obviously focused on the team and wins, but do they take pride in being the top-ranked defense in the whole NFL?
Haven't talked about it. Haven't talked about being a top-ranked defense. It's all about us, and I continue to harp on it. With the guy be more dialed in on being on the details, of our job, which I think we can. We can still play better as a defense. So it's no pats on the back, great job. It's how can we continue to get better, because there is still room for improvement for us.
When you look at that Denver Broncos offense led by Bo Nix, how much is the emphasis on make sure that you're, from the defense side, make sure that you're finishing? Because I think it was a couple of weeks ago they were down 19-0, and they came back, scored 33 points in one quarter. And so what is the message as far as finishing and making sure you contain Bo Nix?
The main thing with Denver's offense is going to start with containing their run game. That's where they hang their hat on the run game. So we have to do a great job of setting edges, tackling well. They have 2 really good backs. And then with Bo Nix, what he does a really good job of, and the coaches have put him in a really good position to get on the edge. He's using his athleticism a lot to get on the edge on a lot of their keeper plays. If it's not there, he doesn't like it. He has the athletic ability to escape the pocket up the middle through the A and B gaps. So we have to be very sound in how we're rushing him, especially our defensive tackles. We have to rush with awareness, because he's a very athletic kid who's made a few explosive plays when he's able to not just escape the pocket running, but he's also made some nice throws as well, escaping the pocket. So it's going to take everybody to continue to be locked in and disciplined in our coverage, disciplined in our rush lanes, because he can go anywhere. A really good player, good young player who's done a good job. And I think as a staff, Coach Payton and his staff has done a really good job of making the game easy for him.
I know it's not the same, but is there anything that you could take from that Tampa Bay game with the way that Baker does that as well to be able to use this week?
He does have some similarities to Baker, right? The just gutsy playmaker mentality. He does show those capabilities. As a young player, we still just have to be where we're supposed to be, and as a defense, play our defense the right way, and everybody just being sound, because the ball can go anywhere. Right? He does have a really good arm. He has the legs, so you have to defend every blade of grass playing against this Broncos offense. I mean, he throws a really nice deep ball. He's made a couple plays down the sideline there, and then just escaping the pocket, plaster-type drills. Everybody just has to be exactly where they're supposed to be.
Payne, he was in Spain on Sunday. Do you have an update on him?
Yeah, Dalton didn't go today, but we're expecting to get him back as the week goes on. He's doing well, progressing just fine.
Gone against Sean Payton 7 times, I think 4 times as a player, 3 as a coach. Is there anything unique or special or difficult about preparing for a Sean Payton team?
The most difficult thing about Sean Payton's offense is it's a high volume of offense. So you're going to see a ton of different plays, a lot of variety. He does a great job of, whether it's using the quarterback in some zone read type plays, getting in a wildcat, using his receivers on jet sweep. It's a ton of variety. So you really have to trust your rules. You have to trust your techniques, things you worked from OTAs and training camp. He's going to test all of your rules. So you have to have elite eye discipline. And that's really a rules. You're supposed to be a disciplined matchup because he's going to test every single thing that we've had. Any issue plays that have come up, he does a great job of attacking it to see if you cleaned up those issues. So we'll get a heavy dose of a lot of different plays.
Made of Blake Fisher's use as that eligible player on the end of the line, and what does that kind of allow you guys to do, and how important is it to not be stuck in one type of play when he is out there?
And we've used Blake a lot as our jumbo tight end, just trying to get a bigger body there on the edge of the line of scrimmage, whether we're running the ball or throwing the ball. I feel like he can do a great job of blocking some of these elite edge players. So that's why we use that a lot, and I think he's done a good job of it. He's gotten better, and we're kind of spicing up the variety of things that we do within that package.
I believe you and Mercedes Lewis were drafted the same year.
We were.
He was just signed by the Broncos.
Oh, congrats, Mercedes. He's still rolling, buddy.
Do you have any relationship with him?
Yeah, just went against Mercedes a lot of times with him being in the division down in Jacksonville, so seeing him a lot. Man, he's still going. That's impressive, right, to be 41 years old, still rolling. That's impressive for him, but he's done a good job. I think, when you see Mercedes, I would say the thing about him is how he shifted his career. He started as a pass-catching tight end, very versatile in the passing game. Then as the years went on, he kind of shifted his mentality to be more of a wide, on-the-ball, blocking tight end, very strong guy at the point of attack, and I can see, to really do a great job of blocking the edge.
You guys throughout the year have shown the potential of being able to block up exotic pressures. What about the Broncos blitzes and things of that nature presents a problem for opposing offenses?
And Coach Joseph, he does an unbelievable job of bringing a variety of pressures every single week. You have to be ready. Again, all your protection rules will get tested. Vance does a really good job of knowing how to stress your protection and where the weak points are. So we know we're going to get strained in that area. So it's going to take all 11, again, whether that's the backs stepping up in protection, tight ends, our lines and quarterbacks making the proper call, and we can ID it the proper way. Like we feel like we can have some plays. But, again, you may think it's one thing. He does a good job of just disguising and mixing things up. Always had, a ton of respect for Coach Vance. Like, was able to spend a year with him here as our secondary coach. I learned a lot under Coach Vance and how he teaches his players, like one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Yeah, man, perfect. But statistically, CJ's numbers are higher than what they were last year. What area have you seen him improve the most?
I think CJ has truly grown just as we've went throughout the season of just really commanding the offense, like being very disciplined with, the calls in the huddle, being disciplined with his reads and where he's supposed to go with the football. As the season has progressed, I feel like he's done a great job of taking what's given to him. If one is open, he's taking one, and he's making great decisions. Also, taking the opportunity to check the ball down to our backs. That was a great play that he made last week to check the ball down to Woody, and Woody runs for 50 yards. That's just about a quarterback remaining disciplined, doing what he has to do, and making great decisions to make sure as an offense we're pressing forward.
Obviously, the season's a bit of an arc. You're not the same team week 1 to week 17. That's the kind of halfway point. What have you seen in this offense, and what you've liked where they've grown and have adapted from week 1?
Yeah, the main thing as you go throughout a season, I would say that first month you're trying to figure out who you are, right, and what can you handle, and I've seen us shift, and I've seen us just get more consistent, right, and that's what I've seen us grow as an offense. I see us, not having the same mistakes that we were having in the first 4 weeks of the season. Right? I see us growing and just being able to sustain drives, and that's one thing that we've been harping on, is just being able to stay on the field, being able to win on third down. We've done that more, right? And there's still room to grow for our offense when it comes to just finishing in the red zone. We have to improve in that area. And if we can do that and still maintain what we've been doing, we have a really good offense.
Last one for Sarge.
Coach, this Sunday, excuse me.
Taking me way back.
Right. Because my camera messed up. But I was going to say that this Sunday, Mrs. Janice McNair will be inducted into the Texas Ring of Honor, along with her late husband, Bob, with Andre, and with JJ. You played draft here, and now you're a coach here. Do you have any, memories of just being able to interact with her and how much of an honor this is for her? Kyle said it was a unanimous first round decision.
Yeah, I know it was a unanimous decision. Miss Janice, with just her love and affection for everybody. You talk about someone who supports, who loves Texans football, man, it wouldn't happen without Miss Janice and Bob bringing football back to Houston. So we're thankful, as a city, we're thankful for them bringing football back to Houston, but just how, she supports us in in training camp, she's out there every day supporting the team. And I would say my fondest memory of Miss Janice is saying anytime I talk to her, she said, anytime you need a linebacker, I'm ready to go. So she loves football, she loves the Texans, and she's done everything right in her power to make sure, we have everything that we need as a team to be as successful as possible. So we're all thankful for Miss Janice and the late Mr. Bob McNair for what they've done, to bring football to Houston and have our city fired up about football again. Now, it's on to us to continue to press it forward to take us to new heights.
All right,
thank you guys.
That is head coach D'Amico Ryans as he addresses the media, much more civil throughout that. Anything jump out to you real quick before we head to break?
Yeah, look, I think there was a question late in there about the Broncos blitz and pressures, and his answer, I think, is spot on to whether this game is one the Texans have a chance or one the Texans, aren't on the same level. I think when you look at what they can do defensively, the variety of pressures, he said you have to be ready. They'll test all of your protections, all of your guys across the board. If they find a weakness in protection, whether it be scheme or player, they're gonna attack it. And the comment that I hit Tyler up is, we got to grab this one. He said, if we ID it properly, we can have some plays. And that has been the issue for the Texans versus better opponents this year, is the inability to ID it properly and get it communicated in a timely fashion to where you can comfortably play offensive football. That's the key. They're gonna really strain you in that department. Can the Texans get it done? Or is it still something that they're trying to figure out with this install with this offense?
Yeah, a lot to take there from D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from CJ a little bit later on. But coming up next, we'll talk to Benjamin Albright, who has covered the Broncos in Denver for years. We'll get his thoughts about what the Texans are going to be running into. That's coming up next.
You guys good?
The Texans needed a big win against the 49ers, and they got one. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Sterner and Hugley.
All right, welcome back in to the drive here, right here live on Sports Radio 610. You just heard from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. A lot more civil today. Didn't get spicy today.
Guys good.
Yeah, did not end with the dismount of you guys good and a stare down and almost like a step like he was about to walk off. Much better, man. Good for both parties. As he met with the media today ahead of this big game against the Denver Broncos for the Texans. Denver sits at 6-2 ahead of the Chargers and the Chiefs in the AFC West, coming off of a big offensive performance against the Dallas Cowboys, as the Texans need a big win coming up on Sunday, 3-4. Let's head out to the phone lines and let's talk to Benjamin Albright. I like Benjamin Albright. He's always from afar. He's always, he always seems to. I don't know if it's you, Benjamin, but sometimes it seems like you stir things up a little bit. At least you say some things and people react to it. I've always maybe I do that a little bit myself, but I enjoy that from you, Benjamin Albright, who, as I said, has been reporting for the Broncos for years and reports for the Broncos flagship and is in EI Colorado. Ben, we appreciate you joining us. And by the way, I heard right before we got on that Clint Sterner won you a fantasy football league. I'm trying to hear that.
Would you have the Giants defense in 2001 or what?
No, I started Clint Sterner over Rich Gannon. This was October 28th of 2001. Rich was up against a red-hot Philadelphia defense. I was leading my league, and I was like, well, I don't know if I want to start Rich or not. Clint was getting a start after I think it was Anthony Wright or Quincy Carter went down. And Rich was only good for 6 points that day. Didn't score a touchdown. Clint, of course, you ran one in against Arizona and wound up being worth 9 points. That got me to the number 1 seed later on. And if I'd been 2, I would have played a guy and lost in the opening round of the playoffs. Instead, I cruised to victory through the playoffs. So I put it on the trophy there. Benjamin Albright, co-captain by Clint Sterner.
I'll be damned. You got to be kidding me. Well, I tell you what,
serious.
I would have bet a house note that you had that Giants defense that following week.
Listen, Benjamin, you don't have to say dead serious. After all those details you gave from 2001, yes, we believe you. He's told me about that touchdown he ran in against Arizona.
QB draw, I finger roll. Everybody says, man,
That's right, you did.
You could have dunked. I said, no, I couldn't dunk before that. Why would I wait till that moment to try to dunk something? I did that sweet finger roll, baby.
Oh, I swear to you, there was nobody happier for that touchdown after you, maybe, than me.
You had to meet Linda, his mom, first. But no, hey man, what we were talking about this earlier, the Seahawks and the Bucs this year. We're trying to figure out, is this Denver team the best team that the Texans have seen? What are they looking at? Because we've seen Denver do some things, go on the road and beat the Eagles in the fourth quarter after trailing, had that crazy comeback against the Giants. How good is this Denver Broncos team?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, they're 6-2. We don't know if they're any good. It's a team that had, with all due respect to Clint's former team, we might have to start calling them the Alice Cowboys because there's no D to be found. But they had that outburst this past week. But you look at the 3 weeks prior to that, it took fourth quarter comebacks against the Giants, the Jets, and then of course the Eagles prior to that. In order to put wins on, they had close losses against the Colts and the Chargers that probably should have been losses. This team is tough to figure out, and this will be by far the most difficult defense they've played all year. They've actually had the easiest schedule in the league in terms of defenses played. So, that's sort of the question. They're 6-2, but are they any good? They play to the level of competition that they're up against, and that's really been sort of the thing with them this year. They'll play up with good teams, they'll play down with bad teams. The offense is hit or miss. Sean Payton's a brilliant offensive mind, but he gets too in his own mind at times. He gets away from the run. He starts spamming these screen plays that don't work. And then he's dialing up deep shots on fourth and short, stuff like that. That just it just blows your mind a little bit sometimes. They've got the bones to be a good offense, but that offense, if they get away from J.K. Dobbins, it goes south in a hurry. Defense. Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers will tie up blockers, and they love to bring five. They'll bring Benito Cooper. They like to bring a linebacker downhill and shoot that bubble at the B gap. So, usually that's Sternad. With Greenlaw back, you might see Singleton doing a little bit of that. You saw the Giants game where he blew up Cam Scatterbo. But overall, they're a really good defense. Play a lot of man. It's a lot of cover one, robber looks, stuff like that. They'll show you too high, but they'll rotate the one robber. But they're a good defense. The offense is just the gigantic question mark here.
What about the defense as it moves forward without Surtain? I mean, that's obviously, especially if they're playing that much man and playing robber, all this kind of jive. That's going to be a big miss. How big do you think that is in this game?
That's going to be huge. I mean, he takes away part of the field. Riley Moss on the other side, who's not a bad corner, but just a little maligned with these flags. Some of them are legit. Some of them are the white guy playing corner getting flags. You look at this thing, and Moss is a decent corner, but there's a big question mark over here with Chris Abrams-Drain, who'll be the first man up to replace Surtain. Surtain takes away, a third of the field, half the field, whatever, however they're playing, and teams just don't throw at him. Now with Abrams-Drain over there, I imagine they'll probably Houston will probably target him, and the rookie Jahdae Barrett will get rotated in there a little bit, although he plays more out of the slot. That's the big question mark here. They've got good safety play, but Ufanga's more of a box safety than anything else. Brandon Jones is kind of the high safety. They don't like to run a lot of too high. They'll show that look, but they don't like to run it a lot. And so that's the question mark here, is if Abrams-Drain can hold his own on the outside.
The Broncos for years, reporter and insider, joins us. Listen, I'll be honest with you, and we're going to talk about this a lot through this week because I believe this is the game for the Texans. The strength that I think of the Broncos is that front four and even that front seven, if you extend it out to that. And I think that has probably been a problem spot for the Texans when they run up against really good defensive line and defensive fronts. How good is this group for the Broncos?
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, it's it's up there. I mean, I was privy to see the Super Bowl 50 Broncos defense, and I would put this front five, this front seven up with them. The back end, especially without Surtain, maybe not quite, but the front seven, sure. They got a 3-man front with 2 edge rushers and Benito and Cooper, and they like to bring, like I said, Singleton, Sternad coming downhill. Greenlaw, this will only be his second game with the Broncos. He had one against the Giants, and then of course he was suspended for the Dallas game for running after and threatening the official. But he'll be back for this one. That gives them a linebacker that can go away from the football at times too. They don't really have that. Singleton's more of a sideline to sideline guy. Sternad's a downhill guy. So that'll give him something. But Benito especially will surprise you. He's just got amazing athleticism for as a player, and he can go away from the ball a little bit. They'll drop him back 2-3 times a game to try to throw you off. But it starts up front. You've got DJ Jones and Malcolm Roach platooning at the nose. Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers is the other enders, man. Allen can move the pile. You get cleanup sacks from Cooper and Benito sometimes because Allen will move the pocket a little bit. You got to be able to move. If you can move on that move that pocket a little bit, you got a little mobility to them. You stand a chance. If you're statuesque, you're in for a long day.
When you look at Denver's offense, I know you said it's been inconsistent. Bo's played well. They've ran it well. They use a ton of different personnel and attack a ton of different ways. But as somebody that covers and watches it, what are you convinced of at this point? Like, the Texans need to, or if they want to win, obviously need to focus on and contain X. What is that?
Well, I would say first thing you need to rattle Bo early. He tends to run a little hot early, and that's one of those things where he'll make mistakes. In fact, you opened Dallas with that interception on, I think it was the third or fourth play. He just tends to run a little hot early. So if you're going to force turnovers, you want to do that early because once he settles in, he settles in. You're not going to be able to get him to. You're not going to be able to sack him. You're just not. He gets rid of the ball so quick. He will make some mistakes. He will throw the ball a little high. He does get that arm socket. He'll drop it down and throw it sidearm sometimes. That leads to mistakes. But overall, he wants to get it out quick. Doesn't want to take negative plays. So I would suggest that if you're going to do anything, you really want to do anything, copy the Giants game plan where they sort of mush rushed him a little bit, but they shoot their hands up. The defensive linemen shoot their hands up and bat the balls down because he drops that arm socket, and that's really the best you're going to do. You're not going to get too many sacks on him, maybe 1, maybe 2 a game, but you can bat balls down on him, and that's really the way to shut that down. As far as the rushing attack goes, it really just depends on his Sean Payton. Will it be Payton's own run attack down at times, and it's very effective. J.K. Dobbins runs with authority. He catches the ball well. He pass protects well. He runs inside or outside. If it's Harvey, that's probably going to be an outside run. You're probably going to see that crack toss or that outside zone. You'll see a little bit of him, although he'll mostly be used as a receiver. And then you see Tyler Bidet on third downs, primarily as a blocking back in there if they pull Dobbins off the field. I think the main thing you got to watch out for is Evan Ingram. I know everybody talks about Sutton and Mims and Franklin, but Ingram's got a little athleticism. He's more of a heavy slot than a tight end. In fact, he's played more snaps out of the slot than any tight end in the NFL this year. And he's there for the third down game. He's there to convert first downs. You got to keep an eye on him on third down.
Benjamin, as Clint was talking about, maybe things that the Texans need to watch out for. I'm wondering from you, the Texans are a team that's been in the playoffs the last 2 years, a good football team. Last time they played the Broncos a couple of years ago, they got a win in NRG here in Houston. What, for you, do you think is the number one thing that concerns you about the Texans for the Broncos in this game?
I think it's that defense. I mean, Bo plays better against man teams. He struggled a little bit against the zone sometimes. And like I said, he runs a little hot. And then, this offense has just struggled early in games. I mean, it takes off in the fourth quarter, but it struggles early in games. They didn't score any points the first 3 quarters against the New York Giants. And it's not that the Giants are world beaters. I mean, that defense is all right, but they're not out there lighting the world on fire. They struggled against the New York Jets and barely pulled that one out. It gets in his head and they start spamming those wide receiver screen plays that don't work, and then you get into a punt fest and they almost turtle a little bit. They start playing it super conservative till they get to the fourth quarter and open it back up. So if the Broncos are going to win, they're going to have tempo on offense, and I'm just concerned going against that defense because again, that is by far the best defense the Broncos have played all year.
All right, Benjamin, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on your 2001 fantasy football championship, courtesy of our guy Clint Sterner here.
Yeah, I'm 47, knocking on 48. You're the only person on the planet that started me in the league and won, brother. I appreciate that.
Well, and now you know who it was. It was me that week, and I won off of it.
I love it.
All right, man. We appreciate you joining us, man. Enjoy the game coming up on Sunday.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
All right, that's Benjamin Albright, covers the Broncos in Denver, and he's been a staple there for years. And I'm glad we're able to get him on. Good job by you, Tyler. Very detailed guy. There to give us everything we need to know about the Broncos. Hearing him, Clint, did that make you feel better about the game for the Texans? Anything? He talked about Surtain being big, being out as a big thing, and talked about the Bo Nix and Sean Payton situation.
Well, I think offensively, as a Texans fan, I like hearing the fact that there's times Sean will shoot himself in the foot and get away from the run, try to get creative, try to do too much. I mean, you just heard D'Amico Ryans right before he came on, talk several different ways. It's about variety. They're going to throw a million different things at you. So there obviously there's some truth to what he's saying. There is in Sean's defense, there's a method to the madness, right? I'm going to make you defend me sideline to sideline, even if it means that I get away from the run a little bit. I'm setting you up to hit you on this side. I mean, there's a lot of that to Sean, of the forward thinking, the running certain plays that may not work, to set up other plays, the pump screens, the different things. There's always a method to the madness with Sean. Obviously, every play he's trying to break it and get it, move the ball and score points. But there's always a method to the madness of him, calling certain plays and why he's getting away from the run. There's a reason why he's not just doing it because he wants to get pass happy. He's doing it for a reason that may or may not work. But that is a good thing because the Texans are going to need Sean to do some boneheaded things, and this defense is going to need to help them.
Well, he hadn't gotten away from it that much this year. I mean, they're third in the league. They run for 140 yards a game. So, and then I would imagine, Clint, as you've worked with Sean, he's no fool. He understands that Will Anderson and I know he says you can't sack Bo. I don't know. I think Sean knows that Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and D'Amico are a little different.
Yeah.
Right. And there can be problems made there.
Well,
so I bet you he runs the ball a lot more.
Sean will have a plan for both of those guys. Now whether it works on, he is one of the more detail oriented guys that I was ever around. And he was under Bill Parcells, and so that was a Bill Parcells thing as well. But there's no situation, there's no player, especially when it's the strength of Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, ultimately the identity of this defense. He will have a plan for those guys, whether it's run right at them, whether it's some kind of interesting blocking scheme, or it's a multitude of different kind of chips. He'll have protections where the guards are pulling and getting out and helping when he's trying to move the pocket. There'll be an attempt schematically to keep those guys on their toes. And again, now whether they can execute it or not, or whether it backfires on them because they're trying to do too much or not, that could become a problem as well.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to Benjamin Albright. Good to hear what he thinks about this team and the Broncos in this game. As it's a big one coming up on Sunday. All right, let's do a little stock up, stock down. You can send yours in, 713-572-4610, and YouTube and Twitch. You can send yours in and let us know who's your stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans battle the Broncos in an AFC showdown on Sunday. Cue the game right here. thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That is right. It is the Drive with Sterner and Hugley. Every Wednesday, right around this time, we do a little stock up, stock down. It is a Texans Week 9 edition today with the Broncos coming to town. If you were just tuned in with us, you heard Benjamin Albright, Broncos insider. He joined us at 3 p.m. If you missed it, you're going to want to go back and check that out. Benjamin was great. We had him on, I think, last year, but he was really, really good. A lot better than I remembered, to be honest with you, from last year. But it is stock up, stock down. We'll have CJ Stroud coming up for you next segment, and I want to start with you, Ron the Show, Hugley.
Let's do it.
As we enter Week 9 for the Texans, Denver coming into Houston at NRG. What is your stock?
My stock up is Kamari Lassiter. He had a great pick. Great pick, singled up. One-on-one coverage, and he saw the ball, and the ball was his, and he went and made a play. And I don't think that just the stock up is from that. Fellas, I think the stock up is really from this year, and I'm not going to lie to you, man. I think I had some concerns and wonder, all right, what is he going to look like coming out of year 2? All right, and obviously with Stingley on the other side, that people were going to, I thought, take even more attempts and run after him, and they have. But he has been right there to do what he does, and he still looks like a really, really good corner in this league in year 2. And I would dare to say this, Clint. I think he's been the most consistent corner that they've had on the team. I think we've seen some moments where Derek Stingley has not looked like the Derek Stingley that we're accustomed to seeing. I think Kamari Lassiter has been pretty consistent. I think JSN got him, once or twice, but he has been really, really good. And I think through the first 7 games of the year, I think he's been their best corner.
I don't think that's a stretch. I think in terms of play, in terms
just the
of
7 games. I'm not saying he's better than, but I'm just saying through this point.
We've seen it. I don't remember exactly what games it was, but we've seen, again, like we saw the last couple of years, where Derek Stingley Jr. early in games kind of gets in certain routes kind of deal. And there's no debating what Derek Stingley does when the game's on the line, when it's the more critical moments of the game. But I think he kind of eases into games sometimes, and I don't think Kamari Lassiter ever lets his foot off the gas pedal. And he's made some big plays. And so, look, Kamari's stock is sky high right now.
So stock up for Ron the Show Hugley is Kamari Lassiter. Over to you, Clint Sterner. Week 9, Texans, Broncos upcoming on Sunday. What is the stock up for you around the Houston Texans?
Yeah, it's EJ Speed for me, man.
You've been on him.
Yeah, look, I really liked him coming in, but then you look at Henry To'oTo'o has been playing really good, and obviously Azeez Al-Shaair, and then you really don't know exactly what's going to go down with Christian Harris. I'm talking earlier in the year. And so you wonder kind of where EJ Speed fits in, and the contract, the money he was making makes you wonder, like, did he come here for DeMeco Ryans and to make a big splash? Did he just come here and take less money, or is he not? Is that just how good he is? Is that his ceiling? I thought he was a better player than the contract would say, and now that he's getting some run, I think he's significantly better than the contract that he's playing under right now. And the truth of the matter is, he's getting run and he's standing out when the other 2 linebackers in Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o, if we're being honest, it's Henry To'oTo'o that he's replacing a lot of the times when they're not playing for a 3 linebacker front. I mean, his presence on the field is felt in a big way. And that's not because Henry To'oTo'o, he's really good. But the truth of the matter is, when you watch this film, it just seems like E.J. Speed adds a dynamic to this defense.
Yeah, he was running with
different.
He was running with Christian McCaffrey sometimes in those pass routes.
Ron, he closes too, man. I mean, like his ability to close and shoot gap. He's long, he's fast, he's aggressive and physical, and they all are. But I think he's a better athlete. I think he's a bigger, better athlete than the other two guys. And so when he's on his game, it jumps off the screen in a different way. So I mean, getting in the game and making plays is enough for his stock to be up, but I think it actually changes the interior of that defense when he's in there. And so I'm going to go with E.J. Speed.
You are tuned in to The Drive. Clint Sterner, Ron the Show, Hughley, a little stock up, stock down, and it is Week 9 for the Houston Texans edition with the Broncos coming into Houston. Got the positives done with. Now the not so good. Over to you, Ron. Stock down for the Texans in this moment for you.
I just want to say that this segment is forcing us to have to talk about the negative.
It's a great point.
Just because of what the segment is, and I don't want to do this.
You guys good?
I have to play to what the segment is, and I am good. But if I had to go stock down, it's interesting. As you talked about E.J. Speed, when I thought about stock down, I immediately thought about Christian Harris, because the biggest thing that I've seen Christian Harris do is get away with a personal foul 15-yard penalty by shoving JSN in the back. A silly reason. I think he would react to JS the same way that JSN did if it happened to him. E.J. Speed is jumped over him in a major way. Henry To'oTo'o is over him. Obviously, the golden child Aziz is over him. It's just over. Like, I mean, I barring, I think, multiple injuries, we don't see Christian Harris. Like, I think the best bet for him is to get traded at this point, and he's a special teamer at this point, and even when E.J. Speed was on special teams before, you would see him make big hits. We're not even seeing Christian Harris come through there, and we know he's probably the most athletic dude out there, running out there. So to me, Christian Harris, much to do like with your stock up, he is a stock down because, I mean, his position is just gone.
Look, I'm with you. I think the spot for Christian Harris is on that short list of very tradable players that'll bring some value back to the Houston Texans. The trade deadline is next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you start looking across the board, Darrell Taylor's one of them, that edge, if he's healthy. You look at Christian Harris, again, if he's healthy. Those are two guys on that defensive side of the football that I think could really be. Danico Autry could potentially be one. Not both of those guys, but could potentially be one of them. There's a handful of guys that are going to bring back value in some level of a trade, and Christian Harris probably belongs on that list more than he does on the
show. Stock down for the Week 9 Texans is going to be Christian Harris. Put a lid on this thing for us, Clint. Stock down for the Texans heading into Week 9 in your eyes.
Yeah, look, it's easy for me, man. It's Jaden Higgins, the top draft pick in this year's class, came in with a lot of hype. And look, I think his future is bright here, but what we've watched is a team that lacked depth from the very beginning of the season. We've seen Nico Collins miss one game. We've seen Christian Kirk miss 4. We've seen Braxton Berrios, another veteran receiver. We've seen him be inactive for 3 or 4 games this season. And the guy that's continued to step up was the guy that originally had more duty on the special teams part of it as a return specialist in Jalen Noel. And so, look, 13 catches for Jaden Higgins through 7 games. Given how the wide receiver room has been injured or inactive or used on special teams, he's the one guy outside of Xavier Hutchinson that has been like, hey, man, you're a receiver. You're going to be a receiver every game. You're going to be active every game. For him to just have 13 catches at this point and really hasn't made any catches that are even like game-changing or situational change type plays. He's made some decent ones throughout games, but like not a big fade down the sideline, 50-50 ball, nothing that wasn't schemed up. The 2 touchdowns were schemed up, just wide open, running down the field kind of thing. So I'm going to go stock down on Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, his impact just hasn't – like I feel like I've been saying it since training camp. I just thought he'd be further along. I thought he'd be further along. Week 9.
Yeah.
And they don't have an abundance of weapons on the outside. They've got injuries, and like it looked to me, no Christian Kirk, no Nico Collins, in a gotta-have game. And it looked like to me they were a lot more invested in trying to get Noel and Hutchinson run and the ball as opposed to Higgins. I know he caught that touchdown there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I just thought he'd be further along. And now we're in week 9. I feel like I'm surprised we're still saying that. All right, coming up, let's hear from C.J. Stroud, who threw Higgins one of his 2 touchdowns in the game against the 49ers. Let's hear what he's got to say as they get ready to play the Denver Broncos next.
All right, let's talk about
Sponsored by Pfizer.
All righty.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
You're a wizard.
All right, thanks, Tyler, for that.
Spooky season, man. You don't like Harry Potter?
No, I'm not. I'm not. No.
In all seriousness, Harry Potter's amazing.
It's cost me a lot of money.
Good God.
It did, man. Not to mention I got away without having to give the books. Courtney's parents had to spend the money on that one for years ago. But all them wands, yeah.
You just had to get a new AC.
Nick, when we went to Disney World, Nick wanted a wand, Lauren wanted a wand, Trey wanted a wand, Courtney wanted a wand.
My wife had to have a wand.
Said, I'll pass. Go over there. They all got shirts.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Let me get out of here. Somebody who I don't think's a fan of. I don't know. You think C.J. Stroud's a Harry Potter fan?
Oh, I bet. It's really good. I bet he's a Gryffindor.
Probably is. Let's head to NRG and hear from the Gryffindor.
Ain't no Hufflepuff.
C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, talking to the media.
Going good. CJ, and the things they do so you can ask the quarterback. What are some commonality things that you see with how Denver brings their rush?
Yeah, they have a really good rush. Starts on their edge, with Benito and, Coop. They do a good job, of playing relentless and, just they don't give up. They play really tough. And the interior, they have really good interior guys as well. So they're a really good D-line.
And a remedy for counteracting that kind of defense?
Yeah, playing hard right back, scheme, trying to, do some things, to help our guys up front. So, I think it'll be a good matchup.
What do you like about Woody as a player, and what do you think has allowed him to succeed here early?
Yeah, Woody's very versatile. He can run, catch, he can block. He plays hard. So, yeah, he's very versatile. He's brought that versatility to, our team and our offense and has done a lot of good things, coming out the backfield in run game and pass protection, learning the new scheme. I think he's done a great job at it. So he's going to be a great player for us.
CJ, what do you think the jumbo package that you all have been running with Blake Fisher has done for both you and this offense?
Yeah, it's great. I'm happy Blake's out there, being able to get some reps in. And it gives our team an advantage, I think, in certain ways. We buy some in the run game, so I buy some in the pass protection. So having another, tackle out there. So I think he does a really good job.
CJ, what's the balance in working with a guy like Jalen Noel? He's showing explosiveness. Like, how do you balance that and developing that chemistry?
Yeah, I think it takes time, and I think, like I said before, it's like failure is a good thing. It's a chance to learn. Of course, you don't want to do it on Sundays, but if it does happen, you learn from it, you fix it. And I think he's super coachable. He wants to do what's right. He's in here, working his tail off, and at practice doing the same thing. So I think he's going to be a great player, and he's shown that week in and week out, of getting better, learning scheme, learning coverage, and adapting to it. So I think he's going to be great.
It feels like y'all have pretty good chemistry on the deep ball early on. What do you think is going into that?
Just practice, and I think natural, God-given ability, maybe able to throw it and then able to track it and catch it. So a little bit of both, but I think, we've got some good looks with a couple deep throws, and it's just us being on the same page.
CJ, to break the huddle today and have 12 and 13 out there, what did that mean to you?
Great. Yeah, it was great. I'm so happy they're back. I know they're motivated, to be out there and ball and, do all the things that we need them to do, to win more games and, it'll help our team even take us to another level. So I'm super happy they came back at the same time too. But, I think it's going to be great for us.
CJ, I know you're a bit of a baseball fan. Did you watch that crazy 18-inning game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was crazy.
Can you imagine playing in a game that lasts almost 7 hours?
No. I don't want to imagine it. But, you got to do what you got to do to win. And I think, just for them to have that mental strength and the mental But to be able to grind through all that, just to get a dub, and yeah, it was cool, man. I'm happy, but then they came back the next day. I had to play right again, and then the Blue Jays won. So I think it's a great matchup.
You have a really good chemistry with your offensive lineman on the field, and I even seen the video of you saying you had the game ball, but you wanted 6 more so you could pass them out. When you are around those guys, man, what is the chemistry like with them? I'm talking about just away from the field. Like, how do you all bond?
Yeah, we're all I think something that since before I got to the league, I thought everybody was super serious in the NFL at the time, but we're really all big kids. We're playing a kid game, so we're all goofy. We mess around, play around, and I think my chemistry with those guys, or my relationship with those guys, is all different. Me and Tay have a different relationship than me and Ed, or me and Jake, and me and Titus, or Lakin, or Juice, or Blake. We all have different relationships. Different type of things. But one thing was very common. We're all goofy. We mess around, crack jokes. It's like we're all brothers. Like brothers from different moms, or we just all have that bond where you spend a lot of time together. So you got to find things you like, things you don't like, and you don't kind of just bond that way.
They say Titus is the funniest in the offensive line room. Do you get that as well from Titus?
Yeah, he's definitely he's a character. He's funny.
Since you've been a rookie, you've made a point of either after the games or at podium thanking the Lord. You had a big one after the 49ers that you kind of went in a little bit more depth. Why is that when fans of the NFL that aren't fans of the Texans have taken notice of it as well on social media?
Yeah, I think, and I said this to somebody the other day, for a long time, giving God the glory became a routine, and it wasn't from the heart for a little minute, and I became to become prideful and full of myself, and the Lord had to strip me of those things, and I'm very grateful for it. And I've learned that being self-reliant and being, prideful, or you're bound to fall. But the Bible does also say, that He is just and He is just that He will forgive us as well. I'm just grateful that He's forgave me and gave me another chance to be in this position. But yeah, I believe that God is, I know my ministry right now is, through my talent as football. But it's not my identity, a quarterback, but, first and foremost, I'm a man of God and a child of God, which is way more important than being a man of God. So I'm a child of the Most High God. So I just try to, encourage others and do what I can. And I don't ever want to speak out of turn, but I try to, just give a little piece here and there, on my journey, because I've had a long journey with the Lord where I backslid, lived away from God, and then also, He's just like the prodigal son, is invited me back in with open arms. So I just think it's important that I share my faith because, I think if I can reach out to one person, I hope we make heaven crowded. I want to rob hell every day if we can do that, and if that's through post-game interviews or me just in the street talking, then I'll do that. So I just try to do that.
And I don't know if you have a relationship with Justin, but you saw Justin Fields get real emotional and real vulnerable about what he said. To see a moment like that, what's that do you say to you?
Yeah, I think I've known Justin for a long time now, for about 5-6 years, so to see his growth, because we were all in college together, wild at one point, just living our life, thinking that we're young forever. But when you learn from your mistakes and you learn that God uses all for your good and His glory, that's when you see, the vulnerability, because you want to share your faith with everybody, because you learn that this stuff is not sufficient and it's not reliable, nor is it fulfilling. And so when you experience the love of Christ, experience the joy that He gives you, the peace, is when you want to share it to the world. And you can care less what happens, who cares. It does not matter, because you will want other people to experience that as well. And honestly, it's kind of crazy because as people, we're kind of naturally selfish. But one thing I learned is about the love of Jesus, you want to share it. And so with Him, I'm just so proud of my brother, his growth with that and his vulnerability, because it's hard. Everybody thinks it's so easy what we do probably, and it's really hard because you got personal life, you got football life, you got family and all these different things, and then, everything's talked about. So for him to, and even internally for him, he had people talking about him that, you would hope would not, and they did that. But for him to, still have the courage to speak up about, his walk, I think it was dope, man.
Like that. I mean, D'Amico talked about it just a bit earlier this week about how there's been so much negative talk, and you guys have had up and downs. Have you had a vulnerable moment like that?
I've had those all my life. No, everybody. I can look at everybody in here. We've all probably had our moments, and you're not exempt because it's football. And especially you're spending time, I'm sure, with y'all and y'all work, you probably have an off day or two, or sometimes you're just in your emotions, So, we're all going through this life very, very in a similar fashion. I think that's something that, I want to do is be able to give grace and mercy to people because that's what God's done to me. But yeah, you have those moments, and I think, the more you can be honest with God and then honest with yourself, I think, it's room for improvement. And I don't want to get super biblical, but I'm a Bible nerd, at least now I am. And 1 John 1:9 says, God is just and faithful to forgive us of our sins if we confess them. That's in the beginning of it. And then James 5:16 says, if we confess our sins to one another, then we may be healed. Then we will be healed. And so that's a horizontal and a vertical representation on confessing your sins or confessing your emotions, confessing the things you're going through to one another, to God, and then to fellow man. You can be healed by man, but God will forgive you. So I think that's very important and something that I've learned in my life.
Sorry.
TJ, while you were growing up as a kid, did you have a favorite Halloween costume to wear?
I was actually, which is kind of funny, I was actually Drew Brees for a couple years. I had a Saints, I don't know, I would go to I don't know, what was Dick's Sporting Goods called back in the day? Is it Sports Authority? Yeah, Sports Authority. I used to go to Sports Authority, and my dad bought me this little plastic helmet with the jersey and the pants, and he used to throw me 40 passes a night. And I was a little boy. I probably wore that for 2 years straight. But yeah, that's the one I can remember.
CJ in the locker room after the game on Sunday, Kamari was talking about how they weren't. He's like, I looked up. I don't think we were on the field for 5 minutes. The way that the offense controlled the ball. You all played that complete game. When you all play like that, how exciting is it for you to be able to give that defense that opportunity to get some rest like that?
Yeah, I think they're well deserved of it. I'm super happy to give them less on their plate as they can. And I think that's something we've kind of done a decent job in is converting on third down, staying on the field. Finding points. We got to do a better job of getting in the end zone. But I definitely think that, having those long drives and giving our defense a little break, is good because I know how it is to be on the other side where, you feel like you're getting 3 and outs and you're not really catching your rhythm. It's suffocating as offense. So I think the better we can do that, the more we can, have that recipe win. And I think our special teams does a great job, of handling those pressure moments too. So we're all playing together. I think it's a recipe for success. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was quarterback C.J. Stroud speaking to the media ahead of the Broncos game. Shout out to D'Amico and C.J. Stroud, who we heard from them both today on a Wednesday. Clint, what you got coming up?
There's something out there, boys, that we hadn't talked about. We've got to get to it. It happened Sunday at the game, not on the field, but it happened Sunday at the game, and we got to discuss it along with a little C.J. Stroud presser reaction right there. We'll do that in Dirty's Daily next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Certa Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I've dealt with a lot of
Responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted wide the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
And a former NFL quarterback, Clint Sterner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
Dirty's Daily is powered by good old white draws. That's right, white underwear. Today, particularly Nike white draws from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Hashtag White Draws Wednesday. Y'all, I got them on. I was feeling a little risky this morning. I said, you know what? They're clean. They're in that top drawer right there, and I'm going to see if I can't be an adult today. I'm going to see if I can't be an adult today. I'm going to see if I can't keep from soiling my britches today and just go ahead and rock the white draws.
Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors, by the way. The wife, she went out there and put together some of the Halloween costumes. She got a new bike helmet. She went out there and got a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, wearing out that gift card, huh?
You know it.
I hear you, man.
It wasn't our bank account.
What? Have you thought any more about the white underwear? Wearing a pair of white underwear?
Clint, I'm out, man. I'm not. I told you already.
Are you scared of it?
I'm not scared of it. Listen, I'm
making it a thing. White Draws Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm not as confident.
I mean, you get you a pair. Tell Courtney to get you a pair over there at Academy Sports.
I don't always have a great day.
I mean, is that really where you're at? I mean,
I don't always have a great day. I don't always have a great. Not even so.
Do you not wipe well?
I mean, sometimes you don't have a great day. Sometimes you misjudge. Right? And I feel better with dark black.
You feel better if they're just black and funky instead of white and funky?
But I think I got a little gray on today.
Let's see what you're working with. Well, I mean, you're going to see those just like if it was white.
Nah, it's different if it's white.
I mean, that's light gray.
And they can come out. That white, that might stay in there.
Oh, man.
Hang in there.
I tell you, I'm going to see if I can't make it a thing.
I don't know why you want to do this.
I think all the fellas out there that got the guts to actually go back to the old school and wear some white underwear, not try to hide all your filthy nastiness. How about you strive to be a little cleaner throughout the day? I think it's a good thing. I think your wives will appreciate it. I think your kids will appreciate it. I think your sex life is liable to improve due to it. So White Draws Wednesday.
Sex life is to improve with white.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to imagine if you are not wearing white underwear because you're worried about how nasty you are, I got to believe your wife is fully aware of it. Not yours in particular, but it does apply, I guess, if you're scared of them. Yeah, I got to believe that your nastiness is probably not doing anything good for the attractiveness.
I just want the nastiness to be the other way and not the other type of nastiness and not just like, ooh.
Well, yeah, but
rough one that day.
One affects the other. I mean, if you're coming in
tough wedgie that day.
If you're coming in constantly with skid marks in your britches, I would imagine it's a bit of a turn.
Yeah, it's not constant, but the white ones are so much.
It's so much so that you won't wear white underwear,
and they stay. They linger.
Tyler, are you of that girl? Like, are you nervous to wear white underwear because
he's an adult?
I'm not. No. I've been thinking, talking.
I have too. Clearly, Ron doesn't. He's just thrown in the towel. He's just going to be nasty and soil his britches.
I'm not being nasty. I'm just not wearing white drawers.
I haven't purposefully avoided white underwear like in my adulthood, but I haven't owned any in years upon years upon years. And I think it's just because the underwear I buy, the boxer briefs that I like to sport, they don't sell them in white, really. Like none of these like big name brand like boxer brief people, I don't see white ones. They're all different colors.
I tell you, I think you need to get a pair, and I think Wednesday grown men are going to wear white underwear. That's what we're going to do around here from now on. You're going to at least be clean for one day out of the week on Hump Day.
I'm clean.
No,
30.
You've already
30
let the cat out of the bag.
I'm clean 28, 29 days out of the month.
I ain't got no mud butt.
Some days you're moving quick.
I'm telling you, we're going to start every Wednesday. You're going to have to clean it up for 4 days
Text
a
line
month.
talking about y'all too old to have skid marks. Y'all ass is lying. You didn't had a bad day.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Get out of here. You didn't had a wedgie. You didn't had a bad day. Get out
Ron,
of here.
I've thought about this a lot. I've had a lot of conversations with grown men. I've had this is not a generational thing. This is not a preference thing. It is clear, like it is no doubt about it. men have gone the route of not wearing white underwear because they're afraid of skid marks, because they're afraid of it being seen, which I think probably sheds a bigger light on the problem. I think
I ain't never scared.
Now you can even slide your skid marks into your closet.
I've shoved some drawers to the bottom of the hamper.
It also helps smother the smell.
Hey, damn, Ron. Wow, what happened?
What happened right here?
Hey,
what did Courtney catch him?
I don't know. She probably seen. She's probably come across, but it happened.
Hey, man, look.
But David, you don't double it up by wearing white drawers.
Just Wednesdays. You can go with your little light gray underwear. You can do that. That'll work right there.
I got my gray.
Quick reminder: you can wear your white drawers if you want to Thursday and Friday too. We're at Thirsty Thursdays. We'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress off 290. Y'all come on up, Buffalo Wild Wings. Thirsty Thursday. We got all kind of giveaways right there. Bud Light, big shout out to Bud Light for making that happen. This is a cool one here. On Friday, Football Fridays, big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and our Houston area Ford dealers, Tomball Ford to be exact. Raven Tower, 310 North Street in Houston, up here. I believe it's up off I-10 way, I believe, but it's 310 North Street. I think, Tyler, isn't that the old White Oak music venue?
Ooh, now you say that, I believe that's correct.
It's literally like a tower with a room up on the top of it, and the White Oak, the venue is downstairs. Used to that, you go up in that tower and I think watch the concert.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. I hadn't thought of that, but I remember someone mentioning it used to be the old White Oak.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm excited about that. That looks like a cool setup. So Raven Tower, 310 North Street in Houston. We'll be there for a Football Friday. So come on through and check us out. Before we react to D'Amico and CJ Stroud's audio, can we please talk about one thing? I can't believe I've let it slide to Wednesday.
I can't wait to hear what you're talking about.
Has anybody confirmed B. Scott's story? For our listeners out there,
Joe Mixon?
Yes. I'm pretty sure folks have heard about it and talked about it. But the fact that we just keep it moving and don't, this is stop traffic type of stuff. Joe Mixon apparently was at the game on Sunday in the stands, so much so on the escalator. He's on the escalator about 4 or 5 people in front of Brandon Scott. Now, look, I've seen players decide that they don't want to be on the sideline, so they're going to go up in a suite. And they're going to go up and down the elevator. And I know some suites you can use the escalator. I get it. But are we just going to overlook the fact that Joe Mixon, who is still getting paid millions of dollars by the Texans, said, "No, I ain't going to be on the sideline with the team. I'm not going to be down there. I'm not going to be in the press box with the coaches or anything like that, or the general manager. I'm not going to be in the owner's suite, which, by the way, seats about 400 people up there. It could have very easily been done. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put street clothes on and I'm going to go to the game."
I didn't. I heard that. I heard Lee Scott. And I heard that conversation, but I didn't see him. That would be something. And I'm surprised. Maybe I wonder if D'Amico wasn't asked about that, or anybody else asked about.
He was asked about Joe Mixon. I remember,
but I don't think he was asked if he had the game more specific to that. I wonder if he addressed.
If I remember the question correctly, it was Joe Mixon was at the game. Do you have any update on Joe Mixon? And he said nope and kept it moving. If I remember correctly, that's how that went. But for those out there thinking, because I was still hoping there was an outside shot that Joe Mixon would come back to some degree and at least be the Trent Brown of the running back group and be around and help these guys. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a to me, it's fractured beyond return.
If that, yeah,
you're gonna pay me. You're paying me $10 million. And I'm not going to come stand on the sideline with my team in team-issued gear. I'm going to sit my ass in a suite or up in the stands with everybody else in street clothes and walk around on this bum foot that I got that's keeping me from playing with you. And everybody's just going to act like it's no big deal. Yeah, what kind of mindset, what frame of mind, if you're Joe Mixon, do you have to be in of like, yeah, I'm going to go watch the squad play. I'm going to go to the game and sit in the stands or in a suite.
Yeah, nobody's seen him. Nobody's heard from him. Yeah, that is something. That is, it is kind of surprised it hadn't kind of been talked about as much. I guess D'Amico kind of shut it down, and it wasn't talked about as much. But yeah, he is doesn't sound like he's anywhere close to being on the field.
Right.
And we haven't seen him in the practice.
Right. To me personally, this is more. I mean, I wouldn't string quarterback or a practice squad quarterback and was able to go to a game. I'd be like, yeah, no, I believe I'll be on the sideline. I believe I'll put some gear on and be with the team. I mean, that screams. This is more concerning to me than like the reaction we're getting from D'Amico from a standpoint of like clearly D'Amico's annoyed. I don't know if he's more annoyed with Joe Mixon or the local reporters.
You guys good?
Like no, this bothers me a bit. I mean, this is one of those. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm answering questions now. You done come to a game and sat in the stands and going up and down the escalator with the fans and stuff, and while we're paying you $9-10 million. Like now, we gotta get beyond this. This is plumb silly.
He's coming to brought himself out.
Well, but think about it. Like I said,
what did it dig a little deeper on that?
Where do you have to be mindset wise if you're Joe Mixon? Hey man, just sit at the crib and watch football all day, man. Invite everybody over to your place, man. Have a suite with the biggest TV you could imagine right at your crib. Instead, you come to the game.
First one.
That's wild to me, Ron. I mean that is it's almost like a.
I mean, you think he did? I wonder. In any way was this done against the Texans once?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Where it leads me to believe is that there's no communication. When you couple it with what D'Amico Ryans has said, or how he's phrased things and the tone that he's used, it screams that he had a deal probably for his family in a suite up there. It worked into his contract, and or seats or something. Any communication, so he's going to just go up there and sit with his people in this suite and be seen out and about, which you would think that it would be a distraction just to be seen, not to mention everything else that comes with it. This is something that I can't believe, because I heard about it. Well, hell, B. Scott walked up there and told me about it, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's interesting. But the more I thought about it, I was like, that is really strange that he would choose to do that by choice.
Yeah, that is what I do wonder what because like you said, how quick D'Amico answered it. If he were there and the Texans were good, you think you'd get a little bit more from D'Amico because of how important.
Well, I mean, you don't even want to be around the team when you are in town and when you are going to the game, and when all you got to do is walk down the tunnel with the squad. Maybe that was the deal. They didn't want him standing on his feet the whole game.
Yeah. It'd be a real finger to them if he went up there without them knowing. I just can't believe that is the case.
It's interesting, but I didn't want to let that week go by any longer before we talked about that. Again, I want a quick reminder for everybody out there. One, make sure you downloaded the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app, keep it on your hip, and take it everywhere you go. That way you can pop on and listen to us anytime D'Amico speaks, CJ speaks, or anytime you just want to catch some good sports talk, a little good radio being done over here. Again, 290 in Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday, and Raven Tower, 310 that fall Friday. We got to keep that thing rolling, and with a home game, the environment there will be even better.
Yeah, it will be. All right, coming up as we continue, there's some news here that came out of the NFL, a big move made, and yes, I believe this is a move that will potentially affect the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. You want to talk about big moves? Big moves is drinking cold Coors Light wherever the hell you at, right? People.
comfort and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Bite the kneecap off.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Thank you for riding with us today. If you missed it, you want to check it back out on the podcast page. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media earlier today. You can find that around 2:40. And then C.J. Stroud spoke to the media around 3:40. You can hear what they had to say. That big group of important players, that small group of not players but important pieces to this organization, I think he got affected today. You see that old Aiden Hutchinson?
Got him a new deal, didn't he?
The Lions gave him a 4-year, $180 million extension. He now gets $141 in guarantees. His $45 million average salary trails only Green Bay's Micah Parsons at 46.5 among non-quarterbacks. He went out there and got a big shot. And I do think, as I said, Will Anderson, this affects Will Anderson. Before going into that, Clint, you surprised that Aiden Hutchinson has been this good? If you remember, I remember the draft. I think.
Yeah, I wasn't as high on him.
Aiden Hutchinson, that draft, I think the Derek Stingley draft. I believe that is the correct.
I remember we were at the at that outdoor amphitheater over here, right?
Yeah, thank God Jacksonville drafted Walker. Texans fans, but Walker went 1, and Hutch went 2, and then Stingley went 3. But I thought he would be good. I'm surprised that we've reached this point. I think he's clearly one of the 10 best defensive players in the league, and maybe closer towards the 5 range. He's definitely a top 5 pass rusher. And he focuses in game plans against the Lions, and he still gets through. He completely deserved this. I didn't think he was going to be bad. I thought he would be a solid, second tier, 8.5 to 10 sack type of guy. I didn't think he'd be a game changer.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, most guys aren't. You know, I mean, it's like that's why he got 4 years, 180. Is it don't most guys don't work out to this degree. We've got one here in Will Anderson. I mean, I knew,
but when Will came out, you thought Will was going to be good, right?
No, I really liked Will as a defensive player, and you know, I didn't know where exactly he was going to play because if you remember when he came out, he had a unique skill set, and you don't really know exactly how and what system he's going to fit. Is it a 4-3 or 3-4? And you know, and so I liked him to be a good player. I wasn't going to stand up and beat my chest about him being the best pass rusher in football. I wasn't going to stand up and beat my chest about him being one of the best defensive ends in the game because you look at defending the run and being able to rush the passer, just being a guy that creates a ton of chaos. I mean, Will's in the top 3 or 4 in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, I didn't, you know, predicting whether these guys when they're drafted are going to be market-setting talents by their 3rd or 4th year, I think is a losing battle because only a handful of them do it. But yeah, Aiden Hutchinson has earned every bit of it. Will Anderson has earned every bit of it. And you're right. This is, I mean, I think Will is going to be in this range, 45, 46, 47 a year.
Yeah, but there are certain guys. Yeah, he's probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah,
he's probably going to be pretty good. I thought him and Walker would be a bit similar, and what Walker has been, I thought Hutchinson could be a little bit better pass rusher.
Yeah,
but Walker has been a solid defensive end. He's going to play and maybe start in the league for 10 years plus. But, you know, this guy is, I mean, they've got a guy trending towards maybe a Hall of Fame type of career. And I didn't, in my wildest, I didn't think that was going to be the case. And you said that, right, as Will is he's at 46, or at 45, only 46.5 with Micah Parsons is the most when you look at this, because Will Anderson, I heard Reggie say this earlier, and I agree with him. He's maybe the most confident player that Texans fans, and I would even say Texans front office, like young player they have. I think Will Anderson is the most confident player they have the most confidence in to be able to be a guy moving forward, even more than CJ. I think CJ's value is bigger. But if you say to him, who's a guy that you know is going to be really, really good, I think Will Anderson is probably at the top of that list. You think he gets more than Hutchinson, or you think like he is starting to get into the range of there's Parsons, there's Hutchinson, and then he comes under that, or do you think he goes over?
I think if he wants to, I think he goes over both of them.
Really?
Yeah. Look, I think he's deservedly in the top 5 or 6. Right? It's his time, and so it's his contract's coming up, and he's the next up. And so then you got to go beyond that. This is a guy that you can absolutely build your champ, what you would expect to be a championship caliber football team around. This is a guy that is the most important player in your building, unless you've got an alpha quarterback, which I just don't believe CJ is going to be that guy as it comes to developing the team and the roster and affecting and leading. And I think Will is that guy for the Houston Texans moving forward. The question here is Will a guy that says, hey, look, I don't need to set the mark? Is Will a guy that understands that, a couple $1 million a year off of his deal could impact somebody else in a major, major way and could mean, hey, we get to keep somebody else around versus lose them to another team? Does he take that approach? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I'd get that money on that first contract. But
I would have thought Hutchinson would have gone over it.
I would have too.
That's the only thing. Like that's kind of the surprise there. If this is the deal of, all right, Micah's up here, and everybody's got to come under.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think Will is a guy that, again, just by his play deserves to be in the conversation. And then when you look at what he means to D'Amico, you look at what he means to the Houston Texans. This is a guy that, I mean, he's cut from the J.J. Watt cloth. I mean, he's a guy that you view as, if I'm ownership, I'm going to do everything I can to keep him in a Texans uniform until he can't play no more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's to me, and to your point, I think as an organization, you are really confident in who he is, what he brings to the table, what he could mean to the organization, what he means to the fan base. That is a face of the franchise player in Will Anderson in every sense of the phrase. And so, yeah, I mean, they got to do whatever they got to do to keep him here.
Yeah. Big night tonight for Ryan Hollins.
Why is that?
Tyler, as you know, the Rockets got Grady Dick tonight.
Oh boy, he's got to keep that phrase.
Didn't Ryan Hollins have to make an apology for?
Yeah,
that is correct.
The Grady Dick situation.
Yeah, somebody got dick in the face, Craig.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
See if he's okay.
God, he is somewhere in a Toronto hotel. Shout out to him. Saw him at the dentist, at the kids' dentist. As both of our kids were getting teeth.
And you're up there living amongst all the big money folks, man.
He's a lot taller, and his kids are a lot taller than my kids. But shout out to him. But I bet he is in a Toronto hotel somewhere. All right, let me make sure. He ought to just call him Grady.
Yeah, somebody got dick in the face, Craig.
Yeah, just call him Grady. Like at this point, man,
great moment.
Just don't put it in the face. I mean, you just don't. You can't talk about Grady and his last name and his face.
But it's so much easier if you just go, "Oh man, Grady got hit in the face."
See if he's okay.
Yeah, but you can't. Grady got
in the game.
Not with that one, you can't.
I mean, you just can't. You can't. If he happens to put him in somebody's face or it in somebody's face, you can't talk about it.
You know, they've said he has to stop jersey switching. I don't think they're allowing him to do the jersey.
They were doing some good ones.
Yeah,
they had so many.
There was a guy who played at Arkansas. His last name was Black.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
Yeah. I can't remember his first name. He had big hair, but big
haired, light skinned dude. Yeah,
it has Black and Grady. Except it had Grady's last name right next to each other.
I mean, that's not a rule. Why would you, of all the stuff that goes on?
Derek White.
Yeah.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What other jersey swap name would fit perfectly to stand next to Grady and his last name? Who else would you like to see standing? There was those guys at West Virginia whose I think the guy's last name was Twig and the other guy's name was Berry. They would constantly sit next to each other.
Great.
Yeah. Who else in the league would you that's one that Adam Silver, the human penis himself, that Adam Silver does not want to see do a jersey swap and hold the photo up like he saw Black Grady. If it wasn't Grady.
We had Casey Dick was the quarterback at Arkansas, and then Clark Moore was a linebacker. And
what would they do?
They would stand next to each other. But it was there was a third one, and I can't remember it. If you look it up online, it pops up. It was a great picture. There's another last name that fits into the Moore, and I can't remember exactly how they did it, but it was classic.
Is there a little?
It was good. It was good.
Oh, good.
Our deep snapper was Brett Good, but it was spelled
Great man.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Is there somebody? There's got to be a Little. There's got to be. Leonard Little's got to have a kid in the league or something. So, all right, coming up, let's react to some of the things D'Amico and Reggie's letting us know. Yeah, Anthony Black.
Anthony Black.
Yeah, I was going to say Tony Black. If Rudy Gay was still in the league, that would be a tough one. Anyway, we'll react to what D'Amico had to say and CJ in regards to this matchup against the Broncos. That's next.
All right, check it out. A dream come true is if you're selling your home and you can sell.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
Well, the text line obviously is getting creative. Reggie Atatula is as well. Hear him every day on In the Loop from 10 to 2. Nasir Little used to be in the league, but Nasir Little is no longer in the league, so that would be a great switch. I don't know how I forgot. Someone texted, OMG, James Harden. That could be an interesting one there.
Not a bad one.
Put Grady first, then put James next. Let's hold the jerseys up. And
I like Drew Holiday to get you in the spirit for the season.
A little holiday action, huh? Little holiday Grady could be it. Yeah,
that is good. That's a good one, T.
Tonight, Aaron Holiday. To be honest with you, that'd be the lease of Adam. I wish Adam Silver had a jersey. He could put his in front of Grady's too. Have an old Silver Grady. But that's.
What about Jaylen Brown?
Yep, any colors work. Green ones, that'll work. White, Derek White, that's a good one. Marcus Smart, put Smart.
Yeah. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that you could have some fun with. Yeah, not bad. Guys, just stay in the NBA.
What about Terrence Mann?
Yep. Terrence Mann would work. Caldwell Love, that's a good one.
How about old Danny Wolf?
Yeah.
Small Wolf piece.
Yeah, let Wolf stand in front of Grady. Let Kevin Love and Grady stand.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Some girls do.
Yeah. All right. Good exercise there.
I think we should do that once a week, that exercise.
Yeah. See, I don't know about the Ball brothers. I don't know about LaMelo and Lonzo. That didn't.
Yeah, I thought of that. It doesn't work.
That ain't it. Yeah, Ball Grady. That ain't it.
It would have to be plural.
Yeah.
Well, you could put both the names of the two balls on top of each other and kind of insinuate it needs to be plural.
The late Pat Summitt. Boy, I wish she could go by her maiden name.
What was her maiden name?
Head.
Oh wow. Oh, Richard Head, huh?
That's her dad's name. Real life. Her dad's name was Richard Head.
Yeah, somebody got in the face, Craig.
Look out for it. Yep. We're not going David Ortiz's nickname in front of it. All right. D'Amico spoke earlier. Again, if you missed that, he spoke around 2:40. You can check that out on the podcast page. And I know this caught your ears, Clint. D'Amico talked about facing that defense, that defensive line that the Denver Broncos can bring forth.
And Coach Joseph, he does an unbelievable job of bringing a variety of pressures every single week. You have protection rules to get tested. Vance does a really good job of knowing how to stress your protection and where the weak points are. So we know we're going to get strained in that area. So it's going to take all 11 again, whether that's the backs stepping up in protection, tight ends, our lines and quarterbacks making the proper call, and we can ID it the proper way. Like we feel like we can have some plays. But again, you may think it's one thing. He does a good job of just disguising and mixing things up. Always had, a ton of respect for Coach Vance. Like was able to spend a year with him here as our secondary coach. I learned a lot under Coach Vance and how he teaches his players, like one of the best coaches in the NFL.
There's a lot there, but the part that I just I think is ultimately we can talk about this game 6 ways to Sunday, which we will on Sports Radio 610 leading up to the game. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what D'Amico said right there. If the Texans can ID what they're doing on the defense, they're going to have some good plays. I believe that. That it's a big if. Now it's a big if because at the end of the day, this has been the issue with the Texans is the ability to identify a lot of the issues that everybody talks about with the O-line and the protection, and a lot of the issues, as I see it, is more about IDing and communicating than it is about offensive linemen that are skilled or technique and mechanics or, all the crap that's being talked about. It's about, can you ID it? Do you know who's coming? Can you use some level of triggers that we see the NFL quarterbacks across the league use, where you use a fake motion or a fake count to where they give away they give away who's going to bail and who's coming, and I'm right where we want them. Can they ID? We can talk about all you want. We can talk about Patrick Surtain being out. We can talk about this, that. Can the Texans offensively ID what the hell the defense is doing in the front? And if they can, whether it's run plays or it's pass plays and protections, they will be able to move the football. They'll be able to score some points. So if they can't do that, it's going to be a long. You think
if they can diagnose what they're doing, they'll be able to hold up enough?
I think that's the story. I think that's the story the rest of the year for the Texans. I think every good opponent that has pieces and a good play caller, they are going, not pieces as in Grady, pieces as in players, like have the different parts of a defense.
I didn't know.
They're going to do what D'Amico just said Denver's defense is going to do, which is find the weak points, which is communicating an ID, a lot of moving around the line of scrimmage, a lot of disguising. We are going to see that, and we're not going to win football games versus good opponents until we have the ability to win that battle more than we lose it. There's going to be, in a game where a defense is going to consistently do it, they're going to get you. They're going to get you quite a bit. All you got to do is get them 3 or 4 or 5 times throughout a game, and it's big points. All you got to do is get them 3 or 4 or 5 times for chunk plays in a game, and all of a sudden now the defense coordinator is a little bit nervous about dialing up that pressure. But as long as you sit up there and run the play clock to 1, get delay of games, hold your offensive line at the line of scrimmage, get false starts, your quarterback can't settle in and read the defense, your quarterback's got a happy snap in football because he spent so much time trying to figure out what the protection's doing. As long as that's going on, the Texans aren't going to win games.
Yeah.
And so, again, we can talk about it, and we will, all the different pieces of this game that's coming down the pike here versus Denver, but it's going to be about what D'Amico Ryans just said, period, point blank. And they are really, really good at going, oh, you got a rookie left tackle? You're not going to give him no help over there? Oh, we're going to come at you. Right? You got a communication problem between your center and your quarterback, and it's 8 seconds left in the play clock. We're going to come at you.
I was going to say, they're going to be hard enough to deal with just
personnel-wise.
Yeah, personnel-wise. At the very least, you got to know what you're doing and what you're.
Well, I think C.J. Stroud is deadly enough in the pass game to overcome some of that. The problem is he's just, once he can't figure out what's going on up front, then all of a sudden his feet get happy. The ball starts coming out, too early or too late, or it becomes a problem. And that is, it's not just this game. This is what he just said is what this season's about.
All right, C.J. Stroud spoke as well, 340. If you want to check the podcast page, he spoke at the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour, and he talked about a big thing. We'll talk about this a little bit more coming up on the other side in 5 o'clock fire to give you an update. But he talked about seeing 2 of his top targets back on the practice field, Christian Kirk and, of course, his number 1 guy, Nico Collins.
Great. Yeah, it was great. I'm so happy they're back. I know they're motivated, to be out there and the ball and, do all the things that we need to know at our team, even take us to another level. So I'm super happy they came back at the same time, too. But, I think it's going to be great for us.
Looks like them boys are going to be out there, Ron. And that D'Amico said Nico is still in concussion protocol, but they expect him to pass in the next couple of days and get out of concussion protocol. Obviously, CJ feels like both of them are going to play on Sunday. This is huge for CJ. It's huge for the offense. Getting Nico Collins and Christian Kirk back is a huge shot in the arm in a good way for this offense. And shoot, man, CJ's got it, and Nick Caley got to be absolutely stoked about it.
Yeah, and yes, they had a great performance from their passing game, especially what it is that they were able to do with Higgins and Noel and Hutchinson, Berrios included in that. But in no way do they have a better chance to win without, especially Nico, but those 2 guys on the field. So that is big for CJ and Nick Caley.
Look, let's be clear. Last week was good, but there was a lot of winning versus soft coverage, right? There was a lot of winning versus hey, man, keep everything in front of you because we know we're not going to get much pressure. He's going to have some time. Keep everything in front of you. Don't give it the big play.
They're going to keep giving it to you. We're just going to keep taking
it. Right. The difference in last week and this week, other than obviously a better opponent, is that the secondary for Denver, no matter who's playing, the secondary for Denver, the style, the way they're going to approach defensive football, and we're going to bank on the fact that our defensive front is going to collapse the pocket quick enough that you're not going to be able to hold the football. You're not going to be able to hold the football and wait for somebody to cross all the way across the field. You're not going to be able to hold the football and wait for this scissors route 15 yards down the field or a deep post down. We're going to bank on you not being able to hold the football. It's got to come out. We're going to smother you, limit your options. Now you got to have guys that are better than us that can win. Another reason why it's so big that Nico and Christian look to be coming back.
Yeah, that's big. We'll get you more updates on the injury situation with the Texans coming up. And speaking of that, let's get to a little 5 o'clock fire as we roll through here on the drive. The Rockets, they're back in action as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm.
The Toronto Raptors, a big night in Toronto. They'll take on the Raptors, who are struggling themselves. We'll get you caught up more on the injury report. The Texans have one of their starters on offense out. D'Amico Ryans will address that. As I said, the Blue Jays, Dodgers, they played last night. Series tied, Game 5, all-important Game 5 tonight. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, Jiffy.
to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. You know what? For the first time, I got a text from somebody after I say that daily. He said, I know you're being nice, but I just want to let you know I'm actually just going into work. Well, shout out to you, too, if you're just going into work as well. Those of you getting off and just going into work, shout out to you. It didn't mean to leave you out. If you, I just know at this time, I'm hoping most people are probably hoping they're getting off work and finishing up the rest of their evening. But don't worry, old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is we do want you to remember, as Clint said earlier, tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow is Thirsty Thursday. We'll be out at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be in Cypress this time, right off US 290. US 290, full address 25. Somebody keeps moving this thing. 25704 US 90. 20. Keeps moving this daggum thing, and I'm about to read it. Every time I'm about to read it. 25704 US 90 in Cypress. So come on and hang out with us tomorrow, as we always have a good time. Thirsty Thursday, never empty-handed, always.
It's 290, isn't it?
What'd I say?
You said US 90. It's 290.
I thought I said 290.
Just making sure. I didn't make sure I
US
wasn't
290.
wrong.
I thought I was saying US 290. So coming out and hang out with us. The Rockets, they are back in action after getting their first win. They're playing another struggling Eastern Conference team. They're in Toronto tonight. And listen, it's been a small sample size, and there's a lot of things to watch for. I think we're watching for KD and how this team kind of joins together and maybe the next step for some of these guys. But one thing I would love to see them get back to, and I know it will change a bit, Clint, because of some of the moves they've made, but to build this thing under Udoka, the hallmark of this team has been defense. And Dylan Brooks is gone, and you replace him with KD, so there's going to be some different things there. But they still should be one of the best defensive teams in the league. And right now, through the first couple weeks, they're in the middle of the pack when it comes to defensive rating. They still should be a top 10 team defensively. They've given up over 109 each game. Now, I know the first game they went double OT to give up 125 to the Thunder, but they're maybe not going to be as good as they were last year with some of the guys they have in, but calling hard for the Rockets. And I think that's probably the one thing that I would assume that Udoka's looking at, saying, all right, that's the one thing we could really improve.
Well, look, you obviously trade a little bit of that identity, that physicality and that defense for offense when you decide you're going to go the KD route. And I think that's probably going to show up statistically. But I don't in any way, shape, or form believe in any way that Ime Udoka's team is not going to be one of the more physical, in-your-face basketball teams. A team that plays with a chip on their shoulder. I just don't believe that the way that they play ball, which really shows on the defensive end of the floor more so than on the offensive end because of them getting after folks. Like, I just don't believe that identity is going to change. I know it's going to statistically take a little bit of a hit because you had to go get offense somewhere.
Yeah.
And so
Dylan Brooks out of the game as opposed to KD.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks is going to be somebody who the reason why he got the money he got and how he has been able to survive in the league is defense.
Yep.
And KD is more, all right, strap it up really big when I got to.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you got the whole Reed Shepherd thing going on right now.
Where you take a seat back there.
How many minutes does he get every night kind of deal where he struggles defensively, not anywhere near the caliber defender that the others are, however you choose to play. So it's going to change. You're going to give up a little bit there. no doubt that's a trend that's going to last statistically, but I would be shocked which we've seen, by the way. We've already seen Amen Thompson, and we've already seen a couple of in 3 games. What is it? 3 games? 2 games? 3 games?
3 games.
We've already seen 2 or 3 dust-ups where that very easily could have become bigger issues. So they're going to be physical. There's no doubt about it.
All right,
they're going to play with an edge. No doubt about
they
it.
still have Eason, who is a really good defender. Thompson's a really good defender. Jabari Smith is still a really good defender. So they'll take a little hit, but I do want to make sure you see that doesn't. They feel better. They should be better than the middle of the pack. 16th or whatever in defensive rating. But a big one tonight. See if they can even up this record against a struggling Grady Dick and the Toronto Raptors.
5 o'clock fire.
Sorry, Grady. All right, the injury report is officially out. We told you a little bit about and heard from CJ in regards to 2 of his top receivers there, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. They were limited participants, along with Braxton Berrios, who had a chest thing, and Jakob Johnson back from IR. He is now in that window. He was a limited participant, as well as Jalen Petrie with the foot. Now, there were several who did not practice, Clint. Danico Autry with the knee did not practice. Dylan Horton across that defensive line did not practice. And Laken Tomlinson, injury-related, not injury-related, but more rest. He didn't practice. And Dalton Schultz, especially when you look for the fact that they made a move on the practice squad by bringing in Dalton Keene, a tight end, fullback type, to be a part of the practice squad earlier today after we saw that there was no Dalton Schultz at practice. Here was D'Amico giving an update on his tight end, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Dalton didn't go today, but we're expecting to get him back as the week goes on. He's doing well, progressing just fine.
All right, there it is. So he down. He made it seem like this was just precaution for the day. I think you spoke about that earlier. Listening to him on that makes me feel, a lot better about, this injury thing not being something that potentially keeps him out of the game.
Yeah, look, with Dalton Schultz, last year I had a problem with days off. This year you've earned every bit of it. Take your day off, take your vet day, take your rest day, take your little whatever kind of knickknacks you got going on. He is playing a physical brand of tight end, and if you take into account that he is known as, stylistically, he is a receiving tight end. He wasn't brought in here to be a physical run blocker. He has turned the corner and is doing things in a very physical manner. And we've seen it enough. We've seen it. The sample size is multiple weeks now. And if Dalton Schultz needs a day off, if Dalton Schultz needs to recover, if he's been banged up a little bit because of how physical he's been and because how many balls he's catching and all that, hey, so be it, man. Hey, let 86 get his time. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and obviously I think in this game, Clint, he is an important piece to this game to me. Obviously, like last week, he only had 2 catches in that game, but still is important. This game, them trying to maybe get the ball out quick, and them trying to kind of deal with the pressure and get the ball out to him. I think he is going to be a significant part of this game, especially, Clint, when you factor in what's behind him. Right there is. They already lost. So did they lose Harrison Bryant? I think he got picked up by somebody else. So or not Harrison Bryant.
Brendan Bates.
Brendan Bates kid. Yeah. But outside of Dalton Schultz, it's Harrison Bryant, and that that's it. And even with him being a little having a little injury issue, when they play, they need him in this game because he is going to be a big part of this offense, especially when you look. That tight end position is very, very thin, especially with pass catchers behind him. So Dalton Schultz will be big. We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow will tell a bigger story. If he's not on the practice field tomorrow, then I think there's a much bigger concern.
Dude. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, World Series even. After last night's victory from the Blue Jays, it looked like several people were dead tired out there. Vladimir is limping around there. You know it's bad when you're limping on the home run trot, and you can tell it's being felt there. There went 6 innings, and he ended up giving up 4 runs. When he left, there were 2 there, but he gave up 4 runs on 6 strikeouts in those 6 innings. And they got to go back at it again tonight, Clint. They're going to play 3 in a row now after coming off those 18 innings in. We'll see how much they're affected tonight. But Blue Jays, baby. We may also see George Springer tonight. He may get back in it. His manager in game yesterday was what did he say, Tyler? He was hour to hour. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I'd never heard that. They said old George was hour to hour.
Heard day to day, heard week to week, but hour to hour. And yesterday he said he swung the bat, felt all right, and may be able to play tonight. This thing we know will go back to Toronto for at least a Game 6, but a big one tonight here. Usually whoever wins Game 5, they generally have an advantage there moving forward to win the rest of the series. But a big one tonight here, Game 5 tonight, Dodgers and Blue Jays. I know you're pulling for the Blue Jays.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is
so weird to me when you say you're pulling.
Well, no, I mean, I want a team that's in the United States of America to win that thing.
Oh, yeah, that part.
I mean, it's. I'm not a big Dodger fan, but I'd rather somebody right here in the United States win that thing. I ain't got no dog in the fight. I don't care one way or another, to be honest with you. So I'm gonna pull for the old US of A, baby.
Yeah, probably.
The players are
a lot
American.
of members from the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm clearly talking about location.
I know.
I mean, look. I mean, the players from the United States, most of them peter out in college.
And they're deep. They're in that bullpen, where they are, baby. That bullpen. Yeah. Team in the U.S. Shohei. There we go, baby. Team in the U.S.
Got it. I mean, there was 10+ million folks over in Japan watching, baby.
Hey, my man John Smoltz last night kept saying, I don't want to make an excuse, but his legs have to be tired. My man John said, pitching 18 innings, those first 3 innings will be all right when you're running on adrenaline. But after that, that's where you really get concerned about his legs. He said, I used to sleep 12 hours the day before I pitched. Every time, that was how I was taught. Yeah. We would 12 hours. He said, there is no way. He said, I would 12 hours and I would study the opponent right there the day before. Hell, sometimes I go before the game ended. He said, there is no way he got to do any of that.
Yeah, you got to think that. Innings. You got to think, what was that, 7+ hours of baseball? You got to think that
almost,
was that probably took some toll on them legs.
Yeah, I would say so. Game 5 tonight, as we'll see if the Dodgers or the Blue Jays can take the lead going back to Toronto.
Tall Asian guy.
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, CJ. All right, this is an interesting story because Clint came through the break and was telling me, and I just thought this sounded big. Governor Jeff Landry of the great state of Louisiana was critical of the athletic director, Scott Woodward. We talked about it the other day. He is the one who hired Jimbo Fisher and had to make a $76 million payout. You think Jimbo's just refused to get another job so he can get all of that payout? Is that?
I don't know. Is there an offset there?
Oh yeah. There's a difference there. Like if Brian Kelly gets another job and he's making whatever,
I'm assuming he could go take a job and for $1 a year and really stick it.
Yeah, really stick it to him, or just do TV for a couple of years and let's just have a blast.
Yeah.
But he also, obviously, as we said, firing Brian Kelly, and he's got a $54 million buyout. And I mean, Jeff Landry, he was serious. We don't have audio of this, do we, Tyler? Yet Jeff Landry was serious. I thought this was fake when I heard it, but he told reporters Wednesday that the LSU athletic director Scott Woodward won't be involved in selecting the Tigers' new football coach, saying he'd let President Donald Trump do it before Woodward would. Okay, he said, I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting our next coach. Landry told reporters during the news conference at the state capitol in Baton Rouge.
What was that yesterday? Woodward came out and said that Dan
Mullen
was
the reports that's who he was focused on. He was leading.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me one bit right here, man. They said, no, you ain't. I mean, you done cost 2 schools a combiners and buyouts making mistakes. You ain't doing it again.
That's a bit strong. I don't know that I've heard the governor.
It is a solid.
I didn't know I've heard the governor come on out and just say, "Nah, man, it's over."
It is a solid watch if you can find it on social media. It
does not sound real.
It sounds like he is from south of Baton Rouge, and he is dead ass serious. And apparently, he's got a big booster, big donor, big money guy standing to his right. And he said, "Yeah, I don't want to have to go back and ask this guy for $50 million again. Wouldn't be a good day." Yeah, I mean, there's a real politician twist on this thing with him. And that accent makes it great, and then you throw in the football and the buyout, the situation. Hell, this is exactly what should happen. Somebody ought to step their ass in and go, "Nah, hell no, that guy ain't hiring another coach."
Might as well let Scott go now.
Hell yeah, we're doing you a favor, keeping you around and paying you millions to be the AD. He ain't hiring nobody else. Hell, that's what ought to happen. When you cost a school 2 schools combined $130 million because you hire so poorly. I mean, hell, you ought not get to make a third hire.
By the way, Ed Orgeron has thrown his name into the ring.
Ed said, "I can be there. I can be there this afternoon."
What the hell is Ed doing? Hold that tiger. I didn't know what.
I think his boys are coaching, so he's traveling around and watching his boys, and I think he lives in Florida with some young tender.
How many years did that national championship buy him? What, one?
How many after that?
Yeah, how many
next year? Yeah.
That is insane. I don't know.
Well, the wheels come off. Remember, he was caught in the damn parking lot with one of the board members' wives or something?
I didn't. I thought it was for performance.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, my understanding is the program just went to absolute.
Okay. All right.
I mean, they took that championship party throughout the next season.
Just let it cut loose. No.
And then I think that the straw that broke the camel, if I remember correctly, I think it was some big donor or some Board of Regents member or somebody he got caught with her or tried to hit on her, tried to get in the sack with her or something, and she ratted on him. Can't remember what the story was. There's a woman involved.
Well, I did not. I did not. Boy, I did not know that.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that. No, I do not.
I can't remember if it was them together or if he just tried desperately to get her. And it eventually came to light. I can't remember. I have to look it up. I can't remember all. I'm telling you, untied, undefeated. Ed fell for it, man.
Tyler, I listened to that Jeff Landry deal. I honestly, God, it sounds like one of those like AIs where people are just jumping it. I could not believe he was actually saying that.
Got to watch out for the OAI these days.
But then Clint's dead serious, and then I look. It's the top story on ESPN. I mean, what are you doing today, Scott? Damn. I feel bad. Stephen A. put his picture up on the screen the other day saying, "No, we got to see who this is and his name. I want it right now. This guy is cost all these schools money." Interesting. All right, coming up, as we dive in and look at this big matchup on Sunday between the Texans and the Broncos, you think this is the best team the Texans have played thus far this year? Do you think the Denver Broncos is the toughest test?
All right, before that, I got to tell you all about Low T and Synergenics, y'all. Look,
822-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
Apparently, we must be having a volume issue or something. The way people are texting in on this.
Yeah, guessing the wind stuff from last night's got our signal a bit weak.
Yeah, that bad boy was whistling last night, man.
My truck was getting blown all over the damn road driving home.
Shoot, man, I woke up with kids in the bed. I woke up, and I'm telling you, man, I'm about to elbow somebody. I'm like, yo, when did you get here? I mean, I got, yeah. Oh, no, you, Clint, you probably been boxed out. You've been here with your dogs. Had kids boxed you out in your sleep. You didn't know you was getting boxed out. And next thing you know, like, they clearly got inside position on you, and you're damn near out of the bed. But them kids just run up in that bed. I don't know. I mean, I'm just, oh.
Mine's like clockwork. It don't matter what the weather's doing. She comes in the same time every night.
You sleep by the, or do you catch her when she comes in?
No, I'm not asleep by the time she gets in there. I mean, I'm still. If I am asleep, it's a light sleep, so I hear her crying before she gets to the door. So I hear her coming.
No clue that there were children in the bed till I woke up.
Oh no!
And I'm like, oh my God, where did you even come from?
Well, no, this one's coming in there. She's squealing before she gets to the door, and I feel sorry for her because she's scared. And she's half asleep. She's not even really awake. And we're still in that phase. We're not in the I'm going to get up and go in there and just hop in the biscuit with mom and dad. We're scared getting there, and we're crying, and then we get in the bed, and mama's not very nice when she's Liv is getting the wrath that I had to deal with. I like it. She is one thing. My wife is a lovely lady.
When she's sleeping,
you try to mess with her. Hey, honey, what? God dang, man! I just need. I'm leaving. I want to tell you goodbye. I'm leaving for the day. Damn, boy, Liv gets it now, man. That's pretty brutal.
And then, and be hot if you ain't say nothing with her, and she just get up.
Well, baby, have you already left? Well, yeah, I left an hour ago. Well, why didn't you say bye? Well, hell, I mean, because you bite my head off when I do.
Man, I thought I'd send you a little text for you to wake up.
Yeah, I knew your ringer wasn't on. I thought I'd send you a little text, baby.
All right,
that old sleep, she takes that serious now, and that baby wakes. I know she takes it serious because she is not mean at all to them kids
until
they jack with her sleep. And it's look out now.
All right, the Texans have played some pretty good teams, especially when you look at some of the records. Them 5-2 tied atop the NFC West, and those are two teams that the Texans lost to. Both of them road games, and then the Bucs. The Bucs are 6-2, and they lost at home to Tampa and the Bucs. And I would say those are the three best teams they've played. And then comes in Denver, Clint. They are 6-2, and they've got a top 10 offense, top 10 defense. But if you look at those other teams, Baker is an MVP candidate. Stafford is a Hall of Famer. And Sam Darnold has been playing really, really good ball the last 2 years. I would say Bo Nix, I'd say it's probably the worst of those four quarterbacks with those four teams. But even within that, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this too. Is this the best team you think the Texans have played?
I think it's the best team the Texans have played, yeah. And I think, again, like you said, we got to take things into consideration here. I don't think the Rams' first game of the season is comparable to who they are today, right? Catching a 6-2 football team week 8 is different than catching a good football team when nobody's played in the preseason. They're one of their top two receivers has never played with this quarterback, and so I think the Rams are probably a tougher beat right now than they were week 1, and so. I'm taking into consideration when you play certain teams, and so I think that excludes the Rams for me to really the Seattle game. And the Seattle game is Seattle's playing really good football, and they are really good up front. But I would say Denver's very similar in a sense of the caliber defensive front they have. I think Denver's probably got a better secondary. I think
but they're going to be without Surtain in this game, though.
I think, yeah, but even with that, I think they're still just schematically, maybe not better without Surtain, but they're still a problem. And it's interesting because when I looked at Seattle, stylistically they were a problem because they like to slant, they like to pick, they like to stunt, all the different stunts, and the Texans had struggled with that before. Now you look at this team, this is a pressure defense, and you know that they're gonna crowd the line of scrimmage, and that is what C.J. Stroud has struggled with, and really the offense, not just C.J., but the offense in general has struggled with. And so that matchup is there. But then when you flip to the offensive side of the football, for me, when I look at Sean Payton, Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton, and the Evan Ingram, the crew that they've got, the two-headed monster they got at running back, I just think it's I got to go with Denver, and to be honest with you, it's pretty convincing. I think Seattle's a good team, but Denver just scares me a little bit more. I think the one thing that Bo Nix brings to the table that all the guys you mentioned did not is what scares me: the legs. Right? I mean, he can move the chains.
Yeah.
Especially against an aggressive up the field defense. It changes how you've got to rush him. So
big runs late in that game.
Yeah. So I would go with Denver. I'd go with Denver, Ron. I think Denver's the best team that the Texans have. Biggest challenge the Texans have faced thus far.
Like when I sit back and look at these teams, healthy. The Rams are the team that looks like they're the best team to me. I think their defense is pretty good. Their D-line is pretty good. Not as good as the Broncos, but they're pretty good. And then they've got, Adams and Nakua and Stafford and McVay over there. But to me, for the Texans, the team that really type of teams that really are going to give them a lot of problems are teams that are suffocating defensively, right? Because with the Texans' defense, you feel like even Stafford and all of them, that was the first game of the year, but it was 14 points. It was 14 points they gave up. And you look at that, and I'm like, all right, the Texans' defense can play with anybody offensively. It's those teams that the defense is the problem. And we've watched teams. Seattle was a game. The Rams were a game where this happened. Jacksonville was a game where they just struggled to move the football for long stretches of the game. And this team is going to be the best that they face, even without Surtain, because of everything they do in that front seven. And if you missed Benjamin Albright, who covers the Broncos, he was on with us at 3 o'clock and kind of really broke down. To me, even though on paper, when I look at the Rams, they look scarier. But for the Texans, teams with great offenses, you feel like the Texans will be able to hold their own at the very least because they've dominated most everybody they've played defensively. It's those teams with that have defenses that just can smother and shut them down for long stretches and then make CJ look like the person you're scared of him looking like.
Yeah, I mean, we got a two-pronged issue here in Houston as it pertains to the exact problem you're talking about, or situation you're talking about. When a team has the ability, or even the willingness, when they have the willingness to try to suffocate you, right? They crowd the line of scrimmage, and we as an offense, the Texans offense, struggles identifying who's coming and who's not. They have a problem communicating which direction they want to slide the offensive line. And it becomes a guessing game, right? So that's the first problem with a suffocating type style of approach to defense. The second part is you don't have guys beyond Nico Collins that have shown that they can win right now and be quick answers for your quarterback when they do decide to bring all-out pressure. And so you got a two-pronged problem there, right? Can you figure out who's coming and who's not, pick it up, which then your quarterback, if you do, your quarterback can sit in the pocket, your receivers can run routes, your combinations can unfold, your quarterback can read it, decipher it all, get through a progression, deliver the football, right? If you can't, then there's a free run. More times than not, your quarterback's going down for a sack or he's going to have to throw the football away. Sometimes there's a free runner. If you squeeze everything down and the free runner's coming from depth or he's coming from width, then do you have a receiver that can win right now consistently enough to put fear into a defensive coordinator. And truth be told, the Texans don't have those guys, right? I can see one coming in Jalen Noel. If we get Christian Kirk healthy enough to play some football this year, maybe he still has that in him. And Nico Collins can't do it all on his own. The problem is you don't have enough Nico Collins, right? A team can press and throw a safety over the top, or press and run a linebacker out towards him, and kind of shade coverage towards him, and then you can't get it to him. That's a problem, major problem.
Yeah. All right, coming up's T-Mill's best bets, as he has been in the green 2 straight days this week to kick things off. You can win you some money if you listen to where T-Mill is. We'll have his best bets coming up, and D'Amico and Nick Caserio were affected today, and they will have to deal with this very, very soon. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, look.
on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without auto pay. Debit or bridge and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Sterner and Hugley.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Nick Caserio, the general manager. We'll talk about him in a second. He's going to have some potential, at least I guess parameters to what he's going to have to deal with. But Nick Caserio coming up in a couple of minutes here, right after we get done. Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, from 6 to 8. Area 45, you know the drill. They follow the fellas from Texans All Access, 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani has got this thing rolling out. Chris Santiago and you all will be along for the ride coming up behind Texans All Access. Area 45, the best late-night local sports show in all of Houston. I also want a reminder, tomorrow, Thirsty Thursday, come on out, Cypress, Texas. We'll be in Cypress for our Thirsty Thursdays. You know we're at a Buffalo Wild Wings each and every Thursday. This time we'll be out in Cypress off US 290. All right? Address for those looking for me. I know Steven and Shannon hit me up talking about where is it going to be at? 25704 US 290. Cypress, right? That's where we will be tomorrow. We do not come empty-handed. As we had a great time last week. We have a great time every week, so come on out and join us tomorrow, 2 to 6, Thirsty Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings up in Cypress. And then we'll get to T-Mill's best bets. Like I said, he's had a green day, both Monday and Tuesday, and he's getting hot, so stay with him there. All right, Clint, some people texting in here. Man, Denver is good, but the Texans will make Bo Nix trash and bust their ass. Our guys here on YouTube and Twitch, Brandon and Frank, they're going back and forth. Texans win by 7. They don't have a lot of experience playing without Patrick Surtain, and the Texans have too much momentum going right now. And I would just say, damn, man, that momentum just happened this week. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, I think the Texans absolutely can win this game. We've watched the Denver Broncos play games this year where the Texans definitely can get them. The Jets, the Giants, we've watched those games. So I do think there's a chance, but I don't know if we're looking at momentum or anything like that. We'll see.
Yeah, there is no doubt. D'Amico Ryans in this defense, I think one of the things obviously a great defense, so you're confident in a lot of things, but one of them is, when you get a young quarterback that's going up against this defense, I mean, odds are they're not going to handle it well. That can move around a little bit like Bo Nix can. Odds are you're not going to handle it well. There's a lot of disguising. There's some really good players. There's a front, both stylistically and player-wise, some of the best in the league that can create chaos around the quarterback. The physicality could become a problem. One hit and you change the game. So I don't doubt that Bo Nix can that D'Amico Ryans can make Bo Nix look very, very ordinary, run of the mill, ordinary, and so I don't doubt that one bit. But I know Sean Payton. I've been in a quarterback meeting room with him. I've been through
he'll have a plan.
There is nobody that is more cutting edge. There's nobody that has a wider range of ways to attack a defense. There's nobody that looks at whoever the duck is on this defense will absolutely get attacked. There will be a plan that, like, when it comes to plans, a lot of things that we've complained about with the offensive coordinators here in Houston over the years of, there will be a plan. If they are struggling on third down, there will be an adjustment that will be made, and you're going to have to stop a new approach to third down. If they're struggling in the red zone, they're not going to sit there and just keep doing the same old crap over and over and over again. His ability to adjust is as good as anybody's in the league. And so, and I think D'Amico Ryan spoke of it, like the variety that you face when you face a Sean Payton offense.
A lot of volume of offense.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know how to defend. You got to know how to align and assign to any and every kind of formation and motion, and you're going to get it thrown at you. So I mean, it's going to be.
I think the Texans are going to give them problems, right?
No, they're going to give
everybody problems.
Yeah.
And when you say momentum, to me, I don't think that applies to the defense because I don't know that I really believe in momentum that much, because I think the defense just has it no matter what. I mean, we've watched them all year. The defense, you've got to be applying that to the offense, and I think there is still a we'll see.
Yeah,
with them, well, I don't know that you expect what we saw against the Niners. That you should completely expect that.
We've been okey-doked with this group already this year before the Seattle game. You know, come out, you play 2 good games, and you've seen some good product. You got 15 days to prepare, and you go out there and just piss down your leg. And so we've been okey-doked already. Now, obviously, 2 weeks later, 14 days more preparation, 8 games, eight quarters of football that you got reps, and things can change. So we'll see. I mean, it's just the reality of it. Here's to me, this is what it boils down to in the matchup too. Is like, can our offense, in any way, shape, or form, make Bo Nix and Sean Payton uncomfortable? Right? Is this a game where Bo Nix and Sean Payton can come in here, do their thing, punt on third down, fourth down, take field goals and feel good about it and be real comfortable against our defense? Even though our defense is great at making you uncomfortable, can they come in here and just kind of know that the Texans offense ain't going to do much? Never really feel threatened. Know that if they score 17 points, they're going to win, right? Or does our offense apply pressure to Sean and Bo Nix of like, hey, man, y'all better take some risk. Y'all better do something against this defense because we're going to put some pressure on you. That is ultimately what this thing's going to boil down to for me is if Sean Payton and them can come in here and play a B game, just don't turn it over. And if our offense never makes them uncomfortable, and it may be a 1-score game at the end of the game, but we've seen it before. Like you never felt threatened. You just were real comfortable the whole game. Or can you make them uncomfortable? And if you make them uncomfortable, who knows what can happen?
Yeah, can they replicate what they were able to do just stylistically? Stylistically, man, they held on to the ball. They converted first downs throughout. They held on time of possession, and they kept, control of the line of scrimmage and the game. And next thing you know, man, they've got a 9-play drive here, an 18-play drive here, a 12-play drive, 11-play drive, and just control the game. Is that the formula? Is that what they are going to try to replicate? And can they do it against a team like Denver? We'll see. To me, the defensive end is not the one that I'm concerned about. Like, again, I'd be surprised if Denver comes in here offense like it gets going big time. It's the other side.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's the other side. All right. Let's get to the best bets. As I said, T. Mill, he's 6 of 10 this week. In the green, 60%, 2, 3 for 5 nights. What you got tonight?
Yeah, more NBA picks. We're hitting right on the mark we always
staying
aim
away from
for.
that World Series, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to watch it, so I might as well not give the people best bets.
That's fair.
But we're hitting that number we always aim for through 2 days, 60%. We're 6 for 10. Nice. Sports Radio 610. You get it wrong?
I did.
I thought that was cool. All right, 5 picks.
It was the nice.
Five picks again tonight around the NBA. Here they are very quickly. First, Boston Celtics plus 3.5. They are hosting the Cavs. Next, more points. The Kings plus 5.5 at the Chicago Bulls. Third pick, more points. Ron's Lakers plus 7 at the Timberwolves. In that same game, I'm on the under. Lakers at T-Wolves under 226 points. And then another under to round things out. Magic at the Pistons this evening under 228.5 in that one. Those are your 5 best bets.
Boy, I think the Lakers going to get ripped to shreds tonight, boy. I think they're going to get their ass kicked. They've already beaten this Timberwolves team.
More than 7?
I don't know, man. I just can't expect that Austin Reeves is going to continue this pace. He followed up that 51-point outfit with 40-something. The next, and they're in Minnesota, a team that they just beat last week. I don't know. I'm hoping with you.
Let's get this money.
I'd definitely take the under. I like that 226. I'll take the under on that.
It makes me feel a little better. Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Celtics, Cavs. Okay. I don't know about that one either.
I'll be honest with you, T. I don't know about any of them.
Oh, man.
And that's not a negative. I don't mean either way.